Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 1051. What Ovitz can do, we can do too. Horizontal ellipsis. While some were dissatisfied with Ovitz, others admired him greatly, even envying his clients and wanting to become them. Tom Hanks, at the post-Oscars dinner, was talking to Diane Ovitz, his co-star in Growing Up. Ovitz, a comedian by trade, had earned his Best Actor nomination with great difficulty. He thought Ovitz understood acting, having brilliantly portrayed the adult possessed by a child in Growing Up. Such roles are difficult to play. One must convey a child's personality and way of doing things through an adult's expressions, body language, and so on, without evoking any sense of strangeness, a very challenging task. Hanks actually admired Edward James Olmos, the lead actor in Stand and Deliver. This Latino actor, not relying on his looks, portrayed a high school teacher with remarkable depth. Everyone has a high school teacher, so to portray such a character convincingly and brilliantly is extremely difficult. But none of this mattered. Dustin Hoffman ultimately won the Best Actor Oscar twice. Hanks was curious about how Ovitz achieved his CAA, Certified Actor Award. I really didn't know. I only signed with Paula Wagner at CAA 2 years ago. But she's really great. She's planned a great career for me, unlike my previous agent who just wanted to find me the next highest paid movie so he could get a bigger cut. Diane shared some of her experience after hearing that Tom Hanks was considering switching to CAA. If he could sign with Paula and her husband, or with agents like Richard, it would obviously create synergy with her and Ronald. This is Paula, this is Tom. Diane found Paula Wagner at the scene. Mr. Hanks, no need for introductions, I'm Paula. Having connected the two, Diane didn't need to worry about the rest. She started looking for Ronald. Ronald and Rick, Nisita, are over there. Paula knew what Diane was thinking and pointed to corner. Ronald was discussing something with Nisita and Richard. Splitting up? Maybe it's not the right time yet, Ronald and the two agents whispered to each other in the corner. The two men witnessed the 3 award winners thanking Ovitz and immediately came over to stand with Ronald. Unlike typical production companies, talent agencies operate on a partnership-like system. Although Ovitz owns more than half the shares, the other agents have considerable autonomy. Each agent survives on fees collected from their clients. Frankly, with irreplaceable star directors or actors like Ronald or Tom Cruise, agents don't need much support from CAA. Therefore, if the two of them, along with Nisita's wife, Paula Wagner, and some apprentices and clients, left CAA, their income for the next 5 years wouldn't likely be significantly reduced. Of course, this assumes Cruise and Ronald would also leave with them. Ovitz's income far exceeds that of his agents because his main income isn't agent fees, but rather from packaged services, effectively acting as a producer. For blockbuster films like Rain Man, CAA's production business can share in the box office revenue, earning no less than Ronald earned from Spicy Dance. Ovitz had also bought the shares of several of CAA's original founders, meaning he could get the lion's share of the box office revenue. Now that he understood Ovitz was the biggest obstacle to his Oscar win, he needed to devise a plan to defeat him. Whether or not to have his agent sever ties with CAA wasn't the most important thing. Nisita and Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Their most important client had been betrayed by his boss. It was highly likely that Ronald would leave CAA in anger and switch to William Morris. They had prepared for the worst. Rather than losing important clients like Ronald and Tom Cruise, going independent was the best option. The most important thing was to convince Ronald that they would continue to serve him. Since Ronald hadn't made an impulsive choice in his anger, they needed to offer better terms to repay their client's goodwill. Loyalty is always relative, whether it's client to agent or agent to client. We'll lower your rates. For now, they hadn't broken through Ovitz's powerful network, and their confidence in securing Ronald's Oscar win next year was uncertain. So, they used the small favor of reducing the agent's share to show their solidarity with Ronald. I see your goodwill, but it's alright, we'll stick to the original agreement. However, this time we also need to unite more actors and agents. What Michael can do, We can do too. Ronald didn't really care about the money the agent took from him. As agents, legally, they can only receive a share of the directors' and screenwriters' creative fees. Their main income had long since moved beyond directors' fees and profit sharing, mainly coming from producer and investment income. To get agents to work hard, they had to be paid enough. If Ronald were Jewish, he might have used this opportunity to negotiate a deal that was most advantageous to him, and then wait until the next round of negotiations when the bargaining chips changed, and the agent weighed the costs of betrayal and loyalty, giving them another chance to consider whether to stab him in the back. Ronald felt it wasn't worth scheming against people for such a small amount of money. Furthermore, Nisida is of Italian descent, and their cultural traditions share similarities with those of the Chinese, emphasizing long-term loyalty. This means that in crucial moments, the other party won't consider the short-term cost of betrayal, but rather the impact on long-term income. In short, Ronald had made up his mind. He wanted to learn some of Owitz's methods, using television series contracts to bind more CAA clients and get them on his side. Owitz's ability to influence Oscar voting results stemmed from his vast resources in television series and films, allowing him to control most agents within CAA, and then, through these agents, influence the largest voting group at the Oscars, actors. Combined with some Jewish influence, this allowed Rain Man to monopolize several of the most important awards. To break this chain of influence, the best approach was to imitate Ovitz and then surpass him. What Ovitz could do, Ronald's two agents could also do: integrate resources and provide studios with convenient actor selection. Ronnie, Diane interrupted their whispers. Honey, do you still want to stay here? If there's no one else you want to see, I want to go back. Ronald held Diane's hand. The big picture was set, all that remained were the details. Ronald didn't believe he could do worse than an agent who didn't understand filmmaking. The major Hollywood studios had long suffered under Owitz's influence. Many were forced to accept his package deals because if they didn't listen to him, the most important directors and screenwriters wouldn't sign with him. With this bundled strategy, Ovitz wielded considerable power in the 7 major Hollywood studios. But such domineering methods inevitably aroused resentment. Confucius once said, "To go too far beyond a boundary is as wrong as not reaching the boundary at all." Tom Hanks wants to talk to you guys more. I introduced him to Paula. Diane pointed towards Hanks, then leaned towards Ronald. No one else wants to see him. I'll go back with you. Of course, no one let Ronald go so easily. Tom Cruise, Jodie Foster, and others came over specifically to chat with Ronald. Especially Jodie Foster, who was most grateful to Ronald for giving her the opportunity to star in The Rape of Pear Blossoms. Although she won the Best Actress award, she wanted to play her roles well in the future and not leave Ronald with the impression that she was ungrateful. After dealing with them, Ronald and Diane finally walked out of the awards venue together. They called Bud Jr. and asked him to drive over and pick them up. "Judy seems very grateful to you," Diane asked. "Yes, it was me who spoke to Kelly McGillis that gave her the opportunity to star in this movie. She wasn't the producer's first choice." Ronald had nothing to hide. Now everyone knew that Jodie Foster and Kelly McGillis were a couple. They lived together intimately, although whether the situation had changed after Jodie won the Best Actress award was unknown. Beep beep, Bud Jr.'s Mercedes pulled up. He got out, opened the door, and let Ronald and Diane in. "Thank you, Bud. Have you eaten?" Bud Jr. had been waiting for them at the door for a long time. "I have a burger my girlfriend made. I watched the broadcast on TV in the parking lot. It's such a shame this year." Bud returned to his seat. Now he just needs to save up a little more money to marry his girlfriend. "It's okay, the Oscars are unpredictable. We still won Best Original Song, so it's not a complete loss." Ronald didn't want to show any dissatisfaction with Ovitz outside the limited group of people he knew. Bud started the car. "Isn't that Ms. Carly Simon over there? I saw her holding her little golden statuette." Bud pointed to a curb outside the awards ceremony venue, where a woman in a formal dress was squatting on the ground, shivering slightly in the wind. "Carly," Ronald rolled down the car window. "What are you doing here, Ronald?" Carly Simon was in a bad situation. The Oscar for Best Original Song was a small award. She didn't know anyone at the banquet and had to call a taxi herself. Los Angeles isn't New York, taxis aren't readily available. She had been waiting here for more than 10 minutes, and a taxi still hadn't arrived. She was in a real predicament. "Get in the car, we'll take you back to your hotel." "Thank you, Ronald." "Hi Diane." Carly Simon squeezed into the car, drank the champagne Diane handed her, and immediately relaxed. Wow, this is the Oscar. Diane held the trophy with obvious delight, even holding the Oscar to her ear as if to give an acceptance speech. Hey, this is a music award, not an acting award, Carly Simon laughed. Hollywood awards don't really value music awards. Next year, everyone will forget that she, a singer, has also won an Oscar. Ronald sensed the implication in her words and tilted his head in inquiry. This song, Let the River Flow, wasn't included in this year's Grammy Awards, Carly Simon explained her predicament. Although the movie theme song received high praise from critics, with many reviews mentioning it, the record company refused to include it in their latest album. Without an album, there was no chart performance, and therefore no Grammy nomination. So Carly Simon's song's influence was limited to the film industry, making it more popular than the music industry. Why is this? Ronald, unaware of the intricacies of the music industry, said, "Why don't you license this song to me? I'm actually releasing a working girl soundtrack album." Huh? Is that possible? You want to make a soundtrack album? Carly Simon hadn't expected such a turn of events. Her song could actually be re-released here. I'll have my agent contact your agent tomorrow. Honey, your breakfast. Ever since she cooked eggs for Ronald when he was sick, Diane had fallen in love with being a housewife when she was with him. Her cooking skills hadn't improved, now she just ordered room service to bring breakfast to their room. Thank you, honey. Ronald had finished exercising and was handling business matters in the room. He kissed Diane, picked up a sandwich, and started eating. How's her box office performance after the awards? Ronald asked, contacting marketing consultant Michael Gray while eating. There's a good recovery, but it's still not as strong as Rain Man's. That's definitely not good. How do we compare to Dangerous Liaisons? About the same. We're a bit higher in big cities, but their cumulative box office in smaller towns is higher. After the Oscars, the three nominated films still showing saw resurgence in box office revenue. Rain Man, with the most awards, undoubtedly leads in terms of popularity. While Working Girl and Dangerous Liaisons were only nominated and didn't win, both films received nominations for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. Audiences are still very interested in these female-centric films, flocking to theaters to see how the Best Actress nominees perform. As for The Robbery of Pear Blossom, which won Best Actress, it was released earlier and has already finished its run. The distributors are exploring the possibility of a re-release. The box office rankings are actually quite reasonable. Working Girl dominated in big cities, while the other two films were more evenly distributed nationwide. It makes perfect sense that this film performed much better in commercially developed big cities than the others. Ronald spoke again with Michelle Canold of Daydream to discuss the overseas distribution of Working Girl. Similarly, they faced competition from Rain Man and Dangerous Liaisons in the overseas market, and were slightly at a disadvantage. Working Girl, at its core, was American, emphasizing struggle and courage, with a hero solving everything. Rain Man, on the other hand, presented universal brotherhood and concern for the underprivileged. In Europe, it undoubtedly garnered more attention, achieving the highest number of prints of the three films. Dangerous Liaisons, due to its overly Americanized style and costumes reminiscent of 19th-century plantation owners, was met with a lukewarm reception from European audiences. However, in the East Asian market, particularly in Japan and Hong Kong, the romantic comedy featuring beautiful women and handsome men, Working Girl, was the most popular. They couldn't understand the genius-level autism of the Rain Man protagonist. How could a simpleton be smarter than a normal person? Ronald. David Geffen wants to talk to you. Finally, it was Agent Nisida who called. He wasn't calling to discuss how to deal with Ovitz, but rather another Jewish record industry mogul, the owner of Geffen Records, who wanted to speak with Ronald. What does he want? Did he agree to return those 8 Andy Warhol junk copies to him? Ask him yourself. It's definitely not about that. He only mentioned that it's related to the Oscars. Chapter 1052. The aftermath of the awards ceremony. David Geffen answered the phone. Ronald, are you still in Los Angeles? I have something important to discuss with you in person, Mr. Geffen, do you want to buy back Andy Warhol's paintings from me? Ronald didn't have a good impression of this Jewish businessman. He was immediately asking him to buy back artworks that couldn't even sell at charity auctions. Hey, there are no unconditional returns in the art business. That stuff has a lot of potential for appreciation. Keep it. Look how many times Van Gogh's paintings appreciated after he died. Wait, I'm not talking to you about that. It's about something big in Hollywood. We desperately need your help, Ronald. Without your involvement, Hollywood's old blacklist will make a comeback. You don't want Hollywood's discrimination to return, and every future film to be subject to the ethics committee, right? How can that be the same? Andy Warhol's paintings aren't even paintings, they're silkscreen prints. Ronald cursed the businessman inwardly, but he was intrigued by the idea of discrimination. And what was with Senator McCarthy? Interfering with free creation? What's the big deal? You're in Los Angeles. I'll have the driver pick you up. We're at the Four Seasons Hotel. Geffen hung up the phone. What? I didn't agree to anything. These powerful people all have one thing in common. They always have a huge ego. After listening to Ronald's story, Diane advised him to go and meet him. A big reason for his Oscar failure was that Ronald's social circle wasn't wide enough. He preferred associating with geniuses like Cameron and was always impatient with those who lacked intelligence or ability. I'll go see him and come back. Ronald took the advice and arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel in the limousine sent by Geffen. This is Bruce Viranchi, the scriptwriter for the Oscars. This is someone you already know, Alan Carr. As soon as David Geffen saw Ronald arrive, he immediately introduced him to two pale-faced men sitting in the room. Viranchi was somewhat obese, and Alan Carr, the Oscar producer, still looked half dead. Both of them stood up to greet Ronald. The witch hunt of 1950s Hollywood has begun again. We want your support, to publicly express your opinion, and to support Alan's Oscars. David Geffen made his request right away. Huh? Ronald was bewildered, looking at the pile of newspapers Geffen was pointing to on the stage. He picked them up and glanced at them one by one. Just like film critics, there are also critics for television programs. The Oscars ceremony received a lot of malicious reviews in the newspapers. ABC's broadcast of the Oscars was surprisingly lacking in magic. It was outdated and completely lifeless compared to last month's Grammys, was a review from the Los Angeles Times. Ronald actually agreed with this statement. Having Snow White sing and dance might have been entertaining 50 years ago. This year's Oscars ceremony should be forever recorded in the embarrassing annals of the Oscars. The chaotic performances left audiences with no confidence in the future of Hollywood. Ronald also agreed with this. The segment featuring the rising star was still the same kind of singing and dancing from Hollywood musicals 30 years ago. The 61st Academy Awards ceremony was a huge success, with audiences from 91 different countries, including the Soviet Union for broadcast. But it turned out to be an unprecedented failure in television broadcasting. We showed them a circus. While harsh, there was some truth to it, especially considering Alan Carr's unconventional decision not to have a host, which truly felt like a disaster. No one said anything good. Ronald realized something was wrong. Even with critics reviewing his film, it was impossible for all the reports to be negative. This is an attack on us. We need to unite and make our voices heard. David Geffen put his arm around Ronald's shoulder, clenching his fist in encouragement. The other two people present were also excitedly stating that they would go all out as long as Ronald led them. What do I have to do with you? Ronald was bewildered. Why were he and these two people who orchestrated the Oscars ceremony on the same side? Anti-Semitic? Impossible. David Geffen was Jewish. Yes, Ronald, we need to speak up for us sexual minorities. I've heard that many conservatives have started secretly coordinating to issue an open letter attacking us. Geffen's face was flushed with excitement, his cheekbones turning pink. What minorities? Ouch. Ronald looked at the two Oscar-making bums and suddenly realized the truth in their eyes. These two, like Geffen, were heterosexual. I'm not, I didn't. Where did you hear that? Ronald jumped back 2 meters away like a cat with its fur standing on end. No, aren't you actively advocating for AIDS marches? You even attended the charity gala. David Geffen was also surprised. How could this be? Everyone in Hollywood knows you're exceptionally friendly to us. No, how could you think I am? No, the cinematographer you used in Dragon Boys, the late James Clabe, he was, and you gave Emil Iturrino a chance to direct a big-budget production with tens of millions of dollars. Don't tell me there's nothing between you. Jennifer Grey's father, the actress you used in Spicy Dance, told me all about it. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Ronald sensed a huge misunderstanding. That doesn't mean I am, does it? I clearly like pretty girls. Okay, it's alright. Even if you're not, we're still grateful for your support of our minority group. "You're one of the few directors and producers who don't discriminate against us." David Geffen acknowledged their misunderstanding and still invited Ronald to sign their open letter, not as one of them, but as a sympathizer. In fact, many of them weren't brave enough. Not everyone can come out of the closet. Even Geffen himself only came out because he mistakenly thought he had a terminal illness. "Well, it's inconvenient for me to sign this open letter, but I won't sign the other parties either. If you want the director's name credited, go find Emil Itarino." Ronald called Emil Itarino, who agreed to come and discuss it. David Geffen saw Ronald to the door and apologized again for the blunder. "Actually, didn't you try another direction? Many people only realize this at a certain age. I didn't understand myself well enough when I was dating Cher. I thought I was reciprocal. Okay, I won't say any more. Anyway, thank you for your kindness." Tris discriminated against people, speaking so well. How about buying back Warhol's painting? Ronald found today's events too ridiculous. David Geffen's words were indeed not unfounded. In the following days, Hollywood was filled with all sorts of rumors. Some people said that the reason Snow White was cast with an unknown actress and made up like that was to imply that she was actually a cross-dressing man, and that the arrangement of Hollywood's most handsome actor, Rob Lowe, to dance with Snow White was a suggestive declaration. The performance of that Hollywood rising star was actually adapted from a performance at the New York 54 Club, full of connotations and allusions to minority groups. The general feeling in Hollywood was that this was too outrageous. A producer who openly expressed his sexual orientation, and a scriptwriter who openly expressed his sexual orientation, for the sake of their community, were acting out of self-interest and exploiting the situation. "Ronald, we want to write an open letter against this behavior. Are you interested in signing it? I'm someone who experienced a blacklist of screenwriters in the 1950s. Hollywood is constrained by the values of various audiences. Any radical, extreme, and radical attempts to undermine these shared values will tighten the creative freedom that Hollywood currently has. We cannot let this continue." The leader of the opposition was also a bigwig, Gregory Peck. He had visited the other side of the Pacific with Ronald and admired this rising star, so he wanted to recruit him and pass the banner of Hollywood's correct forces to him. "When I was young, I opposed discrimination against Chinese people, against black people, and against Jews." He even starred in the anti-Semitism film Gentleman's Agreement. But this kind of approach, going against mainstream values, only leads to division among the audience and has a strong negative effect on our careers. "I experienced that era, and I know this all too well." Gregory Peck explained to Ronald that opposing discrimination did not mean endorsing the values of minorities and promoting them through mass media like film. Rather, it meant not discriminating against those who did not harm others. Those on his side were all big names who were famous back then. Besides him, there was Paul Newman, Julie Andrews, the lead actress in The Sound of Music, and Oscar-winning directors Billy Wilder and Joseph Mankiewicz, a total of 19 Hollywood social elites. However, these social elites were all too old and no longer had much real influence. Ronald had also promised Geffen beforehand, so he made an excuse that his company's contract with director Emil Itarino was also a minority group, making it inconvenient to sign the contract. Mr. Parker, while I agree with your point of view, I can't hurt the feelings of my contracted director. But rest assured, it's inconvenient for me to sign this open letter, but I also won't sign the other party's open letter. All right, I understand. You're a true gentleman. These days, very few people in Hollywood maintain this kind of courtesy. Gregory Parker chatted with Ronald for a few more minutes before going to sign autographs for others. The situation escalated, and even moderately famous Hollywood stars were being asked to take sides. Ronald's agent, Nisita, also had to go back to handle the matter. He didn't want his client involved in such heated exchanges and went to negotiate with Ovitz. Ovitz himself was also in a bind. He had clients with genuinely different orientations, as well as those who deeply resented them. How could he choose the best course of action? In the end, another aspect came into play, his Jewish heritage. Ovitz gave a written interview to the media, defending Alan Carr and others. They claimed their awards ceremony was a true respect for Hollywood tradition, bringing acting back to the film industry. This statement enraged the older generation, led by Gregory Peck, whose rhetoric became extremely harsh. What happened at this awards ceremony was an insult to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, and to the entire film industry. These veteran directors and actors were figures deeply rooted in the morals of early American Puritans. Whether it was the left-leaning Peck or the right-leaning Paul Newman, They were both disgusted. Snow White is a classic Hollywood image, and to use it in such an offensive way was a huge offense to the very foundation of Hollywood and its audience. If you want to promote that your community is not demonic, don't drag Hollywood's 80 years of hard-earned assets down with you. The escalating open letter further fueled the anger of the opposing side. David Geffen also gave media interviews, completely denying the accusations and calling it a witch hunt, a resurgence of McCarthyism's persecution of minorities in the 1950s, and highly irrational homophobicism. A counterattack letter was also being prepared, using Montgomery Clift, a star who died young due to discrimination in Hollywood because of his sexual orientation, as a representative of those persecuted. He planned to reveal the true reasons for his later alcoholism as a form of retaliation. Things gradually spiraled out of control. What began as an internal, tacit suggestion turned into public gossip. The most severely affected was Disney's Snow White character. CEO Michael Eisner decided to intervene. The Walt Disney Company filed a lawsuit against the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS, for improper use of the Snow White character. The lawsuit seeks damages of an unspecified amount, including copyright infringement, unfair competition, and damage to business reputation. Disney's legal department stepped in. David Geffen had no choice but to back down. Their planned counterattack had vanished. This wasn't a fight against discrimination anymore, it involved Hollywood's most crucial element, money. Fighting discrimination was one thing, but preventing Hollywood's biggest animation studio from making money, devaluing one of their most famous animated characters, and making future merchandise unsellable was another matter entirely. Moreover, Eisner was Jewish, rendering the race card ineffective. Geffen wanted to put up a fight, but the Academy's attitude completely shattered his hopes. Academy President Richard Kahn, seeing the situation was dire, immediately apologized to Disney, stating that the Academy had no intention of disrespecting Snow White. Alan Carr was immediately fired, and his 3-year award ceremony production contract was cancelled. Scriptwriter Bruce Varanchi's contract was also cancelled. Erin Bowman, the actress who played Snow White, was given a gag order, forbidden from discussing any details of the awards ceremony or giving interviews, or she would face hefty fines. So, they're really going to make a cross-sexual version of Snow White? Ronald asked Richard, looking at the unexpected turn of events in the newspaper. Were those unfounded rumors true? Were they really that stupid? Yes, Erin Bowman said that producer Alan Carr told her that the dance is a coming-of-age ceremony for cross-sexuals. Ronald felt a little uncomfortable. He hadn't felt this way when he saw it live, but now that someone had reminded him, he knew it. How dare they do this? Disney isn't easy to deal with. Actually, they got their lawyer's approval because the copyright protection period for the Snow White character has expired, and they specifically avoided the costumes and accessories of the Snow White character in the animated film. But Disney is Disney. Ronald had witnessed the capabilities of Disney's copyright lawyers firsthand. Luckily I didn't sign it, and Emil Eterino didn't have time either. Ronald felt fortunate that his directors hadn't been dragged into this mess. He'd have to be extra careful in the future. Siding with either side would alienate the other. I don't think this performance has that much meaning. It's just a simple tribute to Snow White. I don't think playing her boyfriend is an offense to this classic character. On TV, Rob Lowe, who played Snow White's boyfriend, was being interviewed. He was a relatively innocent person who had been dragged into this for no reason. His agent thought performing at the Oscars was a great opportunity to return to the mainstream film industry, but who knew? Giving interviews now is foolish, Ronald said, looking at the pretty boy on TV. Chapter 1053 Roberto's videotape scandal. Although Ronald Reagan was disappointed that Working Girl only won Best Original Song at the Oscars, it was a huge success in the eyes of some. One such example is Dan Steele, president of Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures. She is the second president of one of the 7 major studios with real power after Shirley Lansing's brief tenure at 20th Century Fox, and she is very fond of playing the feminist card. From her time as executive vice president at Paramount, she has preferred to work with female directors, actresses, and producers. She also highly praised Ronald Reagan's Working Girl, which reflects the career paths of women in the workplace. Seeing that the domestic box office had already surpassed $70 million and was still climbing, Dan Steele was very envious. Her biggest problem was her poor judgment in producing. The Robbery, another women's film, only earned $32 million, a loss that allowed Jodie Foster to win an Oscar for Best Actress. But this didn't benefit Dan Steele herself. She wasn't Foster's agent. Ideally, it would be a film that makes money, promotes feminism, and supports female directors and actresses. That would be perfect. Dan Steele has already decided to give full support to Ronald's new film, When Harry Met Sally. It would be best to ask Ronald to recommend some suitable films featuring women. Otherwise, if things continue like this, her career might come to an abrupt end. Ronald agreed to meet with Dan Steele to discuss collaboration. Not winning an Oscar also has its advantages. It means others won't hesitate to work with her for fear of excessive demands after winning an award. A consistent track record of making money in Hollywood is the key to unlocking collaborations. Let's go to a best box store. So many Oscar-nominated films, I wonder how many are available on VHS? There are many I haven't seen yet. Like most actors with voting rights, Diane hadn't seen half the films after the Oscars, relying entirely on impressions and word of mouth. Great, we can watch one tonight. Ronald and Diane walked together to the nearby Best Box video rental store. This is the largest Best in Your Hollywood, with a huge stock of movies, including not only Hollywood films but also many from Hong Kong and other parts of the world, making it very popular with the nearby residents, most of whom are also film industry professionals. Hey, buddy, Ronald, waiting at the traffic light across the street from Besta, was startled when a black man in a coat and sunglasses suddenly appeared in front of him. What are you doing? Ronald tensed up. The black man was tall, with long arms and legs, even taller than Ronald, looking like a college basketball player. Underneath his coat, he seemed to be wearing Lakers athletic shorts instead of a suit, and red and black basketball shoes. The coat didn't fit him well, revealing a section of his long calves. Combined with the sunglasses covering his face and the apparent bulge in his chest, Ronald immediately remembered being robbed by a black man in Los Angeles years ago. He shielded Diane behind him, bracing himself against the man to maintain distance, his body trembling with tension. What if he pulled out a small handgun? Hey, buddy. I mean no harm. Want some pirated movies? Much cheaper than Bestone. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. The man, facing him, discreetly opened his coat, revealing numerous hand-sewn pockets filled with popular videotapes. They were all facing Ronald, completely exposed. No, I have a Bestone membership. Ronald smiled and refused. As a director, why would he buy pirated content? Hey, buddy, why buy expensive stuff? Mine were copied with a good machine. The quality is fantastic, exactly the same as the originals. The man wouldn't let Ronald leave, even pulling out several videotapes to show him. Top Gun, and Love You 9.5. I really just want to rent one to watch tonight, bro. This chick of yours is pretty good. Want to watch something exciting? I have some Hollywood star porn, fresh off the press. Want some? I'll give you a discount. It's really exciting. Ronald, afraid of getting into trouble if he kept arguing, quickly took out $20 and handed it to the man, accepting the star porn in a tape of I Love You 9.5 weeks. He then dragged Diana away quickly. What star porn? Back in his rented hotel room, Ronald remembered the tape. The tape visible through the transparent window was very short, seemingly less than half an hour long. He put it in the VCR and turned on the TV. He'd never seen such crudely made, underground VCRs before. If this kind of thing could sell, he could hire some professionals to produce a batch for the VCR market, which could supplement his daydream production line. What is this thing? Ronald was shocked at first glance. It was a live videotape filmed on a Sony home video recorder. A handsome white man appeared on the television screen. He walked in front of the camera and adjusted his position. Isn't that Rob Lowe? Diane recognized him as one of the young men from the Outcasts crew. Tonight is the Donald Party National Convention. I'm at the Hilton Hotel, and behind me are Parsons and Sibbert, two beauties. This was a video of Rob Lowe attending the Donald Party Convention last year when he was campaigning for Dukakis. Ronald grabbed the remote and fast-forwarded. The following content was quite explicit, and the fixed camera angle made it look terrible. In the end, while Rob Lowe was asleep, the two women quickly rummaged through his wallet, took a wad of cash, and then casually took the videotape. The videotape abruptly ended there, and the television screen turned to static. Ronald and Diane looked at each other, completely bewildered. How could such a videotape have been leaked and sold by bootleggers? Richard, I have something here, come and take a look. Ronald called Richard over. You have one too? I saw another one in the office today. Richard knew about it even before the two of them. He took another videotape from his briefcase and showed it to Ronald. This one was a different scene. Rob Lowe seemed to be in the land of hair. Besides another beautiful woman, there was also the silhouette of another man. Several videos of Rob Lowe have surfaced across the country today, appearing on the pirate market. The incident happened in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's said that Fox 5 there bought the rights from the victim and will air an audio recording. What's going on here? Ronald suddenly realized that the widespread use of Sony VCRs seemed to bring some new troubles. I was forced to buy these by a pirate seller. How did you get these tapes? Rick gave them to me. He and Paula went to deal with Tom Cruise. They need to carefully check Cruise's schedule and the filming time of this video to completely rule out the man in that video being Tom. Of the male actors in the Boys Over Flowers gang back then, only Rob Lowe maintained a personal friendship with Tom Cruise. The two had even attended a 4-person date organized by someone else and were photographed together. The final investigation revealed that Tom Cruise was filming Rain Man at the time, so Nisita and Paula went to clarify with various media outlets that inquired, trying to nip the matter in the bud. That evening, Fox 5 in the South finally succumbed to the lure of ratings and released a portion of the videotapes they had purchased. Because the remaining parts were too disgusting to be shown on television, the network's reporters used a clever trick. They used a still from the Grand New Hampshire Hotel, a 1984 film starring Rob Lowe, Jodie Foster, and Nastasia Kinski, as an illustration. The current Oscar-winning actress and Kinski, wearing white bathrobes, were shown on screen, each embracing the excessively handsome Lowe, for over half a minute. Fortunately, Paula Wagner was extremely efficient, otherwise, a photo of Lowe and Tom Cruise might have also been used as background footage to explain the Atlanta segment. Rob Lowe refused to be interviewed. His agent stated that this was a shameless publicity stunt and extortion, and that the two women present were actually suspected of theft, having stolen Mr. Law's belongings. This major scandal instantly overshadowed the Snow White incident at the Oscars. All television stations and newspapers were chasing this biggest gossip story. Just as Rob Lowe withdrew from all interviews and his agent stated they would pursue legal action against the two girls, another bombshell dropped. One of the girls was only 16 years old when the videotape was filmed last year. In Georgia, where the Atlanta convention was located, the minimum age of consent for men and women is 14. Therefore, what Rob Lowe did that night supporting Dukakis at the convention did not violate local laws. However, he recorded the incident. Federal law stipulates that the minimum age for filming such commercially viable footage is 18. In other words, if Rob Lowe himself resold the videotape, his actions constituted a federal felony. Fortunately, the ending of the videotape, where the two girls secretly took it away, somewhat cleared Rob Lowe's name. However, the girl's brother didn't see it that way. He was the one who found the videotape and sold it to the local underground videotape production industry. He insisted that his sister was seduced by Rob Lowe because he might appear on camera with a Hollywood star, which is why she agreed to have sex with him that night and consent to the recording. Don't you think the timing of this is too coincidental? A few days later, Douglas Jr. also called to chat with Ronald about this gossip. What do you mean? Is Rob Lowe planning to run for some big role? Ronald asked, puzzled. No, this videotape was filmed last year. I have definite information that the local Fulton County District Attorney, Louis Slatton, received a copy of this videotape last August. Hiss. Why would he? Ronald had barely asked the question when he realized what was going on. Atlanta has many Democratic politicians, and Louis was definitely one of them. If this scandal had occurred at the convention where Dukakis received the party nomination, it would have dealt a significant blow to his election campaign last year. Old George might not even need to dredge up his past of releasing death row inmates for an ad attack. That one thing alone could have his approval rating. So, Old George's campaign advisor, Roger Ayers, also told me that this looks like a tactic they were using to cover up a real problem, Little Douglas called, his main purpose being to warn Ronald not to get him involved in any serious trouble. Well, maybe, Ronald thought. If Little Douglas's information was accurate, the district attorney received the tape last year and decided to cover it up, and now it's suddenly being released nationwide. This kind of organizational ability and manipulation of the media is indeed very suspicious. Think about whether someone is trying to do something. Remember Roger Ayers' orchestra pit theory? Little Douglas hung up. If there are two people on stage, one saying, I have a solution to the Middle East problem, and the other collapsing in the orchestra pit, who do you think will appear on the evening news? You mean, This is a deliberate cover-up of the Snow White scandal. Nisida received Ronald's call, amplifying his existing suspicions. I'm just saying there's a possibility. We can see what happens next. If the Snow White problem is resolved quickly, but the Rob Lowe issue escalates, we need to be wary. There aren't many people in Hollywood with that much influence. I understand. Let's wait a few more days and see. The two tacitly avoided mentioning the name of the person most capable of orchestrating such a conspiracy over the phone. A few days later, both matters saw breakthroughs. The Academy of Motion Picture Technology and the Arts has reached a settlement with Disney, which withdrew its lawsuit regarding alleged copyright infringement of the Snow White image at the Oscars. The Academy president apologized to the media. NBC quietly covered this news. Fulton County District Attorney Louis Slatton investigated the production of the videotape and stated that if charges are brought against Rob Lowe for sexual exploitation of a minor, the young actor could face up to 20 years in prison and a $100,000 fine. Regarding the allegations against him regarding the videotape, which he received last August, District Attorney Louis Slatton did not decline to comment, emphasizing that he would seek justice for the victim. However, his past responses to this matter have been contradictory and cannot be concealed any longer. Fox News began to report on the videotape scandal extensively, following the latest developments daily. I also saw the Fox News report, and now the situation is very clear. Ronald and Nisida began to discuss countermeasures. As they had expected, it was Michael Ovitz who did it. Nisida had privately learned about the CIA's recent moves regarding media resources. All the clues pointed to Ovitz, the president of the CIA. And the latest week, on the morning of the week, Ovitz, as usual, invited Nisida and many other CIA partners to his home to watch him practice Aikido. Nisida also discovered that 4 new silkscreen prints of Andy Warhol had appeared on the wall of his living room. A large number of the late artist's works were in David Geffen's art collection warehouse. Chapter 1054 Truth Investigation Committee. I hope you can bring us more films featuring women. After all, in this industry, no one can make films that center on female characters like yours. Dan Steele, president of Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures, subtly flattered Ronald in his office. The more legendary the story of the rape of Pear Blossoms, which single-handedly won Jodie Foster an Oscar, the worse her situation became. After all, losing company money to build an actress's career peak was a joke in the producer's circle. Many of the film's controversial scenes and plots not only led to television stations refusing to buy the rights to broadcast it, but also resulted in a cold reception in overseas markets and the videotape market. Europeans didn't understand why flirting in a pool hall would lead to rape, while Asians didn't understand why such a bad girl who actively seduced men would have a lawyer defend her so diligently. I didn't have any intention of making a women's film. It's just that this film, which I think could be a box office success, happens to have a female-centric character. Ronald felt that this idea-driven approach was absurd. Daydream certainly needed to collaborate with more studios and utilize their distribution channels, but selecting films based on this kind of idea was bound to fail. You're too modest. There are very few directors in Hollywood who don't treat actresses as decorative objects, and in Your Working Girls, Harrison Ford became. Ronald smiled and stopped her from continuing. It wouldn't be good if such words reached her ears, so he changed the subject. I wonder what kind of women's film you have in mind. My criteria are very simple: female protagonist, female director, or female screenwriter. Dane Steele was very straightforward. She simply wanted to change the current state of male power in Hollywood. That's easy. We're short on scripts right now. If you have a suitable one, we can consider a collaboration. With Daydream taking the lead, Columbia TriStar can handle distribution and a portion of the production costs. Dane Steele was a straightforward man. After shaking hands and reaching an agreement with Ronald, he had his secretary bring over 2 large boxes of scripts for Ronald to choose from. The Snow White thing has been suppressed in the media, but it's just the beginning in Hollywood. Ovitz sat in his office, dictating his plans to his secretary. This was his habit. He never used a recorder to record his thoughts to avoid leaking secrets. He usually only had his secretary write them down in his well-protected office, and then kept them in his own office. He helped David Geffen and his gay gang temporarily suppress media reports, but the media isn't so easily suppressed. No one knew what unexpected things might happen, and the media might become interested again. Meanwhile, within the industry, everyone was starting to look for the cause of the problem. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Technology, CAA established an Oscar judging committee to investigate why the broadcast had elicited such a strong negative reaction from the media and the public, to the point that 2 Best Actor winners, 2 Best Actress winners, and 2 Best Director winners signed a joint protest letter. Ovitz hoped to influence the investigation, turning it into a critique of producer Alan Carr, allowing him to take the blame and thus prevent anyone from criticizing Geffen and his team. The core members of this clique were the star's makeup artists and hairstylists. These 2 professions made up a large proportion of the team, and if they caused trouble, it would affect the careers of Hollywood stars, and consequently, CAA's revenue. This was a problem he had to consider. Therefore, he hoped to include an influential director on the investigation committee, among the directors he had signed, who had the best connections and influence. When Ronald received Ovitz's invitation to a private dinner, he was reviewing a script brought back from Columbia with David Simpkins, the creative director of Daydream. The screenwriters had all signed off on additional rights to the script in order to secure funding from Columbia, and Ronald seemed to have no legal issues whatsoever. If he wanted, he could easily take a script he liked, completely rewrite it, keeping the dramatic conflict, changing the era, the protagonist's background, and the story details, essentially cleaning up the script and turning it into his own project with impeccable legal copyright. Of course, Daydream no longer needed to do that. They were already good partners for many well-known screenwriters. Several projects produced or collaborated on by Daydream had earned Ronald a good reputation for respecting the creators. "I think the script has a great concept." David Simpkins presented Ronald with a script he had read and thought had potential. Ronald frowned when he saw the screenwriter's name on the cover. He flipped to the title page, looked at the screenwriter's full name, and confirmed that it was indeed the person he had known in his early years. Don't be fooled by the simple story. This perspective is very rare. And the film's audience has great potential, regardless of whether they live in a big city or a small town, regardless of political leanings or gender. They will all be interested in this kind of subject matter. Simpkins assumed Ronald thought the story was too simple. This was unlike his previous films, which always had some connection to history or current trends. It was purely a comedy. As you've seen, the E.T. videotapes have broken sales records again. Even though they're $5 more expensive due to special anti-theft technology, the sales results are fantastic. They're piled up on the floor in Walmart, selling like hotcakes. Influenced by Ronald, Simpkins now prioritizes market potential when evaluating scripts. Plus, his wife just gave birth to their second child, and seeing this kind of story is incredibly heartwarming. It's not about that. This screenwriter and I have a history. Ronald smiled. Years ago, she tried to steal his project, but they were no longer on the same level. If it makes him money, it doesn't matter. Ronald. Hi, David. Richard knocked and entered, bringing an invitation from Ovitz. After Simpkins left, Richard handed over a formal invitation. Ovitz was indeed exceptional. If needed, he could make the person he wanted to lobby feel very good. Ronald, we are truly delighted that you could come. My home is brightened by your presence. Standing in the Japanese-style garden of his mansion, Ovitz, dressed in a blue suit and tie, had come with his wife to welcome Ronald. You're too kind, Mr. Ovitz. Ronald knew Ovitz was a fan of Japanese culture, but he didn't know he was so obsessed. The style of his garden and his manner of speaking were already very Japanese. It's nothing. I invited you here to make amends. Many people think I manipulated the Oscars, and I wish I had that ability. But in the future Oscar selections, as long as you have a film that reaches the level of being nominated, I will definitely mobilize the entire company's resources to support you. The formal welcome, the humble wording, and the recounting of his history with Ronald made it hard for Ronald not to believe that after supporting Rain Man, Ovitz had changed his tune and was determined to promote Ronald next time, creating another Oscar-winning director for CAA's clients. This argument actually has some merit. After all, winning an Oscar once doesn't significantly increase a director's personal market value or their appeal to stars. Mobilizing resources to help more CAA clients win Oscars is a much more profitable deal. Ovitz already has Oscar-winning directors like Sidney Pollack, Barry Levinson, and Francis Ford Coppola under his wing. If they can get Spielberg signed, and Ronald and Martin Scorsese win, CAA's dominance can be firmly maintained for another decade. I don't blame you, Mr. Ovitz. It's a fair game. You said before that the Oscars can't be manipulated. I might just have lacked a bit of luck, Ronald said, not revealing his true thoughts. He had already discussed with Nishida and others how to leverage Owitz's influence before officially turning against him. Such powerful figures in Hollywood are difficult to defeat quickly. If they aren't dealt with decisively, a reversal would be very troublesome and could lead to a powerful counterattack. Therefore, the principle is that if they're going to turn against him, they must do it thoroughly, ensuring he has no chance of recovery. Owitz treated Ronald to a Japanese-style sushi feast prepared by a Japanese chef. He was quite pleased with Ronald's reaction. A director's dreams are essentially twofold: winning an Oscar and making the films he wants to make. He had dealt with Martin Scorsese by securing funding for his The Last Temptation of Christ. Ronald didn't have many financial worries, but his desire for the Academy Award was even stronger. Owitz spent the entire evening trying to please Ronald, praising his Dragon Boys film series for its excellent portrayal of Japanese culture. He argued that Japan's current manufacturing prowess was closely related to their advanced culture, and that America should learn from them. In his enthusiasm, Owitz even showed Ronald his various collections. This is the earliest prototype of Sony's Walkman. Chairman Akio Morita even asked me for my opinion on their design. You see, there's only one headphone jack here. The later market version with 2 headphone jacks was my idea. Oh, that's really interesting. Ronald thought Owitz sounded very convincing, but he didn't know if Morita had actually asked for his opinion. However, the fact that he received a prototype suggested it was true. This is Jasper John's 1955 masterpiece, White Flag. I'm very careful. I never mention it to outsiders and only keep it in my storage room. I only show it off to good friends like you. Owitz then showed him a famous collection of paintings. Unlike the Andy Warhol pieces hanging outside, this was truly valuable. Historically, there were different versions of the paintings by this artist, which were highly sought after by collectors, with historical sales exceeding $10 million. Oh, Ronald exclaimed in admiration. His own collection seemed like a pile of waste paper compared to these truly good pieces. Every guest who sees my collection, I have to say a few words, though you won't go around telling everyone. This painting was secretly sold to me by a Japanese real estate developer. I can't reveal the secret of owning this painting, otherwise their reputation would be affected. Of course, if you tell others that I have this painting, I will deny it. Ha ha ha. Ronald couldn't help but glance sideways. Owitz had casually bought such a painting, providing cash flow for a Japanese real estate company. And he didn't flaunt it, just quietly kept it in his warehouse. How much is this guy worth? He seems much richer than Ronald himself. After demonstrating some of his power to Ronald, Owitz finally made a request to have him participate in the Academy's investigation committee. Any progress or influence he might exert should be reported to Owitz. Ronald happily accepted the invitation. If he wanted the award, he needed to build a network of connections that truly belonged to him. Relying on the CAA wouldn't work, since he wasn't their top priority. If you were nominated for an Oscar again, and if they wanted to sign Spielberg, or if Sidney Pollack wanted to win the Golden Statuette again, his ethnicity would probably be relegated to the second tier. I hope to hear good news from you. Owitz finally saw Ronald to the door, a rare display of formality. Wait, Mr. Owitz, it's good news for both of us. Ronald knew he wasn't necessarily Owitz's only insider, and getting this mess sorted out sooner would benefit everyone in the industry. It was better to avoid another strike in Hollywood. CAA's commission revenue last year exceeded $200 million, Nishida answered Ronald's question while accompanying him to meet the Academy president. That much already? No wonder, Ronald grunted. He still wasn't as wealthy as Owitz. CAA had over 1,000 clients last year. They also had hundreds of agents. Big-name directors commanded $5 million per film, and male stars even more. Potential new clients could earn $100,000 per appearance. CAA has become a monster in Hollywood, driving up production costs for many film projects, leaving many angry but unable to speak out. Of the $200 million in revenue, Owitz alone owns more than half the shares. Aside from the agent's share of commissions and the proceeds from bundled projects, the majority goes into his pocket. Earning $100 million a year, buying a few famous paintings is certainly within his means. It's just that his taste is questionable. The White Flag is essentially a dirty white flag painted on canvas with paint, charcoal, and watercolors, stripping away the colors to leave only white. Ronald doesn't know how much artistic talent this painting differs from a child's clumsy art class assignment. It's subtle then, it won't take up much of your time, Ronald, the Academy's investigation committee is led by producer and former Directors Guild of America President Gilbert Katz. After welcoming Ronald to the committee, he spoke with him privately. Katz stated that he felt the performance was purely due to producer Andy Carr's poor directing skills, lacking the artistic cultivation of a normal film director. Arranging such a long and cliched song and dance performance at the awards ceremony was a mistake. If he himself, along with an active director like Ronald, had produced the Oscars, this situation would never have occurred. That's certainly true. Ronald understood that this person also wanted to smooth things over as soon as possible. And then he even poached the position of producer for next year's Oscars ceremony, a win-win situation in terms of both fame and fortune. Chapter 1055 As long as you help me make money, that's fine. Gilbert Katz, chairman of the investigation committee, spearheaded the process, interviewing numerous parties involved to find a mutually acceptable excuse and end the farce. However, the gay community felt discriminated against, while veteran Hollywood stars were furious that they had ruined Hollywood classics. Both sides were caught in a bind, and finding a suitable scapegoat to appease both was no easy task. Ronald didn't interfere much with the chairman's enthusiasm for the investigation. He also harbored ambitions to become the producer for the next Academy Awards. Therefore, Ronald only appeared at meetings, reviewing Katz's various reports, listening but remaining silent. Thus, the investigation reached a stalemate. Katz tirelessly interviewed people daily, but failed to find a mutually acceptable reason, becoming exhausted. Ronald, on the other hand, contacted several veteran Hollywood stars who had issued public objections, seeking their opinions. He planned to intervene when Katz's chances were over. To win an Oscar, one needed to cultivate relationships. To overthrow Ovitz's dominance, one needed enough influential stars on one side. This was a perfect opportunity to build connections. Mr. Newman, this is really exciting. Ronald, dressed in the leather jacket from Top Gun and wearing his family's ancestral pilot's watch, climbed out of Paul Newman's race car. Newman was a racing enthusiast. His child with his first wife died suddenly from drug abuse, after which Newman's personality changed drastically. He founded a charitable foundation and started organizing charity races to help misguided young people. Ronald owned a Ferrari, but sitting in Paul Newman's Chevrolet race car, he truly felt the power of a professional racer. Getting up from the passenger seat, he looked a little uncomfortable. He seemed to need to hold on to the window with his left hand to stay upright. You have some talent. Many people who get in my race car throw up. Paul Newman was still a playful old man, teasing Ronald a bit. Your watch is very nice. It's from my grandfather. He was a fighter pilot in World War II, but he died in a crash in the Atlantic. I never met him. His only keepsake is this watch, which my grandmother passed down to my father. Ronald took off his pilot's watch and handed it to Newman. It's a very old model. You've kept it very carefully. It's very precious. Newman was not only a racing enthusiast but also a watch collector. Are you a watch collector too? Ronald noticed that Newman also had an old watch on his wrist. It was a gift from my wife, Joanne. I only wear gifts from her now. Paul Newman took off his watch and handed it to Ronald. Ronald turned a rare Rolex Daytona over and saw Newman's wife had engraved on it, "Drive slower, I like you." Ronald. Actually, we just don't want anyone to use classic Hollywood images to promote their own views in the future, and they made Snow White look so ugly. I understand, Mr. Newman. Let's be frank. Many actresses can't tolerate makeup artists and hairstylists going on strike. What kind of investigation conclusion can you accept? Having reached Paul Newman's bottom line, Ronald changed his clothes and went with David Simpkins to meet with Columbia Pictures president, Dan Steele. You like this movie script? Dan Steele was greatly surprised. She placed the script on the table and stared at Ronald, seemingly trying to figure out if he was testing her. Yes, my script supervisor, David, convinced me that this movie, if it gets into the hands of a capable director, has a very promising box office prospect, and film critics won't say bad things about a movie with a baby. Ronald spoke frankly. I've studied your path to success, Ronald. The screenwriter for this film is Amy Heckerling, and I don't want to upset you because of her, delaying her production and not giving her the green light. Dan Steele tapped the cover of the script, titled See Who's Talking. Many Hollywood stars have irreconcilable feuds. As a studio president, one of the most important things is to understand these conflicts from the agents. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble. It's not uncommon for artists who don't like each other to ruin good productions. This is no longer the era where studios could force stars to work with their rivals. Haha, you're very thoughtful, Ms. Steele. Amy Heckling and I don't have any major grudges. As a screenwriter and director, I admire her abilities. Back then, we were just two young people new to Hollywood, competing for resources. Ronald's current status is far beyond what Amy Heckling can match. Some of the grudges from back then had faded into the past. The real villain, Tom Mount, had gone from being the president of one of the Big Seven studios to an independent producer only capable of making small-budget films, posing no further threat. Anyway, Simpkins approved the script, recognizing its broad appeal. Once the project was approved, it would help his daydream make money. Then I'll call her and have her come thank you in person. Dane Steele clearly understood the psychology of powerful men in Hollywood. The feeling of having a former rival groveling before you, your fate in your own hands, was something no one could resist. Amy, long time no see. Ronald was greeted by Amy Heckling, the woman who had competed with him for the director's position years ago. After several years, the once radiant director now looks somewhat withered, though her spirits remain high. Mr. Lee, Heckling had come prepared to endure humiliation and fight for this opportunity, but instead, she was met with a warm embrace from Ronald. We've known each other for a long time, just call me Ronald. After losing a role in Richmond High School, Tom Mount gave Amy Heckling other opportunities, directing Johnny Dangerously and National Lampoon's European Vacation. These two films were lukewarm receptions, neither box office hits nor box office failures. Critics' reviews were also lukewarm. Johnny Dangerously relied too heavily on old movie references, likely only appealing to its own film buffs. National Lampoon's European Vacation, a sequel, ran out of box office potential and production was discontinued. After Tom Mount was ousted from Universal, Heckling, without support, married director Neil Ethel. She quickly became pregnant and gave birth to her daughter 7 months after the wedding. The screenplay for Who's Talking is a semi-autobiographical work based on Heckling's anxieties during her pregnancy, fearing her child would be fatherless. So, this script is a collection of problems that many mothers in America face today. Amy Heckling talked for a while about her creative ideas, getting smoother and smoother as she spoke. Anyway, she had to explain the creative content to the investors. And having an acquaintance and a capable director meant at least they could understand. Excellent, really excellent. Which star have you decided to cast as the lead? Ronald flipped through the script. Listening to Heckling's explanation, it was clear that she hadn't given up her craft during her time as a housewife. And since it was a story adapted from her own experiences, many parts would resonate with female audiences. I'd like John Travolta, but his price is too high. Heckling knew from Ronald's question that he wanted her to direct. Suppressing her excitement, she named her favorite star, then glanced at Dane Steele, who had refused to give her the green light last year because of her high price. Ronald shook his head inwardly. Heckling had been away from Hollywood's top tier for too long. John Travolta was a popular star during her time in Hollywood. However, since playing the role in the sequel to Saturday Night Fever starring Sylvester Stallone, he has received countless negative reviews and audiences have stopped buying into his films, disappearing from Hollywood for a long time. Casting him as the lead actor wouldn't attract audiences to the theaters just because of his name. Any other options? Like the female lead, Ronald asked. Kirstie Alley, I've always thought highly of her acting, and she fits the character's personality. Amy Heckling, thinking Ronald favored his casting, immediately began promoting her preferred actress, who really resembled her in her youth. Ronald raised his hand, stopping Heckling from continuing. He tapped rhythmically on Dane Steele's desk for a moment, then said, Travolta's star power isn't enough, we need bigger names. Go ask Bruce Willis if he's interested. If not, we'll have to choose other male stars, or replace the female lead with a star. If we find a suitable candidate, I'll invest in your project. Huh? Amy Heckling was stunned. Was he implying her ambition was too small? How could such a windfall happen? Columbia will also invest an equal amount and then handle distribution. Dan Steele immediately chimed in. As long as Ronald liked to film, her additional investment was the safest bet. Amy Heckling, almost crying with joy, immediately contacted Bruce Willis's agent. Ronald then went to watch a horse race with Gregory Pike. Actually, I've always wanted to act in westerns, but they all think I'm more suited to playing intellectuals. Pike had owned 2 racehorses that had competed in races across California, but unfortunately, He hadn't won either. However, horse racing remained a lifelong passion for him. It's a pity that nobody wants to invest in westerns anymore. Ronald also expressed his regret. I've lived my whole life according to the standards of a public intellectual, but I'm not extreme. I opposed the Vietnam War, but when my son went to fight in Vietnam, I supported his decision. I opposed discrimination against Jews, Chinese, and black people, but you can't destroy the foundation of Hollywood just because of your own group. I've been a liberal all my life, supporting the Democratic Party, but I also have conservative friends like Jacques, the mayor of Paris. My bottom line is that Alan Carr must be removed from the Oscars. He can't be associated with the awards anymore, and the gay community can't use this kind of blackmail to gain support. They don't even dare to openly state their demands. They're a bunch of cowards. That can be done. Ronald had learned the bottom line of another key figure in the opposition and knew what to expect. Besides his personal style, Gregory Peck had also served as president and chairman of the Academy of Motion Picture Technology and Art. In his view, this wanton destruction of the Academy Awards' reputation was a great defense to the reputation of the Academy he had once worked for. The two stopped talking about this unpleasant matter and instead began to reminisce about their trip to the other side of the Pacific. Upon learning that Yimou, the best actor at the Tokyo International Film Festival whom he had personally presented the award to, had later won the Golden Bear at the Berlin International Film Festival as a director, Ronald was overjoyed. Let me tell you, Ronald. The people there have the natural flair of painters, and they're also great storytellers. They're the perfect people for film. I know you're very popular there. They all love the righteous characters you portray. If given the chance, they'll definitely invite you to star in their films. A barrage of flattery made Gregory Peck feel very comfortable. His health wasn't as good as Paul Newman's, and having an acquaintance to reminisce about glorious pasts was a great boost to his mental state. Now it's clear, the stars who signed the open letter have drawn a line. You must disappear from the Oscars, Alan. A few days later, when the investigation committee summoned Alan Carr, Ronald bypassed Chairman Katz and directly laid out conditions for the deflated perpetrator. I understand, Alan Carr said with a gloomy face, having long since accepted this cruel reality. The problem is, what method should we use to condemn you? Katz glanced at Ronald and raised the biggest question. What charge could they pin on him to satisfy everyone and cover up the real reason that couldn't be publicly mentioned? I think we can blame it on technical reasons. Can you accept that? Ronald offered his solution, condemning Alan Carr from a technical standpoint. This fear finally appeared on Alan Carr's ashen face. This was even more painful than admitting he had ulterior motives. If the drop in ratings was due to technical reasons, and the public outrage was widespread, it would be a death sentence for his professionalism. If he couldn't even choreograph a song and dance performance for an Oscar ceremony, he would be out of Hollywood. Once that reputation was ruined, who would dare invest in his films? Who would dare accept his investment? Or do you prefer to reveal the real reason to the public? Ronald pressed. He and David Geffen had also discussed it. Their gay gang's bottom line was that they couldn't expose their true intentions to the public this time. It's fair to say that this attempt to test the limits of public acceptance was met with a fierce backlash from conservative citizens. They could forgive Geffen for publicly revealing her sexual orientation because she mistakenly believed she had a terminal illness. However, attempting to transform Snow White into the drag queen was simply too much for the public. If this continues, will they want to turn the Little Mermaid into a black woman, make Superman like men, and make 007 a woman? The chairman of the investigation committee, Katz, also agreed with Ronald's proposed solution. Ultimately, everyone pressured Alan Carr to accept that reason, effectively banishing this person who tarnished a classic image from Hollywood. Mr. Katz, chairman of the committee investigating the Oscar controversy, told this station that the widespread negative reviews and the united opposition from Hollywood stars were due to the excessively long song and dance numbers. The 12-minute show exhausted the audience's enthusiasm. Alan Carr, producing the awards ceremony for the first time, made a mistake he shouldn't have made. The Academy Board of Trustees stated that the next Oscars ceremony would be overseen by Mr. Katz, chairman of the committee, as he is the right person to understand Hollywood and what kind of awards ceremony the audience needs. Mr. Katz told our reporter that he would consult widely and then form a production team composed of experts, including directors, stars, and film critics. His first choice was Ronald Lee. He believes that Ronald Lee's understanding of the awards ceremony during the investigation has given him a lot of inspiration, and his participation in the next ceremony is essential. Very good, very good. Michael Ovitz sat in his office, satisfied with the way the incident was resolved. Everyone knew the reason, and everyone carefully avoided mentioning the real one. This excuse was acceptable to both the audience and industry insiders, and both sides were satisfied. The hairstylists and makeup artists union stated that it would no longer seek a strike, and the old men who wrote the joint letter, after receiving assurances that they would not carry out such sneak attacks again, also expressed their understanding. Ovitz pressed the call button. Please have Nisita come to my office. Rick, I have a very good Oscar material project here. Is your client interested in taking it on? Ovitz handed a script over from the table. After the awards ceremony, Alan Parker, the director of Mississippi Burning, and Gene Hackman, the male lead, simultaneously expressed their intention to withdraw from CAA. These people didn't seem to realize that their nominations were based on projects arranged by CAA, coercing the studio to get the green light, and overcoming opposition to obtain the director and lead roles. Since they didn't want to stay in CAA anymore, they should just give up the projects they originally wanted to make and give them to Ronald, who is willing to work with them and help them make money. Chapter 1056 Fixed Salary or Profit Sharing. In the recessed plaza in the middle of the new CAA building, Gene Hackman screeched to a halt with a drift. He was driving a Toyota Celica GT4 165 road racing car. Like Paul Newman, he was a semi-professional racing enthusiast, having even participated in the lower divisions of the Daytona endurance race in this car. The GT4's headlights spun halfway before retracting into the hood. Hackman looked displeased. His film, Mississippi Burning, had missed out on Best Director and Best Actor awards, and the box office hadn't seen the expected rebound. The lack of awards also led to sluggish sales in overseas and video markets. This resulted in a significant financial setback for the actor, who had given up most of his salary due to a lower budget, opting instead for a share of the film's profits. He could have earned $4 million, slightly less than a top Hollywood leading man's salary, but had only received a $500,000 advance. His Hawaiian-Japanese girlfriend, Arakawa, was a woman who spent money like water. Piano, parties, high-end clothing, and all sorts of indulgences were essential. Gene Hackman already felt indebted to her. Their decision not to have children despite their 30-year age difference made Arakawa feel no guilt about spending Hackman's money, and he dared not say anything. The tight financial situation forced Gene Hackman to take on many film roles, and he even sold the houses he designed and renovated. Because of his reputation as an Oscar-winning actor and villain in Superman movies, Architect magazines also promoted him, featuring several of his architectural works. So, for the time being, the proceeds from the house sale were enough for his and his girlfriend's luxurious lifestyle, but clearly, once the inventory was sold, problems would arise. Gene Ovitz greeted his very dissatisfied client in the office. Michael, let's get straight to the point. Do you have anything to say about terminating my contract with you? After losing the Oscar to his former protege Dustin Hoffman, Hackman had already contacted William Morris, preparing to buy out his contract and switch to an agency that could help him with awards and public relations. Are you really unwilling to continue working with me, Gene? We've always been very considerate of you, you son of a bitch. Gene Hackman stood up, ready to punch him. No matter how considerate you were normally, a backstabbing at the Oscars meant nothing. Okay, let's not talk about that. I hope we can be friends, even if we're not just client-agent. Let's talk about something else today. Ovitz remained unmoved. He was Steve Seagal's Aikido apprentice, a black belt. In a real fight, this old man Hackman would definitely be no match for him. I can't think of anything else to talk about. Have your secretary prepare the documents as soon as possible. I think there's something. How about we talk about the filming rights to the Silence of the Lambs that you hold? Ovitz gestured for his secretary to prepare the termination documents, while telling Gene Hackman what he wanted to discuss. Don't even think about it. That's a directorial work I gave to myself. I starred in it myself. You know, Hollywood is a place where the work speaks for itself. How? Ovitz laughed. Works? What good are works? In this industry, business acumen is key. Gene, aside from the Oscars, we haven't had any disagreements. The voting isn't something I can control. I did favor Dustin. But it was just my personal vote. This deal is actually good for you too. We all know that producing a film, directing a film, and starring in a film are not the same thing. Being a producer means you're responsible for the film's profits and losses. Why not just be the lead actor? Don't participate in production, don't participate in profit sharing, just take a fixed salary. That's my last piece of advice. This perfectly captured Gene Hackman's inner thoughts. If he insisted on taking only a fixed salary, he wouldn't have ended up selling his house. This XXXovitz must already know his predicament. He was fully involved in the Silence of the Lambs, his own company was investing, and he was sharing the filming and marketing costs with a distributor Orion. He was also directing. If it failed, it wouldn't just be a matter of not getting his full salary and profit sharing, he might lose his life savings. The investors he'd recently approached weren't willing to invest in the film. Who do you want to sell it to? Who do you want to direct? Gene Hackman had only one thought, he couldn't let it go to Ovitz and Dustin Hoffman. Barry Levinson and the others were negotiable. I need to talk to the buyer in person, of course, no problem. He's the same director you just met at the Oscars. Ovitz calmly mentioned Ronald's name. This director, who also hadn't won an Oscar, was much more composed. Young people are easily satisfied. Meanwhile, Ronald went to Bruce Willis and Demi Moore's house to discuss playing the lead role in Let's See Who Speaks. Bruce, your asking price is too high. Columbia doesn't have much of a production budget right now, and my company doesn't have much cash either. Can we find another way to pay? Amy Heckerling, following Ronald's request, contacted Bruce Willis, who had become a sensation with Die Hard, but his agent quoted an astronomical $8 million. $2 million more than his salary for Die Hard. See Who's Talking is a low-budget comedy with a production budget of no more than $10 million, and no more than $5 million allocated to actor salaries. The two sides couldn't reach an agreement, so the matter came full circle back to Ronald. Ronald had to personally intervene again, bringing a large amount of baby supplies and a jade Buddha he bought in Chinatown, all as gifts for Demi and her husband. I'm sorry, my affairs are handled by my agent now, and I don't interfere much. Bruce Willis was grateful to Ronald, but business is business, and personal relationships are personal relationships. As for actor salaries, once they've been raised, any further decreases will likely lead to similar pricing for future films. Bruce, look, our daughter is smiling and greeting Ronald. Demi Moore, seeing her husband's directness, brought her daughter over to interrupt. A lovely child. Ronald looked at their daughter, who had the typical big eyes of a Caucasian child, fair skin, but a slightly square chin. Fortunately, the warm jade Buddha around her neck softened some of the hard lines of her face. With this interruption, the three of them played with the little girl for a while. Everyone's attitude softened. Ronald, what do you mean by other payment methods? I heard you're a big money maker. Bruce Willis's TV series, Blue Moon Detective Agency, had ended, and he would be focusing more on movies. What do you think I make money from? Ronald's heart skipped a beat when Bruce Willis asked this. Bruce Willis's salary on television wasn't high, he only accumulated a fan base. What really made him rich was the $6 million salary personally awarded to him by 20th Century Fox's president, Goldberg. Now he'd received many offers for Die Hard-style movies, and he was hesitating whether to continue down this path as an ordinary action star. If he didn't stick to action acting and continued pursuing comedy and drama, he wouldn't be able to get the same salary as action films, so he was in a dilemma. He was in the early stages of becoming wealthy, barely on the threshold of being extremely wealthy, so he was very interested in making money. I think it's definitely not the director's salary. Bruce Willis scratched his bald head. It's all about the profit sharing from blockbuster movies, Bruce. I'm not saying this movie is guaranteed to be a box office hit and make you a fortune, but it's definitely an opportunity. Ronald explained some basic concepts of profit sharing. Bruce Willis only half understood, while Demi Moore's eyes lit up. Listen, Ronald, I really enjoy making these kinds of light comedies, but I also have to take care of my family. The lead role takes too long to film, and I need more time to prepare for my next movie. So, Bruce Willis didn't want to think too much. His mind was more focused on how to take advantage of the current favorable situation to take on more short-term projects and cameos to earn money for his baby. As for the lead role, that required careful consideration. So he politely declined. What if I offered you a different role? Ronald's mind raced. He approached Willis mainly to use his fame to promote Amy Heckerling. It wasn't necessarily limited to the lead role, the taxi driver. Besides, for this kind of romantic comedy about a single mother, a handsome actor like John Travolta would be much more effective at attracting female audiences to the theaters than Willis. Are there any other male characters in this script? Bruce Willis was confused. He flipped open the script again. You don't need to appear on screen, you just need to do voice acting. I'll have them offer you the same profit-sharing terms, a fixed fee for a cameo. You'll only need to do voice acting for about a week during filming, so it won't affect your salary. Ronald's explanation was increasingly convincing. If the movie was a hit, Bruce Willis would receive an income commensurate with his status. If the movie didn't do well, a cameo role, earning less money, wouldn't affect his salary in the mainstream film market. Moreover, Daydream could still put his name prominently on the poster to attract male audiences. Is this for real? Bruce Willis thought it over. He had nothing to lose anyway, so he immediately agreed, waiting for both agents and lawyers to finalize the contract details. Bruce Willis went to call his agent, and Demi took the opportunity to approach Ronald and ask, "Ronald, when can you give me a chance, huh? I thought you and Bruce were very happy." Ronald was a little stunned. "You?" Demi gave Ronald a smile reminiscent of her former lover, lightly tapping his arm. "I mean, is there any chance for me to be a leading lady? I don't want to just be a housewife." Hey, Ronald hadn't expected Demi to have such ambitions. Many actresses take a break from acting after becoming mothers, like Deborah Winger before. "Don't worry, I'm recovering very well. I think I'm even better off than before." Demi tucked her top in, revealing a slightly thicker waist and a larger bust. "Even an action movie is fine. Is there a female version of John McClane? I could play that." Demi Moore, thinking Ronald thought she was less capable after childbirth, rolled her eyes at him and then did a front handspring on the floor. "Oh my God, watch out." Ronald jumped in surprise and quickly reached out to steady Demi. "I'll remember that. Such a dedicated actress is rare even in Hollywood." 3 days later, the Let's See Who's Talking production team had signed Bruce Willis, and Amy Heckerling had successfully persuaded John Travolta to play the male lead, a taxi driver. CAA also wanted to package the project, and Ronald agreed to this condition in order to unite more people on his side. After all, it was Amy Heckerling's first time directing a romantic comedy, and having more experienced people wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, CAA couldn't get all the benefits, so Ronald also brought in some other people he had worked with many times, such as his old partner Olympia Dukakis, to play the child's grandmother. And the biggest star of the film, Bruce Willis, voiced Mickey, the baby in Molly's belly. The most unique thing about this film is that it has the perspective of an unborn fetus, which performs a lot of the narration. Willis only received a mere $500,000 advance payment, with the remainder converted into a share of the film's profits. This kept the entire film's production budget to less than $8 million. Mr. Hackman. Finally, Ronald had time to meet Gene Hackman, who wanted to sell the production rights to the film The Silence of the Lambs. "Ronald, I remember when you last came to Santa Fe, you were very interested in this film." Hackman still had a bit of an old-school star's air about him. "Yes, that was your old friend, Robert Duvall, who made the connection." Ronald's impression of him was so-so. His acting was superb, but his understanding of the film production industry was superficial. "Well, I want to sell the production rights to this film. I've been thinking a lot lately. I shouldn't be typecast as a psychopathic villain. I need to make some breakthroughs." Hell, Ronald knew in his heart that this old guy was backing down at the last minute. He said he didn't want to be typecast, but he was already typecast. Didn't he see that even Lex Luthor, that psychologically twisted, comic book-like villain from Superman, was the first one they approached him to play? "I have many choices, but I only want to sell to you. I don't want to sell to you. I don't want a puppet manipulated by Ovitz to take over this film. After all, the novel itself is of very high quality, and I've invested a huge sum in adapting the script." So calculating, Ronald understood that the other party meant he wanted all his investment back. Of course, that wasn't a problem. To get this film that had appeared in his dreams, Ronald didn't care about these small sums. "Who is the screenwriter who adapted this script?" Ronald asked. "Ted Tully. I fucking hired him in late '87, Orion and I, splitting the pre-production costs, and that's when he started working." Ronald chuckled, patiently listening to the others rambling. He finally agreed to pay all of Hackman's pre-production costs, half the copyright fees, plus a transfer fee, and obtained half of the production rights and investment share from Gene Hackman. The production rights to this film had a long history. Originally, the production rights to the novel The Silence of the Lambs were held by Dino De Laurentiis, a Neapolitan. He was the producer of another film starring Hannibal, Red Dragon, Red Dragon was a box office failure, and he suffered heavy losses in the stock market crash, his company facing bankruptcy. He then exchanged the distribution rights of their previous film in Italy with Orion Pictures, giving Orion the production rights to the sequel for free. However, Orion itself was also facing financial difficulties. They lacked sufficient investment, and Hackman, who was interested in the script and wanted to direct and star in it, readily sold half of the rights and investment to him. Both parties needed to find external investors to cover the film's budget. The total estimated amount was between $16 million and $18 million, Orion's forte, mid-size productions. Upon learning of this transfer, Mike Medavoy, one of Orion's founders, met with Ronald. Having a commercially successful director acquire the rights was great news. It seems Ronald's desire for an Oscar remains undiminished. He wants a third Best Director nomination. Chapter 1057 Back to the Future sequel, everyone's comeback story. Mike Medavoy, the founder of Orion Pictures, is a tall Jewish man. However, his feelings about the film industry differ from those of typical Jews. He doesn't view film as a purely business, but rather as the greatest art form in the world. With this philosophy rooted in him since childhood, his path has been the complete opposite of Michael Ovitz's. He started as an agent at Creative Management Partners, a renowned agency known for signing artists. This company was known for serving artists and giving clients more artistic freedom, unlike CAA, which prioritized profit maximization. He then went to United Artists, Hollywood's only major studio, which employed a director-centric system, granting directors final cut rights, which ultimately led to its bankruptcy. During his time at United Artists, Mike Medavoy produced Oscar-winning films such as One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Rocky, Annie Hall, Apocalypse Now, Black Stallion, and Homecoming. He later defected from United Artists and founded Orion Pictures, maintaining the style of giving directors creative freedom and releasing Oscar-winning films such as Platoon and Amadeus, while giving directors maximum artistic freedom. This resulted in less commercial success. Orion Pictures has yet to escape the trap of a mid-sized studio, with each film's budget hovering around $20 million, and they can only start filming the next big project after recouping their investment. During the writers' strike, they accumulated a large number of projects, and immediately began large-scale production after the strike ended. Now, Orion is also facing a cash shortage. Ronald bought the shares originally belonging to Gene Hackman, and Mike Medavoy was immediately delighted. Ronald's wealth is widely known in Hollywood, he now wants an Oscar, and Orion needs investment and a director. Isn't this a perfect match? This is the set for the Back to the Future sequel. This set was rebuilt based on Marty McFly's house from the first movie. Hollywood is an industry. Based on the records and photos from the set, we can completely recreate the filming details. On the set of the Back to the Future sequel, Ronald was instructing Xiao Yan in Chinese. After graduating from community college, he interned at Daydream Studios for a while, and like his father, he developed a love for operating cameras and lighting. This time, he represented Daydream Studios, joining the Back to the Future crew to operate the lightning bolt and other camera accessories produced by Daydream. Ronald was familiar with director Zemeckis and producer Spielberg, and through connections, besides the lightning bolt, he also promoted their company's new first-person dog-eye camera stick to director Zemeckis, which could significantly reduce the difficulty of filming car chase scenes in Back to the Future. What used to require a whole camera crew strapped to the rigs outside the race car could now be simplified to 2 people, and the camera operator could use a reflective mirror to view the second-person shot on set, which was very convenient. Daydream also used the Steadicam model, renting but not selling, and this time they had Xiao Yan as the operator, fulfilling his dream as a Back to the Future fan. Ronald, your Chinese is quite good, and your equipment is great too. Back when I was Steve McQueen's agent, car chase scenes could only be filmed outside the car, and only McQueen could do those moves. Mike Medavoy, who was also visiting the Back to the Future set, greeted Ronald in Chinese as if they were old friends. He had come here specifically to meet with Ronald. Hey, how come you, a foreigner, can speak Chinese? Xiao Yan asked in surprise. I'm not a foreigner, you're the real foreigner here. I can even speak Shanghainese. Mike Medavoy's Shanghainese dialect left Xiao Yan speechless. Ha, you must be Mr. Medavoy. Ronald laughed and shook hands with him, giving him a hug. Richard briefly explained Mike Medavoy's background to Ronald. His parents were Jewish immigrants in Hongkou district, and his family ran a tailor shop from a young age. whose customers were mostly female celebrities in Shanghai, including several film queens. Therefore, he was fascinated by film from childhood and frequently went to the Grand Cinema to watch the latest Hollywood movies and local Chinese films. He had a talent for languages and later became fluent in Russian and Spanish, communicating smoothly with actors of all kinds. The two found a lounge to sit down, and Mike Medavoy got straight to the point. "Ronald, from what angle do you want to approach this story? What style do you want to make The Silence of the Lambs, huh? I don't have any definite ideas yet, but what do you guys think?" Speaking of which, you've been famous for so long, and this is your first time working with Orion. We never interfere with the director's ideas, is that so? Ronald thought to himself, this style, unless you encounter a director who is artistically confident and of good character, will either lead to the realization that the film is going in the wrong direction, or you'll have to pay for the director's personal preferences, creating a bunch of expensive and useless props and sets. Or, the worst-case scenario is encountering someone with both flaws, like Michael Cimino who ruined United Artists back then. Honestly, I haven't thought of a suitable angle yet. I want to talk to screenwriter Ted Tully first. Adapting a novel into a film is quite difficult because novels are long, while films are 2 hours long, requiring the selection and cutting of plot points. I'll arrange it for you right away. Ted Tully is currently unemployed. He put a lot of effort into rewriting the script, and I quite like his adaptation. Of course, it's all up to you to decide. Mike Medavoy understands how to deal with artists, give them space, support, money, find their favorite actresses, or actors, and then let them perform. On average, 1 in 3 to 5 times will result in a major award. Don't think Ronald only has these requirements, he could satisfy 10 times more. For example, Ronald could suggest the role of FBI Detective Starling, and Orion would handle the persuasion. Great. My good friend Jim Cameron worked with you on Terminator, and he said it was a very pleasant experience. So, we can talk about the business terms first, and then we'll focus on the target audience, huh? Mike Medavoy was also surprised. Orion didn't encounter many directors like him. Starting with production planning instead of art, no wonder Ronald's films were mostly very profitable. The two quickly discussed the investment plan for The Silence of the Lambs. Both Ronald and Medavoy agreed to allocate around $20 million to cast stars. For this kind of suspense thriller, with its relatively niche subject matter of a serial killer case and a lot of psychological analysis. Without star power, the marketing costs would be so high that even a well-made film wouldn't be profitable. Daydream and Orion would each be responsible for half of the budget. Once they had the script, found suitable stars, and announced Ronald as director, they would immediately attract a lot of investment. In this industry, everyone invests based on star power. Gene Hackman's difficulty in raising funds didn't mean Ronald was in trouble too. Camera? Sound record? Action. After finishing their conversation, Ronald and Medavoy went out to watch director Zemeckis' filming. Filming had only been underway for 2 days, and the main task was to reshoot the ending of the first Back to the Future movie, the scene where Michael J. Fox's Marty McFly and his girlfriend Jennifer Parker reunite at their now wealthy home, only to encounter Dr. Brown, who has returned from the future, driving a flying DeLorean. Marty, Jennifer, the two actors, dressed in the same clothes and with the same hairstyles as 4 years ago, gazed at each other tenderly once more. The reason for reshooting this scene instead of using the original film footage was somewhat complicated. In the first movie, Claudia Wells, who played the female lead, withdrew from the sequel due to family reasons, so the production team needed to find an actress who resembled her. Many newcomers were recommended for auditions, but Zemeckis wasn't entirely satisfied. Ronald's agent, Richard, learned of this and recommended Elizabeth Shue for the role. Elizabeth Shue, having already starred opposite Tom Cruise in Cocktail, had solidified her status as a top-tier actress and shouldn't have been forced to return to replace Claudia Wells, who only had one well-known film. However, her earning power was severely questioned after Cocktail, leading to a lack of offers for major films and leaving her stranded at home, unsure of what to do. Cocktail had a production cost of $20 million and grossed $78 million domestically, breaking even and making a small profit. One would think Elizabeth Shue wouldn't have fallen on hard times. However, the film's box office performance was a miracle that defied expectations. CinemaScore initially gave the film a B+ rating, with overwhelmingly negative reviews. Based on experience, The film was expected to only achieve a 2.5 to 3 times multiplier in its opening weekend, a minimum of $30 million. But the film defied CinemaScore's usually accurate formula, much to the delight of distributor Disney. This left CinemaScore unconvinced, refusing to believe their sampling was flawed. After a large-scale joint audience interview with Disney, they finally figured out that the most important reason for attracting audiences to the film was Tom Cruise. In other words, Tom Cruise broke a well-established Hollywood formula. He alone could boost the box office of a bad film. He's a true superstar who can draw audiences to the theater just to see him. After the Oscars, Tom Cruise's ability to drive up box office numbers was even more admired by the industry. The day before the Oscars, Cruise was nominated for the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Actor. This means that regardless of whether his performance was good or bad, as long as he appeared, female viewers would flock to see him. And in these film reviews and audience surveys, not a single person mentioned Elizabeth Shue. This led to a consensus in Hollywood that if the director and the female lead were different, this film could potentially become another blockbuster. Therefore, Tom Cruise's current salary demand has surpassed that of the newly crowned Best Actor winner, Dustin Hoffman, making him a true game-changer. At the same time, this film has also put Elizabeth Shue in a difficult position. Sometimes, things are just that absurd. You might not have done anything wrong, but Hollywood will downgrade your rating. So Elizabeth Shue was very grateful for Richard's generosity and came specifically to thank Ronald for joining the crew. Cut. Zemeckis called for a stop, then watched the ending of the first film again on the on-set video recorder. After discussing with the cinematographer, he called over the 3 main actors, pointed out a few minor flaws, and then announced a break, waiting for the props team to remake the parts that didn't match the original. This recasting caused considerable trouble. This reshoot needed to make the audience accept Elizabeth Shue's Jennifer and forget Claudia Wells' portrayal of Jennifer. Because there were many fans of Back to the Future, many had bought the videotapes and watched them multiple times. Even the slightest inconsistency would make the opening scene feel off and pull the audience out of the story. The opening scene was jarring, making viewers wonder if the female lead had been replaced, and the plot seemed off. This is a major problem, significantly impacting the audience's viewing experience and consequently affecting box office performance. Zemeckis' demanding standards led to several days of continuous filming, and it looks like it will take another week. Ronald approached Elizabeth Shue and handed her a bottle of water. Beside her were another returning lead actress, Lee Thompson, and Michael J. Fox. Lee Thompson is engaged to her boyfriend, director Howard Oich. Her role in this sequel is larger than in the first film, and she has special makeup because Marty's mother, Lorraine, had breast implants in this sequel. Ronald felt the power of the silicone makeup when he hugged her. Her situation is similar to Elizabeth Shue's. After playing Howard the Duck, her career declined significantly, and she desperately needs to return to the future to revitalize her career. Beside them stood Michael J. Fox, the male lead who was a sensation in America. He was incredibly popular on television and in movies, and the sequel was only greenlit after Zemeckis confirmed his participation. I still have to learn skateboarding. There's a floating skateboard in this movie that doesn't need wheels to float. I wonder if it'll be invented by 2015. Michael J. Fox chatted happily with Ronald. During the filming of the first movie, he was constantly traveling between 2 film sets, only getting 2 or 3 hours of sleep a day, relying entirely on a van arranged by Ronald to get him some rest. So the two had a good relationship. Hey, don't you know how to skateboard? Why do you need to learn again? Ronald was a little confused. Isn't skateboarding similar to riding a bicycle? Once you learn it, you don't forget it? Fox had a lot of skateboarding scenes in the first movie. Huh? I do know how to skateboard. Fox scratched his head, wondering why he'd forgotten and had to learn again with an instructor. You must be too busy, Lee Thompson laughed. She was friends with both of them. Fortunately. Now it's the director's turn to sleep 3 hours a day. Fox smiled and gestured towards Zemeckis. Haha, everyone was a little dissatisfied with Zemeckis' high standards and strict requirements, and took the opportunity to tease him. Zemeckis' previous film, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, had just finished its domestic run, grossing 150 million yuan. However, the production cost alone was over 50 million yuan, and the filming period was a staggering 7.5 months, enough to make the distributor, Disney, want to vomit blood. At one point, even Disney CEO Eisner considered shutting down production to cut losses and exit the project, but thankfully, Katzenberg dissuaded him. But what was even more frustrating was yet to come. The post-production of the film was also extremely slow. Due to the need for compositing live action and animation, Industrial Light and Magic deployed 2 teams, taking a year and 2 months to complete. Therefore, even the high box office couldn't cover the enormous overruns in production costs. Zemeckis, like the 2 leading actresses, had to rely on this sequel to recoup the costs and regain Hollywood's recognition of his worth. Zemeckis especially needed financial assistance, so this time, he adopted a very aggressive approach, filming 2 sequels in quick succession. Because the production cycles for 2 consecutive sequels are extremely long, they are being handled in parallel. Once the second film is finished, the assistant director moves on to post-production, while another team continues filming the third. Zemeckis, meanwhile, is handling twice the usual director's workload, keeping him incredibly busy. "How long will you be filming?" Ronald asked his friends. Filming 2 movies back-to-back like this is unprecedented in Hollywood history, and he wanted to know more. "Our scenes aren't actually that many, but the director requires us to be on set constantly. We'll probably be here for 10 months. Hey, that's going to be a nightmare." Ronald couldn't help but think Zemeckis was being unreasonable. Who wants to have all the scenes when they don't even have any? However, there are advantages. Daydream's lightning bolt lights and dog-eye camera pulls are rented out by the hour. Zemeckis' enjoyment of wasting other people's time is actually good for business and Xiao Yan's learning. After Ronald's set visit, he returned to the city with Mike Medavoy of Orion. When they arrived at the filming location, they found another Jennifer Parker, wearing the same costume, arguing with security at the entrance. If Ronald hadn't just said goodbye to Elizabeth Shue inside, he would have thought he was seeing things. Only when he got closer did he realize it was Claudia Wells, who played Jennifer in the first film. In terms of both looks and presence, Claudia Wells actually surpassed Elizabeth Shue. Her beauty exceeded that of a girl next door. She was easily in the top 1% of her high school's prettiest girls. Wow. Wells, who had already been refused entry to the set for the second day, squatted down at the entrance and started crying. "What's wrong?" "Don't cry." Ronald couldn't bear to see such a beautiful woman cry, so he pulled her up and, together with Mike Medavoy, persuaded her to leave the set and find a coffee shop to find out what had happened. "I heard you gave up the role yourself." Ronald was also confused. It seemed the news in the Hollywood Reporter might not be true. "My mother is seriously ill, and I really need this job, but my agent informed me that I've been blacklisted by Universal Pictures. I've tried to see Zemeckis several times, but he refuses to see me." Claudia Wells was wearing a costume from 4 years ago, slightly yellowed, but it was clear she had carefully washed and ironed it. "Is there some misunderstanding?" Ronald handed Claudia a coffee cup, but with filming already underway, replacing her was impossible. "I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong." Claudia's tears, which she had just stopped, started flowing again. "Don't worry too much. Have your agent check if there are any other roles for you." Ronald knew that Back to the Future had many teenage fans, and even though Claudia Wells, the lead actress, wasn't in the sequel, she shouldn't be without any roles. "My agent wants to terminate my contract. He even warned me to say I withdrew voluntarily." "I remember you're Jewish," Mike Medavoy suddenly interjected, noticing the cross around Claudia's neck. "I used to be, but I've reconverted to Christianity. Now I'm a born-again Christian." Claudia Wells showed them the cross unique to her sect. "This sect emphasizes spiritual rebirth and acceptance of the gospel. One must be baptized again upon reaching adulthood to join." Ronald roughly understood the problem. Claudia Wells had, to some extent, been blacklisted by certain people. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1058 Other Movies. Would you like to invest? Isn't her mother sick? I heard. Ronald, do me a favor, and do yourself a favor too. Don't let her star in your movie. After receiving Ronald's call, Michael Douglas consulted his father, Kirk, to understand the whole story. Knowing the real reason, he immediately called Ronald back. "Why? She's a very good actress. It's such a waste not to let her act," Ronald asked deliberately. "I can't say the specific reason, but Claudia has angered a lot of people about this. If you insist on." Douglas was a little annoyed and embarrassed. This matter represented the collective will of many Jews, and even a liberal Jew like himself couldn't go against a public opinion on this issue. Moreover, it wasn't convenient for him to directly tell Ronald, an outsider, the reason. However, it was still inappropriate to criticize Ronald's friendly attitude of coming specifically to make a request without a reason. This kind of thing couldn't be exposed, otherwise the Douglas family's reputation would be damaged. He thought for a moment, then changed his approach. Claudia's mother is ill, isn't she? I can find a charitable foundation to donate some money to her. I think she's talented. For Christ's sake, don't give her a role, Michael Douglas snapped, yelling a common Christian phrase over the phone. Okay, I'll listen to you, Michael. Thanks for reminding me about this. Ronald stopped trying to pry into the details. Here's what we'll do. I'll give her a behind-the-scenes job, secretary, marketing, anything, just an income. She needs money to help her family right now, as long as she doesn't appear in movies or TV shows, I don't care. Michael Douglas felt Ronald's respect, and the two reached a consensus to stop wasting time on this mess. In the end, Ronald arranged for Claudia Wells to work at Daydream Pictures as a white-collar film marketing assistant, receiving film distributors and making calls to theaters to promote films, so she could go home on time every day to take care of her mother. With the addition of Michael Douglas's charitable foundation funding Claudia Wells' mother for disease research, her major issue was finally resolved. You're really good to actresses, Ronald, but Claudia won't be returning to the screen anytime soon, so what you're doing is, Agent Richard didn't quite understand Ronald's actions. Taking in an actress without being able to use her in his projects, did he have his eye on another beauty? Hey, you don't understand, Richard. You haven't done much film promotion. Imagine if movie buyers from various theaters came to a screening in Las Vegas to buy next year's movies, and suddenly discovered that our Daydream marketing manager is Jennifer Parker from Back to the Future. Bang! What would you think? Many of these buyers are movie fans, mostly men. Richard wasn't really convinced, but outwardly he gave Ronald a thumbs up for his brilliant plan. If you want anything to happen between you and her, you should still tell me the old way, and I'll talk to her. Hey, do you think I'm just a pervert? Ronald patted Richard's shoulder, displeased. He had personally attended many film premieres and fan meetings, and was well aware of the enormous influence such a star's appearance had on fans. Knock knock, Ronald's current assistant, the plus-size Richie Lake, knocked and entered. Mr. Ted Tully, the screenwriter of The Silence of the Lambs, is here. Please let him in, thank you, Richie. Ronald shook his head. This plus-sized woman's career was basically over. Even a one-minute appearance as a rising star at the Oscars, and a dance with a handsome Patrick Dempsey, couldn't save her career. Hollywood doesn't really have many roles like this for women with unique physiques these days, maybe only a handful a year. Lake had to compete with veteran actresses aged 25 to 45 for supporting roles. Mr. Ted Tully, hello, please sit down, please sit down. Ronald stood up to welcome Tully, a well-educated screenwriter. He was a graduate of Yale University and the Yale School of Drama, graduate program. This was his first film script writing assignment, and he valued this meeting with Ronald very much. I've read your adapted screenplay. What interests me is why you've devoted so much screen time to Starling. The Silence of the Lambs is a novel with many supporting characters besides Hannibal Lecter, such as FBI Director Jack Crawford and Warden Chilton, who imprisoned Hannibal. However, Tully's adaptation focuses on the perspective of Starling, an FBI intern, making a character with a relatively minor role the central figure of the story. My idea is this, Tully said, somewhat relieved. This question showed Ronald had read the script carefully. Viewers who haven't read the novel might find it difficult to feel the chill of such a terrifying character as Hannibal due to the lack of prior setup. By making the seemingly fragile Starling the protagonist, the audience can empathize with her perspective and begin to experience Hannibal's horror from the viewpoint of an intern aspiring to become an FBI agent. Ronald was very satisfied with the explanation. This screenwriter had a strong theoretical foundation and was highly capable, far from being just a theorist with empty rhetoric. And it was obvious that he genuinely loved the novel. The script was well-paced and the selection of content was appropriate, although some parts were still unfinished. How much time do you need to finish the script? Ronald asked. I need a month and a half. No, a month. Ted Tully was overjoyed. He was afraid Ronald would find the adaptation time too long, so he quoted a schedule of 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. No need for that. You can continue at your original pace. I'll give you 2 months, Ronald said, taking a check from his desk drawer and handing it to him. I bought back the payment that Mr. Gene Hackman promised. This way, your salary will be paid by me and Orion. This check is an extra bonus. Go find a scenic hotel, buy some good food, or make your partner happy, whatever you want. Try to keep yourself in a good mood for the rest of the time. From his experience with Cameron Crowe, Ronald knew that for screenwriters under time pressure, in addition to the deadline, they needed a good, stress-free environment to cooperate with. Thank you, Ronald, Tully thought happily. This was his debut screenplay, and if it went well, he'd have many more screenwriting jobs in the future. Right now, he desperately needed money to stabilize his family's life. By the way, who do you think would be a good choice for the female lead? Ronald asked, inquiring about his casting choices. This was his usual practice. While he didn't necessarily use everything, communicating with the screenwriter about casting helped him understand the script. I think it would be a woman who appears fragile but is strong inside. Although this was Tully's first time writing a screenplay, he had learned a lot about Hollywood roles from friends and classmates. Roles, especially the female lead, were generally the director's prerogative. For example, Ronald insisted, as everyone interpreted fragile on the outside, strong on the inside differently. Like Michelle Pfeiffer, Tully couldn't help but say, revealing the image he had in mind while writing. He really wanted his goddess to portray the character. Ronald thought. Sure enough, everyone's ideas were different. In his mind, Pfeiffer embodied a more fragile quality. As for inner strength, the original version from his dreams, the newly crowned Best Actress, seemed better. What do you think of Jodie Foster? Ronald asked. Her? She's also suitable. Tully felt Foster was a bit too small, but whatever the director said must have a reason, and it wasn't his decision anyway. Haha, I'm just waiting for your final draft. Ronald could tell he was being a little insincere, but he was still pretty sure Tully's pick wasn't as good as his. Sui Hark's here. Michelle Canold, who was in charge of distribution, knocked on the door. Please let him in. This Chinese-American director from Hong Kong surprised him quite a bit. His shooting speed was very fast. He finished shooting the Hong Kong scenes in a few quick takes, and then returned to Los Angeles to shoot the scenes there using the sets from the first 2 films. Sui Hark didn't need much rest either. With the editor's help, he spent 2 weeks in the editing room and completed the rough cut. While Ronald admired their shooting speed, he was also a little unsure about the quality of the film. So he invited Sui Hark in for a chat. That's just how filming speed is in Hong Kong. This is only because your stunt crew isn't professional enough. If the whole movie were filmed in Hong Kong, it would probably be 30% faster. Sui Hark was quite proud of the filming speed there. Professionalism is an industry standard. It doesn't mean that stuntmen have to do wire work or that the lighting crew has to push the camera. Ronald shook his head. What Hong Kong people call professionalism is actually that everyone is multi-skilled. They can do side jobs. So the crew size is smaller than that of similar productions in Hollywood. But this would never work in Hollywood. Besides the higher production requirements and the need for more professional staff, the more important reason is the prevalence of unions here. Every job requires a union license. If a stunt double were to do wire work or the lighting crew were to help push the camera every day, the first person to be unhappy wouldn't be the director, but the technicians whose main job was being taken away. These people make a living through their specific professions, undergo specialized training, hold licenses, and are affiliated with unions. If you encroach on their work area, they'll confront you, complain, and eventually file a complaint with the union. Sui Hark's filming progress in Hollywood was significantly slower than in Hong Kong because of this, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. But that's the rule in Hollywood. To succeed in the film industry here, you have to follow the rules. The two discussed the differences between filming in the 2 locations and finally reached a consensus. Future films would be filmed according to the rules of where they were shot. Additionally, Hollywood actors filming in Hong Kong would receive special treatment from members of the Screen Actors Guild to prevent them from filing complaints. Now I understand why Hollywood film production costs are so high, Ronald nodded. You finally understand. That's one reason I chose you, to save costs in this area. Sui Hark's rough cut had already been sent to the film processing plant. Once it was ready, Weintraub and the rest of the cast would be invited to preview screening. Pew, take this. On the day of the preview screening, Ronald and Weintraub sat in the best seats, alongside the lead actors Ralph Macchio and Noriyuki Morita. as well as the third Dragon Girl, Rosamund Kwan, to watch the internal screening. The filming style of the third installment was indeed somewhat different from the first two directed by Ronald. At least the fighting style of Daniel and Master Miyagi was no longer entirely karate-based. The film incorporated many Eastern concepts such as internal energy and ki, and also featured numerous high-flying maneuvers. The most obvious difference was that the villains, including Jiu Yunbo and Kia Hong, were kicked a much farther distance by Master Miyagi's ancestor. This was all thanks to Jackie Chan's team from Hong Kong, who possessed many unique techniques that made the fights look powerful and viscerally impactful. Fantastic. After watching, Ronald was the first to applaud. The film suited his taste perfectly. Besides the excellent martial arts action, Tsui Hark's costumes and color design were also exceptional. It has a certain Eastern chivalrous feel. Unlike the rugged set design of Hollywood westerns, Tsui Hark's art direction is more stylized, reminiscent of the semi-realistic, semi-fantasy feel of Kurosawa's Kagemusha. Even though you know it's fake, it still manages to hold the audience's attention and keep them glued to the screen. Bravo! Weintraub also loved it. It was his first time seeing such a fantastical film style, and he felt incredibly immersed in it. I don't quite understand. His lover, Susan, looked bewildered, unsure what to say to Weintraub and Ronald. Ronald glanced at the staff in the screening room. Many of them also seemed confused. Honey, what don't you understand? Isn't this easy to understand? Why are they flying in the sky? Why did the bad guy fly so far after being hit? Are they using magic? And why do they chant a spell before throwing a punch? Haven't you seen the TV series Kung Fu Hustle? What about the Green Hornet? The General. Weintraub listed several TV shows popular in America before the 1970s, but Susan, who is much younger than him, hadn't seen any of them. They don't seem to know much about martial arts, Rosamund Kwan whispered to Tsui Hark. That's how it is in America. Let's expand the screening and see how the audience reacts. Ronald glanced at Rosamund Kwan, whose large eyes were fixed on him. He realized that this different style seemed somewhat unfamiliar to American audiences. The outcome, whether re-editing or reshoots were necessary, would depend on a test screening. News of the Silence of the Lambs had already spread within a small circle. Ronald had spent a large sum to buy the production rights and invited the screenwriter to make final revisions. Several of Ronald's connections had also expressed interest in buying investment shares. For example, his partner, Douglas Jr., and Steve Bannon, with whom he had previously collaborated, had both made advance arrangements to reserve investment amounts. The novel was selling well in America, and the previous Hannibal Lecter-centric series already had a fan base, with many people showing great interest. This news truly surprised everyone at Orion. Those directors who prioritized art didn't possess such box office appeal. Many film investors and Wall Street funds, finding themselves too far back in the queue with Ronald, proactively approached Orion Pictures, the production company holding the other half of the investment, to request funding. Orion's founder, Mike Medavoy, was overjoyed. His strategy had succeeded. Orion couldn't always rely on directors prioritizing art, so Mike Medavoy proposed the new approach, collaborating with commercially successful directors like Ronald. They hadn't experienced such buzz within the industry even before a project was officially launched. Ronald, a delighted Mike Medavoy, immediately went to meet with Ronald. Orion had many films in need of investment. Was Ronald interested? Chapter 1059 The Right to Final Cut. The continued success of his films as producer and director earned him 2 consecutive Oscar nominations for Best Director. The perennial bestseller status of Spicy Dance on Video made Ronald one of the wealthiest men in the industry. According to estimates by some lawyers and accountants, Ronald earned at least $30 million annually from the film's video sales alone. In reality, it was far more, as they underestimated overseas distribution and revenue from the 2 soundtrack discs. His eye for scripts was also exceptional, so many people approached Ronald not only seeking investment but also hoping to use his name to persuade other investors. Look, even Ronald has his eye on this script. Before Mike Medavoy arrived, Ronald was surrounded by people from several projects, with scripts arriving daily seeking his discerning eye. Of course, all these scripts had to be screened by David Simpkins and assessed for market potential by Michelle Canold before reaching Ronald. However, there were a few exceptions. They could bypass the Daydream screening process and directly deliver their scripts to Ronald's desk. This story is good, quite philosophical, but like the Wedding Feast script you revised for me last summer, It's also a Chinese language script. Ang Lee, who brought the script synopsis, had just returned to America after spending the Lunar New Year in his hometown and brought 2 scripts to Ronald. Ronald frowned. Making movies is all about making money. Although he trusted Ang Lee's artistic skills, his graduation project was excellent. Giving him an exception would likely lead to more people trying to use connections to get him to make exceptions for them. It's like this: when I went home for the Lunar New Year this year, the local information bureau was soliciting Chinese language scripts worldwide. I heard the winner gets a prize of 400,000, Ang Lee said excitedly. US dollars, Taiwanese dollars. Ang Lee knew that was too little. He didn't actually rely on that money to make movies. There's an additional reward, a 4 million NT dollar grant to support the winning script's production. If we can find the rest of the funding, China Film Group will also handle the distribution there. Ronald understood Ang Lee's meaning. He was still hesitant about making English language films and wanted to start by making a Chinese language film. He hoped this film would win an award, secure investment and distribution contracts there, and then come back to Ronald to seek the remaining investment and distribution in America. How much money do you need to make this film? Ronald considered for a moment. Chinese language films actually have a stable audience in America, in Chinatowns of major cities, plus some art house cinemas. Because both this film, The Pusher, and last year's The Wedding Banquet, have an exotic appeal to audiences. Many American viewers actually enjoy experiencing the customs and cultures of other parts of the world. Travel is too expensive, and watching movies is a cheap way to increase bragging rights with friends. I don't know, Ang Lee's script wasn't finished yet, and he had never directed a feature film for theatrical release, so he was still completely clueless about it. So, if you win an award and get a distribution contract in your hometown, I'll give you an extra $500,000 in budget. That should be enough for a low-budget drama. Then Daydream will handle the distribution in America and on video. You can have a colleague from Daydream be your producer, or you can find one yourself. We'll agree on a profit-sharing ratio later. Ang Lee left happily. Now he just needed to work on perfecting the 2 scripts and then find someone to translate them into English. With Ronald's promise, returning to his hometown to compete naturally gave him an extra guarantee compared to other contestants. People there highly regarded, even admired, Hollywood directors. Especially the Government Information Office, which organized the competition, allowed winning a script to be included in a summary report. The winning script also received recognition from famous Hollywood producers and directors. Wasn't that a great achievement for the arts department? Even if some local contestants were dissatisfied, they could use Ronald's name to convince them. Even a big Hollywood director values it. So you're better than him, aren't you? These are the revisions Mr. Weintraub and I jointly suggested. Take a look. American audiences aren't prepared for some of the settings. We need more setup. You can also re-edit the version shown in Hong Kong. After seeing Ang Lee off, Ronald summoned Sui Hark, the director of Dragon Slayer 3, who had already held several test screenings. These internal screenings with different audiences all raised the same issue. They were unfamiliar with the background of this supernatural martial arts. Unlike the mythology surrounding martial arts in East Asia, the uninformed American audience was still stuck on the concept of real, physical combat. Although they had seen Darth Vader's chakra holds and telekinesis on screen, the first 2 Dragon Slayer films featured very realistic kung fu fights. Changing the style suddenly required more background information, much like how Luke Skywalker's teacher Obi-Wan Kenobi explained the Force to him. Anyway, it's been several years since the last movie, and audiences might not remember how Daniel won. Besides, American audiences are accepting of people with supernatural abilities from ancient times. As long as they feel comfortable in the theater, it's not impossible for it to gain widespread acceptance. In short, Weintraub is unwilling to reshoot parts of the plot, his finances seem to be in serious trouble, and he's unwilling to increase the production budget unnecessarily. It's a done deal anyway. Jean-Claude, could you wait a moment? I need to see Mr. Mike Medavoy of Orion. He must have been waiting for me. Okay, thank you. Claudia, please talk to these 2 gentlemen first. Their film is finished editing and ready for release. Ronald first greeted Jean-Claude Van Damme and Lundgren, who had already arrived, and then introduced Claudia Wells to them. Having a beautiful woman as a marketing manager is useful. The 2 burly men recognized her and immediately began introducing their new film, Cyborg, Daydreaming, whose business is getting increasingly busy, has delegated many smaller projects to several key directors. Ronald preferred to schedule all his important clients for a single day, getting everything done in one go. After exchanging pleasantries, Mike Medavoy of Orion revealed his purpose. Orion had several big-budget films slated for release this year, putting them in a cash flow bind. For example, The Big Fireball, a biopic about rock star Jerry Lee Lewis starring Dennis Quaid and Winona Ryder, and Devil Wears Prada, starring Mel Streep, both had budgets of around $20 million. Adding to that was Valmont, directed by Milos Forman and also adapted from the stage play Dangerous Liaisons, with a production cost of $33 million. The simultaneous release of these blockbusters had drained Orion's own funds on marketing and distribution, leaving insufficient capital for their new films. Therefore, Mike Medavoy approached Ronald to ask if he was interested in investing in the projects. "I'm certainly very interested." Ronald knew that Orion's good films were just as famous as their bad ones. The result of the director-led system is this: giving the director complete artistic decision-making power can lead to a masterpiece several levels above average, or a film so bad it's beyond redemption. With his own dream-based inspiration and a decade of accumulated intuition about market reactions, he believes that as long as he can pick the right film projects, it's a sure thing, and he might even get a few Oscar nominations. After all, in the past decade, they've swept 2 Best Picture awards and over a dozen other major awards. Mr. John Kruger is very keen to work with you. He said that next year, you can choose any of our big projects, and he can offer you the most generous investment terms for each film. Mike Medavoy laid out several script outlines on the table, displaying them in a row. "It's a real honor. Please thank Mr. Kruger for me," Ronald said, picking one up and reading it. John Kruger is the owner of Metropolitan Media, a communications company. Several years ago, he sold his television network business to Rupert, the Australian owner of 20th Century Fox. He then used some of that money to buy a 6% stake in Orion. After that, Orion experienced a breakout year with blockbusters like Platoon, Hannah and Her Sisters, and RoboCop, all of which were both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. This attracted competition from another wealthy businessman, Sam Redstone, the son of a chain of cinema owners. Redstone also bought a 6% stake. This ignited Kruger's competitive spirit, leading him to increase his investment rapidly, eventually raising his stake to 26%, ousting Redstone, and becoming Orion's largest shareholder. Kruger had a somewhat cinephile mentality, readily approving many big-budget productions, but he never achieved the same success as with Platoon. He felt that he hadn't found the right directors, which was why his luck hadn't continued. Therefore, he readily approved Mike Medavoy's proposals, willing to offer the most lucrative investment terms to leverage Ronald's insight. Ronald carefully reviewed each film. Orion's style truly prioritized art above all else, with no consideration for commercial success. For example, one film, Hot Spot, was a project by Dennis Hope, a veteran Hollywood actor with a long history of drug addiction. He had previously directed and acted in Easy Rider, a pioneering work of New Hollywood. After his comeback, he received Oscar nominations for Best Supporting Actor and Best Screenplay, making him a true all-rounder. However, the plot of Hot Spot is a typical old-school film noir, a genre that doesn't have much of an audience these days. Another film, State of Grace, is an even more innovative script. It tells the story of an undercover cop who now works for the childhood friend of a mob boss, falls in love with his friend's sister, and ultimately avenges his friend's murder at his funeral. The film's innovation lies in its plagiarism of the currently popular TV series SWAT 4587. Many Hollywood movies are remade into TV series, but this kind of reverse remake is rare. Ronald read for a while but didn't find it appealing. He decided to write down the script outline and see if he could dream about finding a script at the end of night, one he had encountered before. Is Orion distributing Dances with Wolves? Oops, sorry, there are still some issues with the contract for this film. My secretary was careless and it got mixed up. Mike Medavoy took the script back. What, did Kevin Costner contact you too? Actually, I did contact him. I'm a little interested in the novel, but the author is a friend of his. Ronald thought to himself, it seems that westerns, like film noir, are still not well received. Even a male star like Kevin Costner has to settle for a second-tier production like Orion, and they haven't even finalized the deal yet. Actually, I really like this script. I think it's different from all the westerns I have seen before. This film doesn't focus on cowboys, but rather on the magnificent Native Americans and their habitat, presenting an epic panorama, Mike Medavoy sensed that Ronald had a particular interest in Dances with Wolves, so he made a special point of explanation. "Yes, you're absolutely right," Ronald nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, "How would I know if this kind of niche film would be a box office hit? It's just that I dreamt of a fantastic big-budget scene. Even if it doesn't make much money, it'll probably still get Oscar attention. I'm interested in the Oscars now, so what caused the deal to fall through?" Ronald asked. Judging from his tone, Orion seemed quite optimistic. With a billionaire like Kruger backing him, it was just a matter of money. "Kevin Costner wants the final cut," Mike Medavoy gave an answer Ronald hadn't expected. It turned out that Kevin Costner not only wanted to direct and star in the film, but he also wanted the final cut, a privilege held by only a handful of well-known directors in Hollywood. "Did I hear that right, or isn't this his directorial debut?" Ronald thought that male stars really could do whatever they wanted. These people had the audience's approval, and when it came to negotiating, they were even more ruthless than him, a director who had always made a fortune. "If you can convince him and vouch for him, we can find a workaround," Mike Medavoy said slowly. "The so-called final cut right isn't actually that rigid. Many new directors don't have the final cut decision-making power. After the initial cut is completed, studio executives will review it and offer their opinions. Generally, new directors have no choice but to comply. Those with exceptional communication and professional skills can try to argue their point. Experienced directors, or big-name stars like Kevin Costner or Clint Eastwood trying their hand at directing, will have the power to assemble the final version. In other words, within the time limit set by the studio, they can decide the vast majority of the edited shots. Only a few shots involving ratings will be subject to studio intervention. However, the studio also has a constraint on them: the runtime of genre films. Typical genre films are 90 minutes, films with unique content are 120 minutes. And exceptional epics are 2.5 hours. This allows directors to have creative freedom within a designated arena without straying too far from mainstream commercial theatrical releases. The last category consists of directors like Ronald Reagan, Spielberg, and George Lucas, who have almost never lost money, and who have the power to decide both the editing and the runtime. Of course, Ronald Reagan hasn't exercised this power much, as he himself is a believer in the logic of commercial films. With Dances with Wolves, Kevin Costner immediately demanded all the power. Ronald Reagan guessed that either he was overconfident or wanted to make an epic film, striving for a runtime of over 2.5 hours to achieve his ideal. "Okay, let's schedule a meeting with Kevin," Ronald Reagan confirmed with Mike Medavoy that he was interested in Dances with Wolves. "Okay, let's schedule a time to meet. Kevin will value your opinion." Mike Medavoy was happy to agree. This film was in a direction no one had explored before, perfect for Orion to direct. Moreover, Kevin Costner's directorial debut was Ronald Reagan's coherence, so he would value Ronald Reagan's opinion, and who knows, he might even get Ronald Reagan a director's job, a win-win situation. Finally, Ronald invited in two muscular men who were buzzing and boasting around Claudia Wells's skirt. They had brought a heavily edited version of the cyborg film, which was to be shown to Ronald and the executives of Daydream. Is this movie about cyborgs?" Ronald asked skeptically after watching the preview. When Menahem Golan first conceived the project, it was clearly a science fiction film. A half-human, half-machine cyborg battling various space-age monsters, escorting medicine to save humanity, and the pew of laser beams was the selling point. Although Ronald ended up buying the film cheaply because Canon was on the verge of bankruptcy and couldn't afford the special effects, allowing Jean-Claude Van Damme to edit it and decide whether to release it in theaters or directly on video, the result was still beyond Ronald's imagination. The entire film was no longer science fiction, only the monsters and desert scenery retained some sci-fi elements. Overall, how to put it? It had become an action movie. Claudia Wells was thriving in her new position, and her beauty brought her considerable advantages in real life. With two action stars vying for her attention, it was only natural for her to say a few good words to Ronald. You've almost completely changed the plot of this movie. Is it still called Cyborg?" Ronald pondered for a moment. Actually, Jean-Claude Van Damme's editing skills had improved considerably. It was quite remarkable that he could edit this half-finished product to this extent. Aside from the excessive use of slow-motion close-ups of himself and Lundgren, there weren't any major flaws. Moreover, this overuse of slow motion was clearly a result of being influenced by those Hong Kong directors like Tsui Hark. We're also planning to change the name. Corey suggested a name for us, Thunder and Fire. Jean-Claude Van Damme quickly offered a new title. That's a Chinese idiom. The audience won't understand it when translated into English. Let's change it to something more easily understood. How about Bio Warrior? No. Apex Warrior, great name. The two action stars showered him with overly deliberate flattery. Damn it. I'm not Claudia, Ronald thought to himself. These two idiots, they don't even know how to say anything nice when trying to pick up girls, so blunt. Oh well, that's about it for them. They have tons of female fans who like them. They probably don't need any words to win them over. Ronald decided to release the movie in the Hollywood theaters he was familiar with, right in the middle of the off-season before the summer blockbuster season, when theaters aren't too picky about the quality of the film. It would be perfect to release it there, filling the gap before Dragon Kid 3. Chapter 1060 must be bound to Dancing with Wolves. Today's the Seattle Mariners home game. Their rookie this year, Ken Griffith, is very talented. In his debut game, he hit another beautiful straight-line double. Kevin Costner specially invited Ronald to his private residence to discuss the investment in Dances with Wolves. Unlike others who would immediately try to build rapport and sell the film, he treated Ronald like an old friend. His wife, Cindy, brought them barbecue and light beer. Ronald and Costner enjoyed a midweek family gathering and watched baseball, just like any ordinary white American friend. Is he good? Ronald asked Costner, watching the black rookie on TV. He was a novice in baseball and didn't understand the complex rules of the game like the average white person. Of course, I think he has a chance to break Bobby Ruth's home run record. Kevin Costner was a baseball fan and had already directed a baseball-themed movie, $1 Million Arm. This kid's dad was a major league player, and he was the 1987 High School Baseball Player of the Year. He drove in 0.478 points and hit 17 home runs in 2 seasons. Like a true baseball fan, Costner knew this year's star rookie stats by heart. So he's great, right? Ronald didn't understand how impressive high school baseball stats were. Hey, didn't you play baseball with your dad when you were a kid? This is the best high school record in years, and he also played on the football team in high school and won a college football scholarship. My dad died young, so I didn't play much catch. Ronald smiled. This white sport really is passed down from father to son. Billy Crystal, the lead actor in the last movie, was also a baseball fan. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin apologized in surprise. He hadn't expected this outcome. He had invited Ronald to show some closeness, but now he'd messed it up. Oh, Ronald, I didn't expect you to be so unlucky. Kevin is just too obsessed with baseball. He didn't mean any harm. Cindy Costner's wife came to the rescue. She hugged Ronald, gave him some fries, and called out her and Kevin's 3 children to greet him. The atmosphere finally warmed up again. Ronald didn't seem to care. He held their youngest son on his lap and played with him. Oh, a home run. When it was Ken Griffith's turn to swing, the strong young black man hit a home run, sending it soaring high over the field. The opposing outfielder couldn't catch it. The two clinked glasses and drank a large glass of light beer to celebrate. Ronald got up and went to the bathroom. What kind of conditions does he want? Ronald pondered in the bathroom. A novice director wanting to make an epic film is actually very risky. Ronald felt there was definitely a problem. A director is like a chef. There's a recipe, script, to cook, and that dish requires the collaboration of many people to make it work. But no one had ever made this dish before, and everyone's idea of how to make it was entirely up to the director's imagination. The amount of seasoning, the baking time, the preparation and combination of ingredients, all were guided by the director's imagination in the final film. And even then, they still had to hope for a good result. This process requires a lot of experience and talent, and Costner, well, nobody knows how strong his directing talent is, but he certainly has absolutely no experience. Ronald, I know you have some concerns about me directing this movie, but today I just want to prove that I can do it well. Kevin Costner began persuading Ronald during the break. How do you prove it? This is a big production, with a budget exceeding $20 million. Ronald picked up a French fry and chewed. Costner's wife was his high school sweetheart. They were childhood sweethearts, and she was a pretty good cook. Look, Ken Griffith is a rookie too. Today is his first home game in Seattle, and he hit a home run. Hey, Kevin. We're not talking about baseball, we're talking about movies. You have to do better than that. It may look different on the surface, but it's the same in reality. I'm also looking for other directors to join me, and I'd be very happy if you, Ken, were to direct. Sorry, I'm preparing for another movie. Orion. Ronald had absolutely no experience making westerns. He couldn't even ride a horse. So, you have to trust my talent, just like the Seattle Mariners trusted Ken Griffith, letting a rookie hide a power hitter. Wait a minute, Ronald gestured for Costner to pause. He saw a line of text at the bottom of the TV screen. Breaking news. DEA busts a transnational drug trafficking ring, arresting dozens of suspects in Hong Kong, America, and Mexico. Ronald pulled up the picture-in-picture function on the news channel, a new feature on Japanese television. The breaking news footage showed many people who looked Chinese being handcuffed by DEA agents. According to a DEA spokesperson, this criminal group called 14K is based in Hong Kong. Over the past few years, they have trafficked more than $1 billion worth of illicit drugs, poisoning hundreds of thousands of American teenagers. They will be prosecuted for felonies. It is understood that the operation will continue until the legislative goals required by the President and Congress are achieved. This 14K is actually a Hong Kong criminal group. They're really audacious, Ronald thought to himself. The baseball game ended, and Costner discussed his ideas in detail with Ronald. He hoped the film would fully reflect the authentic lifestyle, clothing, customs, and even language of the Native American tribes. Yes, Costner didn't want to film the scenes of the Native American tribes in English. He actually wanted to film the entire film in the Sioux language. This worried Ronald a bit. American audiences have been accustomed to watching movies without subtitles for over a decade. Not to mention Sioux, a language few understand anymore. Even French and Spanish, commonly taught in American high schools, are not popular with audiences. In short, the content Costner ambitiously envisioned was the kind of content any producer would dread. However, epic films have their own way of being made, unlike typical genre films. The progenitor of this genre is Lawrence of Arabia, which was filmed in the desert for nearly a year, ultimately presenting audiences with spectacle never before seen, camel cavalry charging through the desert. Similarly, last year's Oscar winner, The Last Emperor, focused on the grandeur of the Forbidden City and the mysterious life of the last emperor of the East. Llamas, the dragon bed, and the grand coronation ceremony were the initial elements that attracted audiences. In short, this kind of thing is a high-risk endeavor. If done well, it's a unique and brilliant achievement. If done poorly, it's a huge waste of money. A negative example is Heaven's Gate, which led to United Artists' bankruptcy. The director's grand vision turned into a bunch of country bumpkins rollerblading and dancing. Audiences simply didn't like it. I need to think about it carefully, Kevin. Although he had the dream as a foundation, Ronald wasn't sure if this multi-million-dollar investment would be profitable. Even if it didn't lose money, or at least lost less, the reputation of supporting art films and the Oscar chances didn't seem like a complete loss. By the way, Ronald thought of the bison hunting scene in Dances with Wolves. Are you going to film the bison hunting scene? Of course I want to. You support me, right, Ronald? I knew you understood me. American bison are now endangered. They were only kept on ranches in some southern states. I'm going to film those scenes on location, no embellishments. I want to capture the raw, time-honored power of hundreds of bison galloping across the plains, and the way Native American tribes hunt. It's a truly awe-inspiring sight. I'm not that kind of person. Never mind, let me think about it. Ronald saw Costner's eyes light up. He was genuinely passionate and eager to film it. Actually, it's not uncommon for directors to have blockbuster debuts, and Costner, having directed many westerns, understands the directing of horse riding scenes. At least he's better at it than I am. Ronald returned to the company and immediately saw Sui Hark in his office. He was currently making final revisions to Dragon Boys 3 based on feedback from the test screenings. Sigh, it seems there's going to be a big change in Hong Kong's film investment. Sui Hark was also watching the news report on the Drug Enforcement Administration's detailed arrest of 14K. What do you mean? Ronald asked, confused. What did the downfall of a gang have to do with movies? You don't know, because the Hong Kong film market has been booming in recent years. Many, like 14K, are investing in films, driving up star salaries. Hey, isn't that a good thing? These people only know how to raise star salaries and then make a lot of shoddy copycat films. Ronald thought to himself, we have a hothead like Minahan Golan in Hollywood too, and his funding sources, like a Dutch export-import bank, don't seem very clean either. The film industry is a favorite haunt of shady dealings, a place where gray and even black market dollars can be legally converted into legitimate capital. The so-called booming Hong Kong film market, it seems, is largely driven by this. Yes, if the market returns to normal, maybe I'll find investors there again. Tsui Hark had many things he disliked and wasn't used to in Hollywood, and he began to miss the working atmosphere and methods of Hong Kong. After a detailed investigation by Daydream's production department, the conclusion was that the budget for Dances with Wolves must be kept below $20 million, and Kevin Costner must invest a portion himself. This decision was easy to understand, because if he only received a lump sum salary, he could easily overspend. He had to invest a portion himself, and then receive payment based on the film's box office performance, thus sharing the risk. This would prevent Ronald and Orion from being taken advantage of. Furthermore, filming in locations like Mexico could significantly reduce salaries and production costs, as there are no unions there, and the wages of extras and technicians could be squeezed to the minimum. Kevin. Cindy, please have a seat. This time it was Ronald's turn to invite Costner to a baseball game. They were watching another Seattle Mariners game, this time the Los Angeles Angels, playing at home against the highly favored Seattle Mariners. Because it was a home game, Ronald brought Diane and the Costners to VIP box. Costner would also appear on the balcony to cheer on the team. He was the star of the show, and many baseball fans adored him. Oh, who's that Angels pitcher? I feel like he's a bit strange. Diane knew more about baseball than Ronald. She noticed the home team's starting pitcher, whose gloved hand was in an odd position. Let's give a round of applause to rookie pitcher Jim Abbott. The announcer loudly called out the pitcher's name. The pitcher put the baseball in his glove, then took off his baseball cap and questioned the crowd. Then he laboriously lifted the baseball from his glove, took it out with his left hand, and weighed it in his hand. Oh my God, he doesn't have a right hand. Diane and Ronald were both shocked. How could a major league pitcher be a disabled person without a right hand? Jim Abbott, he was the pitcher for the national baseball team in the demonstration sport at last year's Seoul Olympics. He was the starting pitcher in the final and won us a gold medal, Costner explained to Ronald after returning from the balcony. It was truly inspiring. Ronald and the entire audience applauded. It was remarkable that someone like him could reach such a professional level. Oh, another RBI. Abbott is facing a serious challenge today. During the game, this player, who seemed like the protagonist of a Hollywood inspirational movie, was having a very unlucky day, allowing consecutive hits and runs. Oh, today is a very unlucky day for Abbott. The opposing batter hit another high-flying 2-run single. The Angels were already down 0-7. Come on, Angels, Diane cheered for the home team from the box. It seems talent doesn't always guarantee victory, Kevin. You also need some luck and teamwork, Ronald added a double entendre, referencing the situation on the field. The other Angels players had also made many mistakes today. Like a film director, it's possible that mistakes by others in the team prevented the director from achieving the desired visuals. Yet, that's happened, hasn't it? Costner, seeing Ronald using baseball as a reference, could immediately refute. To reduce the probability of this happening, we need some institutional arrangements, otherwise I think both Orion and I will have doubts about this film. Ronald stated his thoughts to Costner, half in discussion and half in threat. If Costner didn't agree to his conditions, few mid-sized studios in Hollywood would agree to fund the Orion project that had been abandoned. If even Orion didn't dare to make it, then this film must have an unbearable risk. Ronald proposed several ideas. First, the film must bring in a foreign distributor to mitigate risk through advance payments from distribution revenue. Ronald was considering leveraging his connections with Michael Douglas and Franz Affman, the director of film investment at Credit Line. Second, Kevin Costner must include a salary as an investment in the film's budget. This means that if the film fails at the box office, he will receive nothing but his advance payment of several $100,000. The best way to get a star fully committed to a film is to tie him down with a profit-sharing contract. Of course, if the film is a success, he will receive a substantial income that most stars can only dream of. However, this would not be a loss for Ronald or Orion. Third, the final domestic and video distribution must be guaranteed by Kevin Costner as the main star to attract investment. He must be closely associated with the film project at press conferences to instill confidence in this epic film, much like Ronald's approach to financing The Silence of the Lambs. I need to think about it too. Costner had no objections to the other conditions, but he was still a little worried about the profit-sharing arrangement instead of a salary. Was he really that keen on making this movie? He needed to go back and discuss it with his wife. "Ronnie, it's Douglas." Back at the hotel, Diane listened to the recorded message with Douglas's voicemail. She picked up the phone, dialed it, and handed it to Ronald. "Doug, it's my cousin." Donna answered the phone. "Doug," Ronald picked up the phone and said to him irritably. This kid was secretly dating his cousin, keeping it a secret from him, which annoyed him greatly. "Hi, Ronald." It seemed the two got along well. After Donna grew up and started working, her aversion to successful men like Douglas from her hometown had lessened considerably. She wasn't as naive as she was in college, and compared to the morally questionable men in the investment world and Hollywood, Douglas was much more agreeable. "What do you want?" "Well, little George wants you to shoot a promotional ad for his father. You've seen the news about the DEA's work lately, right? Our president wants the public to know who's behind it." "Wow, already preparing for re-election." Ronald couldn't help but gasp. In a place like America, a politician's first priority is to win the hearts of the people. Chapter 1061 Central Park Runners. What? The Arkansas governor's on TV playing the saxophone again. Is he in the professional entertainment industry now? Upon arriving in New York, Ronald and Douglas met up. At the airport, they discovered a young, handsome governor was on a late-night program again, showcasing a saxophone solo. Sigh, I see now. A politician's job isn't to make policies, but to please the people and win the next election, Douglas chuckled, shaking his head. Not only was this governor already preparing for the election 4 years later, but George Sr. was also campaigning for re-election. The DEA, under George S.R.'s leadership, had successfully cracked down on the 14K drug trafficking ring in Hong Kong, and now they had George Sr. contact Ronald to further expand their influence among the public. Everyone associated with 14K was monitored by the DEA and other powerful agencies. Those entering America or countries with close ties to America, such as Canada and Britain, were subject to rigorous scrutiny and often denied visas. This executive order issued by the president was part of a marketing campaign Ronald was working on. President George Sr. makes American communities safer. It not only dismantled a billion-dollar drug smuggling ring, but also eliminated the possibility of these criminal groups entering America to cause trouble in the future. This was the theme of one promotional video. Another was gun control, making communities safer. President George S.R.'s staunch supporters were veterans and the military-industrial complex. One of their demands was the monopoly of the arms manufacturing industry in America and its allies. NATO's bullet standards were set by America. Taking advantage of this major 14K case, and with the cooperation of members of Congress who also represented the interests of the military-industrial complex, the president also passed legislation banning the sale of foreign-made automatic rifles to the domestic market. In America, with its Second Amendment, this was no easy feat. Therefore, a pretext was needed to get members of Congress to vote in favor, otherwise, passing a bill that potentially violated the Second Amendment would make them look bad under attacks from gun rights groups. The amendment had been passed long ago, finalized by then Secretary of State and Founding Father Thomas Jefferson. His text read, "A well-organized militia is necessary to the security of a free nation, and the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be violated." To pass this bill, which prohibited the importation of firearms and fed domestic gun manufacturers, it required interpretation by the Supreme Court justices, who confirmed that the arms mentioned in the Second Amendment referred to the single-shot rifles used by the militia, roughly the length of an arm, not the automatic rifles that could fire water with a single pull of the trigger. In America, machine guns have historically been called automatic rifles. The president and senators, lacking a pretext, saw the 14K's case file. He was overjoyed. Wasn't this a gift delivered to his doorstep? Soon, this bill would be introduced under the pretext of protecting DEA agents and maintaining community safety. Because these foreign organized crime groups smuggled imported illicit drugs using foreign-made automatic weapons for escort. Banning these weapons from the country would benefit the American people's firepower and weaken the armed forces of these foreign criminals, a win-win legislation. Therefore, the theme of the second advertisement that little George asked Ronald to create was the president's ban on imported automatic weapons, making your community safer. Ronald, upon hearing little Douglas's, the explanation only elicited a wry smile. These politicians' logic was truly flawed. But the public, oblivious to these intricacies, still believed they were acting in their own best interests. It didn't matter how much effort politicians put into legislation, the key was widespread dissemination of the message. Who exactly granted them the protection of this law? Anyway, George Jr.'s suggestion to Barbara to send Ronald a substantial sum of government funding was a small reward for Ronald's strong support during the election campaign. Ronald didn't think much of it, and invited Eddie, the general manager in New York, to negotiate with the directors of Daydream Studios, one director each, as a practice run and a way to earn some extra money. After his father entered the White House, George Jr. had become Barbara's favorite, almost on par with his brother Jeb in terms of trust. He wouldn't be coming to New York for a few more days to officially sign Ronald's dream contract. Ronald treated it as a few days of rest at home, having a family dinner with Doug Jr. and Donna. Aunt Karen, on the other hand, was beaming. Her daughter's boyfriend was Ronald's high school classmate, the son of a local gentry. Wasn't this the ideal marriage a white mother from the countryside dreamed of? I'm going to stay at my Manhattan apartment for a few days. I have some company business to attend to. After a day of rest, Ronald said he needed to return to Manhattan. Donna rolled her eyes at him. He was definitely going to see Helen Slater. Oh, poor Diane. Go ahead, son. I'm already happy that you come back to see your aunt every now and then, Aunt Karen said to Ronald. Donna's female friends didn't seem to care. He was a two-time Oscar-nominated director. What did it matter if he had a few female celebrity friends? She'd been reading a lot of Hollywood biographies lately, and whose romantic history didn't take up a large portion of the biography? Anyway, Ronald wasn't married yet. By the way, the New York City mayoral election is coming up soon. My grandfather asked me to ask you which candidate you'll support. Seeing Donna's expression, Douglas deliberately changed the subject, asking Ronald his opinion on the upcoming mayoral election. My personal lawyer, Lindsay Dahl's partner's mentor, Mr. Rudy, the New York City Attorney General, is also running. I'll support him. Great. Our Staten Island Chamber of Commerce has also decided to support his candidacy. Douglas was pleased that Ronald was on his side. Staten Island had always supported Elephant Party candidates anyway. Helen, Ronnie. Helen looked radiant today, a white sports jacket wrapped around her waist, tight-fitting sports pants, white running shoes, and a headband. She'd been paying more attention to her figure lately, burning calories more often through jogging to prevent a recurrence of anorexia. Couples who have been together for a long time always need to find things to do, and this evening, she and Ronald went for a jog and walk. They enjoyed themselves immensely along the Central Park trails. The increased heart rate and endorphin release from running made their gazes towards each other even more intense. Hey, want a videotape? A black voice rang out, but he wasn't wearing the kind of coat often worn by people selling pirated videotapes. Central Park was a popular exercise spot for the surrounding residents. Many wealthy women from the Upper East Side and the sons of the expensive penthouse apartments on the South Side also frequented the park. He was jogging in the park. But in recent years, this once quiet and safe upscale park has become increasingly crowded with vendors selling banned drugs and pirated videotapes, as well as some Black or Latino teenagers who seem to have come from nowhere, clearly filled with anger towards white people and the kind who whistle at pretty girls. Beep, a loud whistle rang out. The young black man, his muscles tense and his eyes blazing with anger, made a lewd gesture towards Helen. Hey, blonde, come here and try mine. How much better than your boyfriend? Watch your words. Ronald glared at him, stepped forward to protect Helen, and helped her away from the center of the conflict to cool things down. Hey, where are you from? You're no better than us, white guy, the black man said, trying to push Ronald. Hey, don't cross the line. Ronald braced himself against the man, using wrestling techniques to subdue him. He then looked back and saw that Helen was already far away. He quickly pushed her away, retreating to leave the scene with her. The black man stumbled from Ronald's push and immediately whistled, attracting several of his companions. We have no grudges, okay? Ronald looked around, seeing the black accomplices gathering behind him. He quickly took a few steps back. It was dark, and there were large trees providing cover. Ronald carefully looked around, not wanting to be surrounded from behind the trees. Now you know you're a coward? Why don't you let your girlfriend play with us? Seeing that his side had more people, the black man immediately rushed forward to beat Ronald. Realizing the situation was bad, Ronald quickly ran a few steps towards Helen, grabbed her, and tried to run away. The black man, lunged forward and closed in on Ronald. Clang, a dull sound, like metal rebounding after being squeezed, and a knife. The sound of blade scraping against foregrip came. SHXT, Ronald knew he was in trouble the moment he heard that sound. It was the sound of a switchblade. He grabbed Helen's coat, pulled it over his own hands, and charged forward. Thud, the blade sliced through the coat, then Ronald twisted it inside with both hands. His opponent couldn't retract the blade in time and stabbed wildly a few times, but Ronald pulled with a burst of strength, disarming him with a tightly wrapped coat. Thud, Ronald struck the opponent's ankle, then pulled on his shoulders, and the opponent fell to the ground with a thud. It was a hard fall. Run, Ronald didn't dare fight these brats. Fighting these hot-blooded, underage bastards wasn't worth getting hurt. Helen saw that Ronald's hand seemed to be bleeding and screamed in fright, then grabbed Ronald and ran. "Are you alright?" Doug and Donna, having received the news, rushed to Ronald's Fifth Avenue apartment. Ronald was being questioned there by a black detective from the NYPD. Beside him was Helen Slater, and on the other side were his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, and several senior lawyers from her firm. "I'm fine," Ronald waved to them. "Oh, Ronald," Donna, with her sharp eyes, noticed a bandage on Ronald's hand. "It's nothing, just a small cut from the blade when I was disarming him," Ronald chuckled self-deprecatingly. That bare-handed disarming move was something he'd learned from veteran Chinese wrestlers at the Shichahei Sports School. He never expected it to save his life today. But he hadn't practiced this kind of street fighting technique for many years. He hadn't protected his hands properly when using the knife, and the other person's blade cut his coat and injured his hand. "My God, Ronald. You should hire a bodyguard," Little Doug said seriously. Ronald's wealth and status certainly warranted some professional protection. "I'm a movie director, what would it look like to have bodyguards while filming?" Ronald thought. "I was fine. Why are there so many aggressive young people in Central Park these days?" "Well, many illegal immigrants from the South come here without jobs or income, and have to sleep in the free Central Park at night. There are also many drug dealers who use this place as their trading ground." Hey, Ronald thought to himself, it seems that President George's policies really are. "Yes, it's necessary. My client needs a medical examination, and he's already said enough. He's a model citizen who cooperates with your work. What you need now is to apprehend the suspect, not harass my client here." Attorney Lindsay, seeing the NYPD relentlessly bombarding Ronald with the same questions, immediately interrupted. "Okay, please don't leave New York recently. My client is a famous Hollywood director. His job doesn't allow for a long-term stay. I'm just following the rules." The black detective shrugged. "Do I need to apply for a court order?" Lindsay Dole knew that after hearing Ronald say that a black youth had attacked him, he had begun to meticulously gather all the details and immediately responded professionally. "Get him out of here, thank you, Lindsay." Ronald was bleeding and exhausted from the intense fight and run. "No need. This is the service you deserve for the legal fees you paid. We will continue to pursue this matter with the NYPD and also file a complaint with the Southern District Attorney. You scared me to death." After the lawyer and detective left, Doug sat down and looked Ronald up and down before letting out a sigh of relief. "My mom was so worried." Donna looked at the hospital diagnosis and also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ronald hadn't suffered any muscle or bone damage, only a shallow cut. "You should rest well." Seeing how tired Ronald was, the two of them said goodbye and left. "Ronnie," Helen came over and hugged Ronald's head. "I was so scared." Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes from her earlier fright. It's okay, Ronald gently touched Helen's arm with his uninjured hand to comfort her. "I was worried about you." "Why?" Helen's eyes reddened again. "What would I do if something happened to you? I want to be your Katharine Hepburn. You can't die young like Spencer Tracy." "What?" "You scared me to death." Helen hugged Ronald and cried again. Sigh. Ronald understood what Helen meant. She wanted to maintain a romantic relationship with another star, Tracy, just like Hepburn had done, even though Tracy was married. When they were in New York, they would live together, but not be together forever. It was a unique Hollywood-style relationship, where the woman silently maintained the relationship. Helen didn't seek marriage. It seemed she had high expectations of herself, wanting to be the successor to Katharine Hepburn, who had won multiple Best Actress awards. However, Ronald knew she didn't have that talent. The two weren't really suited for marriage. Living together for a long time would lead to arguments about their differing opinions on acting and film. But when they weren't together for a long time, they missed each other. Not being able to find a bodyguard for himself was one thing, but Helen and Diane, his two female friends, needed protection. What would happen if something happened to them? Helen, unusually, helped Ronald wash up and then helped him to bed. Helen sat on the edge of the bed, watching Ronald silently. By the way, you need to move. And you can't go jogging in Central Park anymore. It's become very unsafe there. I'm not going back, but why do I have to move? Helen's current small apartment was bought with her own earnings, and she really loves it. Don't argue. I don't want you to take any more risks. Midtown Manhattan, where Helen's apartment is located, isn't very safe now. There are fireflies everywhere in Times Square, and there are more and more drug dealers around. They're all dangerous. I don't know what the mayor has been doing with our tax money, but, Helen, who was about to argue, saw Ronald scream as he touched his wound and swallowed her words. It's nothing, it's just about living in a nice house, right? The developer here called me a while ago. They had a slightly lower floor apartment for sale, so I bought it. You can live here, okay? The fitness facilities here are great, and you can buy plenty of food and clothes without even going downstairs, but, Helen was startled, the houses here weren't cheap. Please don't say but, Helen. You can stay here for now, and move when you find a safer place. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Touched, Helen still didn't want to live in such a luxurious house. She didn't argue, but simply hugged Ronald's back until he fell asleep. Ring ring ring, the phone rang, and Helen answered it from outside. It's okay, Diane, he's fine, he's asleep now. It was Diane calling. She had heard about Ronald's accident and was terrified. Is this how you take care of him? You scared me to death. It's good that he's alright. Ronald woke up the next day to the sound of Helen watching television outside. Yesterday, a young female runner was attacked in Central Park. Police believe she was assaulted and raped by multiple people. She was knocked down while jogging at night, dragged nearly 300 feet off the road, and violently assaulted. About 4 hours later, she was found naked, covered in mud and blood, lying in a ditch about 300 feet north of the intersection of 102nd Street and the park's wooded area. The first officer to see her said, she was beaten more severely than anyone I've ever seen. She looked like she had been tortured. The victim suffered severe brain damage and may be unconscious. The NYPD has not yet confirmed the victim's identity. Anyone with information can call the number at the bottom of the screen, SHXT. Ronald pushed open the bedroom door. You'd better move out. Ronald picked up the phone to call a real estate developer to buy the empty house. Oh, Helen fell silent. If she had gone for a run alone yesterday, she might have encountered a similar tragedy. It is believed that several other joggers and cyclists were also attacked by multiple people yesterday. The NYPD is investigating. They want to know who the victim is and whether other cases are related to this intentional assault. Ronald hung up the phone and heard this news again. No wonder the NYPD detectives were asking such detailed questions yesterday. It was probably the same group that did it. He and Helen looked at each other in dismay. How could the security in Manhattan, the center of the universe, be so bad now? Okay, I'll move right away. Helen didn't dare to live in the small apartment anymore. Just thinking about what happened yesterday made her tremble. It was better to move into this high-rise apartment with its tight security measures as soon as possible. Chapter 1062. The retired bodyguard from the Special Operations Team. Ronald, what happened? I heard you were stabbed. Upon arriving in New York, George Jr. immediately noticed a bandage on Ronald's hand. Yes, the security in Manhattan is getting worse and worse. I was attacked in Central Park, which should be a peaceful symbol of the city, with many mothers pushing strollers. Hey, this won't do. America almost lost a great director. One good thing about George Jr. was that he didn't act like the president's son. Where's your bodyguard? You don't have one? That won't do. I'll introduce you to a security company. Before Ronald could speak, George Jr. handed him the business cards of a security company run by two retired Secret Service veterans. One of the retired bodyguards was Jerry Parr, the hero who saved the life of former President Ronald Sr. He was the one who pushed the president into the car and immediately took him to the nearest hospital. Having arranged the advertisement shoot for the president, Ronald dialed the man's number. Still shaken, he wanted to secure his safety as soon as possible. My former colleague at the White House called, Mr. Lee. I'll send my best bodyguards to you, Jerry Parr said readily. finalizing the assignment over the phone. Soon, his trusted bodyguards arrived at Ronald's Fifth Avenue apartment. Daniel Sullivan, my clients usually call me Dan. The man was a 6-foot-tall middle-aged man with short, dark hair and sunglasses. Upon entering, Dan quickly scanned all the entrances and exits before removing his sunglasses to greet Ronald. Ronald immediately sensed his professionalism. That highly professional scanning gesture seemed like an unconscious way of dealing with potential danger. He spoke little, at a moderate pace, and was neither servile nor arrogant towards his client. I heard from Par that you're his colleague, Ronald began, signaling the start of the interview. I joined the Secret Service in 1975. Actually, Jerry was my mentor. I did well. I started by protecting the First Lady, and then I was responsible for protection at large events. I was in charge of security for Prince Charles and Princess Diana's visit. I even saw you at the White House that time. Oh, well. I actually have quite a lot of work. Sometimes I have to go to film sets to direct, or participate in movie promotions. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. Our Secret Service style is to always be there for your safety where the cameras aren't rolling. In fact, you'll hardly feel my presence in your daily life. Unless danger arises, I'll give you an advance warning. As long as you follow my instructions, there won't be any problems. Dan explained the details of their Secret Service's VIP protection. Generally speaking, for celebrities like Ronald, the danger mainly comes from unknown sources. VIP protection is about identifying potential sources of danger in advance and then counteracting them before they take any dangerous actions. Dan doesn't need to restrict his movements every day or forbid him from doing this or that. He only needs Ronald's cooperation on certain occasions, such as fan meetings. At other times, he can just pretend he doesn't exist. I don't understand. You're not old enough to retire yet, are you? Ronald was puzzled. Compared to Jerry Parr, who was nearly 60, this very capable Dan was only in his early 40s. Why wasn't he working for the Secret Service? I really wanted to continue serving in the Secret Service. But my wife isn't in good health and needs long-term care. My 2 children are in high school, and I need a higher-paying job to pay for their college tuition, Dan stated frankly. Actually, Jerry Parr had always considered Dan his successor in the Secret Service. However, Dan prioritized his family and loved his wife dearly, so he couldn't stop him. Instead, he recommended Ronald, a wealthy Hollywood client, to him, hoping he could get the job. Money is no problem. If your wife needs treatment, I can arrange for her to have a checkup at the public hospital in Tottville, Staten Island. It's a nice, quiet place, suitable for a patient's recovery. Dan was overjoyed. Mr. Lee, thank you for your generosity. However, I have one more request. I need insurance. This job requires me to take bullets for our clients if necessary. I don't want my wife and children in extreme situations. Just call me Ronald, that's fine. After understanding the situation, Ronald quickly decided to use the bodyguard who had protected the president. After signing the contract and buying him high-value insurance, Dan officially started his trial period. His first task was to inspect Ronald's residence, collect a large shopping list, and then interview his driver, Bud. Dan was satisfied with Bud's physique. He could be used to shield him from danger if necessary. Hi, Ronald. Just then, the apartment developer came to visit Ronald. Seeing Ronald's injured hand, he quickly withdrew his right hand and went to hug Ronald. Dan, wearing sunglasses, stood up abruptly and stared at the man. He then clearly recognized the other person, nodded, and sat down. Oh, how did you get hurt? I don't know. I don't know those people at all. They don't know why, but they were filled with hatred towards me and came at me with knives. Ronald was quite satisfied with Dan's reaction. Indeed, as he said, they were completely unaware of his presence. You know what? This is all because our state has effectively abolished the death penalty. These little brats don't know what fear is. The developer began to ramble on about his views on how to improve public order through strict laws, and then he boasted about the security of his apartment building, mentioning a private elevator, multiple layers of security, and how he never had to leave the building for anything. Ronald tried to interject several times but couldn't find an opportunity. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he shouted, "Hey, stop talking. Hurry up and prepare my contract, I'll give you a check." The developer immediately got up, called the company, and had his secretary bring the contract down for him to sign. While waiting, the developer still asked Ronald, "Which part of Central Park were you attacked in?" I heard a woman was also attacked. I was on the north side of Central Park. The NYPD said there were about 20 or 30 black and Latino thugs coming from Harlem. They attacked anyone exercising and stole a lot of valuables. But I don't know if they were the same thugs who attacked that poor lady. Helen didn't accept transferring the house to her name. Ronald knew the property taxes would be a big burden for her, but at least she was willing to move in for the time being. Other things could be discussed later. The only problem was finding bodyguards. 99% of the people in that industry were men. Dan advised Ronald to recruit some himself. He could interview and train them. Ronald, already satisfied with Dan's work these past 2 days, was delighted to hear he could also be an instructor and immediately put him in charge of all his security. Because Dan was a former Secret Service agent, he had a concealed carry permit valid in all states and a special vehicle driver's license, so he wouldn't have any problems if stopped by the NYPD on the road. Ronald flew back to Los Angeles, and Dan gradually began teaching but about security, especially how to drive safely and quickly when chased by paparazzi. Both being from the disciplined services, the two seemed to hit it off. This is another close friend of Ronald's, also an actress, named Diane, but introduced Diane, who had come to pick him up, to Dan. How could you be so careless? Diane punched Ronald a few times as soon as she saw him. It's okay, this time I ran into a criminal gang. You saw on the news, that poor woman was beaten into a vegetative state. You still say that, sob. Diane's eyes reddened. It's okay, look, I'm fine. This is Dan, my security consultant. He used to be in the White House Secret Service. With him here, I'll be safe. Ronald hugged Diane tightly. This time, he truly felt the need to be more mindful of the feelings of those around him. Let's go to Beverly Park. Ronald got into the car and had Bud drive to the 2 large houses he had bought. He wanted to rebuild them as soon as possible so Diane could move in. The safety situation in Los Angeles has gradually deteriorated compared to 2 years ago. Illegal drugs and the large influx of undocumented immigrants from the South have significantly impacted security in both areas. The space here is excellent. What you need to focus on is minimizing the number of entry and exit routes. There are natural trees and hills blocking the view from the outside. If you can limit the entrances and exits to 1 or 2, coupled with security facilities, it will be easy to control all the potential dangers. Dan Sullivan offered his professional advice on the security design. Richard, the accompanying agent, was also very satisfied. Ronald should have moved into such a mansion long ago. Mr. Lee, I've seen a similar Chinese garden design at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, but it doesn't harmonize with the overall environment. The architect Ronald had hired, looking at the schematics Ronald had drawn, had some reservations about the prominent garden design. A very wide artificial lake had only one small bridge leading to the mansion's entrance. I'm just doing it my own way. Just follow my ideas. Ronald ignored the hint. The Metropolitan Museum of Art's garden is just a small courtyard and cannot represent the essence of Chinese gardens. This designer has never seen the Zon Garden in Jiangnan or the Summer Palace in the north. Those are designs that are harmoniously integrated with the original landscape. Anyway, he only needs to design his own residence, and he'll leave the garden to Old Wang from the Jiangnan Garden Institute. Seeing that the other designer was still trying to persuade him, Ronald raised his hand to stop him, saying that designing something comfortable for himself was the most important thing. The newly completed Louvre Metro exit in Paris is the glass pyramid designed by I.M.P. After its completion, Parisian residents criticized it, saying that I.M.P.'s pyramid was incongruous and ruined the overall artistic atmosphere of the Louvre. But they also said the same thing about the Eiffel Tower, which Parisians were most proud of. Ronald is not actually living in the garden, it is just a barrier separating the outer and inner areas. The houses inside are still designed and built in the traditional neoclassical style. Ronald, how are you? I saw what happened in Central Park, New York on TV. I heard you were injured there too. I'm very worried. The day after returning to Los Angeles, Ovitz from CAA came to visit him in person. It seems Hollywood knows. This morning, an inspector from the NYPD called and said that I and that unfortunate lady named Meryl were attacked about half an hour apart. About 32 teenage thugs sneaked into Central Park from Harlem in the north, attacking passers-by from north to south. I was probably among the first victims. They also stole pizzas from 2 poor kids, and a man on a bicycle was severely beaten with wooden sticks. It's insane, honestly. It terrified me. I almost went crazy. These past 2 days I've been frantically searching for a suitable security company to appease the anxiety of CAA's celebrity clients, especially after they heard you were injured too. Ovitz at least outwardly showed concern for Ronald. He pulled out a business card and handed it to Ronald. This is the security consulting firm founded by Clint Hill. He was the head of President Kennedy's security detail, and it's the best bodyguard company I could find. You know, if he hadn't missed that convertible on the day of the assassination, he might have blocked the fatal third shot. Thank you, but thank you anyway. I found a security company that also came from the White House Secret Service, and they've assigned me a very good security consultant. Ronald waved to Dan. Ovitz didn't even notice the bodyguard standing in the shadows of the room, and waved back blankly. Ronald found it amusing. He wondered what Ovitz's relationship was with Clint Hill, and he was probably just using this opportunity to introduce some of his own people to work as bodyguards for celebrities. His motives weren't so pure. Besides, security measures, disciplined forces, the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, and other powerful organizations have always been the domain of the Republican Party. The person George Jr. introduced was the real deal, the one who saved President Ronald Sr., much better than some guy who just talks the talk of saving Kennedy if he'd been there. Security personnel are meant to be there in critical moments, not to offer hindsight like if only. Oh, that's great. Ovitz adjusted his glasses. Retired Secret Service agents were highly sought after by the wealthy and famous. Ronald's quick acquisition of an active-duty Secret Service agent as a bodyguard surprised him. Dan, right? With you by Ronald's side, we feel much more at ease. Ovitz didn't reveal his surprise much. Ronald, you've just returned, take good care of yourself. Is there anything the CAA can do for you? Do you need my help with your 2 projects? Thank you. Nisida and Richard handled everything very well. Ronald flashed a row of white teeth. His principle in cooperating with the CAA now was to benefit his own people first. As for others in Ovitz's company who want to hitch a ride, they'll have to pay a suitable price. Anytime, anywhere. Ovitz choked again. If you need anything. No matter what, casting, script, directing, or if your friend needs a role, just give me a call. You reminded me, Michael, I really do have something to ask you. Ronald thought for a moment. His own business didn't need Ovitz's involvement, but could Ovitz help with the next roles for Diane and Helen? That's good. If you're interested in producing or directing, just let me know. Eisner's power at Disney has recently increased significantly, and he happens to have a low to medium budget romantic comedy that would be perfect for your friend. The recent Who Framed Roger Rabbit and the currently post-production The Little Mermaid were both produced by Eisner's subordinates, with Katzenberg serving as vice president of production. These traditional animated films were very popular with Disney's veteran executives. Who Framed Roger Rabbit achieved excellent box office results, which greatly increased the power of Eisner's faction. Eisner and Katzenberg were able to pass a resolution at the board meeting to establish a new production entity, Hollywood Studios, to bolster their faction's power. The stated purpose of this studio was to separate from Touchstone Pictures and target a more mature audience, producing more R-rated films. The newly opened Hollywood Studios already had several projects and was inquiring with CAA about potential package deals to assemble a usable production team for their limited resources. 3000. That evening, Ronald saw the script Ovitz had sent. The unusual title caught Ronald's attention among several scripts. Could it be a science fiction film? Chapter 1063 Tom Cruise wants to be a screenwriter. Aren't you going to sleep? This script is so good. Diane, wearing a silk nightgown and sprayed with perfume from Cher Company, swayed her hips as she approached Ronald. It's really good, a very realistic work. Ronald had been flipping through the script on the living room table with his uninjured left hand, shifting uncomfortably. He adjusted his posture. The script's strange title, 3000, wasn't actually a date from a science fiction film, but rather meant $3,000. The script told the story of Edward Lewis, a tycoon in Los Angeles who was involved in corporate mergers and acquisitions, who one day met a streetwalker named Vivian Ward. Vivian Ward was a red-haired beauty from the South whose biggest wish was to visit Disneyland. However, she was addicted to drugs and had no money to save. The two reached an agreement. Edward Lewis would pay her $3,000 for a week, during which time Vivian Ward would not use drugs. The two got along well, their personalities complementing each other. But at the end of the week, life revealed its cruel side to these two not-so-moral people. Edward Lewis's acquisitions were primarily financed by issuing junk bonds on Wall Street, which coincided with interest rate hikes and a stock market crash, leaving him facing business failure and bankruptcy. Frustrated, he discovered Vivian was still secretly using drugs. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, he drove her to the bus stop for Disneyland and kicked her out of the car. At the end, Edward's sports car sped away. Vivian fixed her hair, sat down to wait for the bus to the park, and even smiled. Sigh, Ronald sighed and closed the script. The screenwriter, J.F. Lawton, was undeniably talented. This was a story about the disillusionment of the American dream. He didn't explicitly state the fates of the two characters in the script, but anyone familiar with American society could read the subtext. Exploiting loopholes in the rules, financing with junk bonds, acquiring businesses, and then splitting them up and selling them off created many billionaires in the 1980s. However, as the 1990s approached, most of these people were devoured by the cutthroat world of finance. Hollywood has its victims, such as Israeli Menahem Golan. Junk bonds had exorbitant interest rates, new bonds couldn't be issued, and this tycoon, Edward, was acquiring the largest shipyard on the West Coast. His fate might be even more tragic than Menaham's. He wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Vivian Ward represents another type of person. The frenzied urbanization of the 1980s saw countless young people from small towns flocking to big cities in pursuit of their dreams. But if things went wrong, rent and the cost of living would devour their dreams. If they also became involved with drugs, many were forced down the path of self-destruction, like Vivian. Two unfortunate individuals, by chance, found themselves drawn together, only to be separated by the cold tide of reality. Tragically, neither knew they had embarked on a path of no return, still clinging to the illusion of reality, believing they could escape the vortex. Diane, seeing Ronald's eyes fixed on her waist and hips, was delighted and slowly sat down in his lap. Oh, the man's warm body temperature made Diane feel comfortable. Does your hand still hurt? She gently touched Ronald's bandage. If you just turn it a little this way, it won't hurt anymore. Ronald's injury still made him a little tired. An hour later, before 10 p.m., he fell asleep on the sofa. Diane brought a blanket from the bedroom and gently covered him with it, then picked up her script and started reading. The next morning, while the two were having breakfast, Diane was still reading her script. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. Diane answered it and handed it to Ronald. Ah, Inspector. What, you found a suspect? Oh, that's good. Did you find the person who attacked the jogging lady and the cyclist too? Do you want me to go back and identify them? No problem, but you'll have to wait a few days, okay? Is the lady alright? What's wrong, Ronnie? Diane noticed that Ronald's expression had suddenly changed. His face had turned very pale, and he was sweating profusely. She quickly handed him some orange juice to drink. That lady might not make it. The detective said even if she did, she might be in a vegetative state. I'm so scared. Ronald hugged Diane, his hands trembling. If he hadn't been so alert, he might have. The two huddled together for a while, Ronald slowly regaining his composure by alternating between eating a sandwich and drinking orange juice with one hand. He was glad he had hired a bodyguard. He didn't want that to happen again. Why are you still looking at this script? Ronald noticed Diane was still holding the 3000 script. What do you think of this script? Diane asked. It's a good script, but it's not really suitable for the current market. Ronald didn't seem to care and spoke his mind. This kind of script, which exposes the dark side of society and has some clever plot twists, might have been an Oscar nominee for Best Original Screenplay in the 1960s or 70s. Scripts exploring relationships between men and women under extreme circumstances are also strong contenders for acting awards. But now, the film industry is attracting a large young audience again, and to gain fame, a happy ending is necessary. Oh, Diane listened to Ronald's analysis and continued flipping through the script. This script isn't suitable for you. Ronald suddenly realized that this was the script Diane had her eye on, hoping for an Oscar nomination. He reached out to take the script back. Why? Diane hugged the script tightly to her chest, turning her back to protect it, not letting Ronald take it. Huh? This is a story about a street girl. You can't play it. Ronald was getting anxious. Was he really interested? Even if Diane acted in the script, it would be difficult to win an award these days. And even if she did win, so what? These kinds of movies inevitably involve sex scenes, and it would damage her image. If she acted well and received critical acclaim, Diane would be typecast as that kind of actress. and audiences would only think of her signature roles. That wouldn't be good. Why won't you let me play it? Are you going to let someone else play it? Diane's eyes widened. Actresses don't back down in situations like this. No, Ronald was sweating profusely. I'm not. Well, right. Didn't your dad say you shouldn't play these kinds of roles? What are you afraid of? I've already played one in the TV series Lonely Pigeon Town, haven't I? Diane ignored Ronald and continued working on the script. That's different, isn't it? It's a Western, and it's mostly about romance. Ronald tried to explain that the TV series had a very low level of explicitness. Although the character was also a bar girl, many viewers didn't realize it and thought Diane was playing Robert Duvall's character's girlfriend. I don't care, I'm going to find Paula. No. Ronald tried to snatch the script back by tickling her, but his injured hand couldn't get past Diane's arms. Forget it, I'll just ask Nisida to smooth things over and have his wife find a way to dissuade Diane. It was time to get some good scripts for Diane and Helen to act in. Although many directors' girlfriends didn't have much star power, there were always a few exceptions. Ronald understood that Diane's true nature was that of an actress, not one of those pretty girls who entered the industry for fame and fortune. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Diane, holding the script, went to the intercom to open the door. She really wanted this role. Ronald's status was rising, and the gap between them was widening. Moreover, over the years, Ronald hadn't publicly confirmed their relationship, making Diane feel very insecure. If she could get this role, win an Oscar, or even just a nomination, or become a top actress, her relative status with Ronald would be more equal. Kevin, it's you, Diane heard Kevin Costner's voice on the intercom. After confirming with Ronald, she led him up. I saw on the ABC Morning News this morning. It seems the thugs who attacked you have been caught. Kevin Costner had come specifically to visit the injured Ronald. Yes, the NYPD called me. They arrested 20 suspects. I don't know if the ones who attacked me are among them. They invited me to New York for identification. The most unfortunate thing is that poor lady. I heard the detective say her identity has been confirmed. She's a secretary working at Salomon Brothers. Her skull was shattered, and she lost 3/4 of her blood. She might not make it. Hearing this terrified me. If I had made even the slightest mistake, maybe that person would have been me, or, Ronald was still shaken by the phone call that morning, almost traumatized. Seeing Costner, the first friend in his industry to visit him, he felt like he was treating him like a therapist. Ronnie, cough cough, Diane, seeing him going on, and Costner clearly having other things to do, spoke up to remind him. Ronald realized he shouldn't talk about Helen in front of Diane and immediately shut up. Kevin, I'm so glad you came to see me. Is there anything else? He glanced at Diane furtively, as if he felt indebted to her. Never mind, let her act you if she wants to. I had Paula negotiate to change the script for that movie, replacing all the inappropriate sex scenes and dark plots, just keep the parts that showcase acting skills. Costner was, of course, there to discuss Dances with Wolves. After discussing it with his screenwriter friend Michael Black, he was willing to make some concessions for Ronald. They were willing for Ronald to find a more professional director, allowing Costner to focus on the lead role. They were also willing to have Ronald's people on set as production managers to control the budget. Of course, with these concessions, they hoped to get Ronald's permission for the film's length, at least 3 hours. To be honest, Ronald also wanted to see that magnificent hunting scene from his dreams film. Without that majestic scene of bison galloping, Hollywood would be missing a classic scene. But filming that scene would be very difficult. North American bison are now endangered, and they would have to negotiate with bison herders in the South. Filming on location there would increase the budget considerably compared to Mexico. Ronald ultimately decided to agree to Costner's idea, provided he had staff and auditors on site. They wanted to go for a big production. He made 2 additional requests. First, to continue refining the script and limit the film to 3 hours. The original novel's plot was too rich to be filmed in one movie. Costner needed to make some compromises. The ending also had to offer hope, preventing audiences from leaving the theater heartbroken. The second request was to use as few unknown actors as possible. A large portion of the film's budget would be spent on location shooting. Ronald anticipated this. With horses, bison, and numerous extras, hiring stars would definitely exceed the budget, and star availability was uncertain. Ultimately, Ronald personally took on the role of producer, allocating an initial $1 million to Costner to find bison, horses, actors with Native American features, and a Sioux language instructor. This was one of Daydream's biggest investments in 1989, and Ronald specifically assigned head writer David Simpkins to serve as executive producer on set. He wanted to try a new direction, and Ronald also wanted to cultivate talent. Ding dong, after Costner left, another old friend came to visit. Tom. Diane hadn't acted in a movie with Tom Cruise since filming The Outcasts. They greeted each other, and she brought him a cup of coffee. Cruise took a sip and realized it was instant, knowing Diane wasn't very good at taking care of people. But he didn't care and finished his drink, then chatted with Ronald about the accident. Ronald, feeling talkative again, boasted about how, despite being frightened, he remained calm and used his coat to block the other person's dagger. You know what? If I had made a mistake, or reacted even a second slower, I might have ended up like that poor lady, knocked down, and dragged like a stray dog into the ditch. My companion probably wouldn't have survived either. Ahem, Diane. Ronald got carried away, then noticed Diane looking at him and quickly changed the subject. Tom, thank you for coming to see me. I feel so much better seeing my friend. Is there anything else you wanted to see me about? Oh, I'm relieved to see you're alright. Well, there's something I'd like to ask you. Tom Cruise rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. I want to start learning how to be a screenwriter, so I wanted to ask you, how should I begin? Ronald hesitated to ask. You're a dyslexic, and you want to be a screenwriter? But maybe his wife Mimi's Scientology treatment for his dyslexia might have some effect? Most importantly, don't try to write everything down at once. Writing a script is more like writing individual scenes and paragraphs first, and then assembling them like assembling a car. I often dictate my lines to a recorder and then have my secretary transcribe them. Yeah, I'm using it like that now, Tom Cruise said, pulling out a small recorder and pressing the red record button to record Ronald's key points. Paula will help me organize them later. Once I finish the first draft, we'll get together with Paula and Nisita, have a party, and I'd appreciate your feedback on my first script. Cruise seemed serious, even setting a time for Ronald to meet again after his return. Of course, no problem. Ronald noticed that Cruise didn't mention his wife, Mimi Rogers, but instead mentioned Paula Wagner. However, seeing no odd expression on Cruise's face, he let it go. Of all the male actors from The Outcasts back then, I really didn't expect him to have the best career. Diane began to think about the past. In that Coppola movie, the male lead, C. Thomas Hall, faded into obscurity. Ralph Marzio became famous with a kid, but his other films weren't successful either. Matt Dillon, once Hollywood's most promising actor, is now relegated to B-movie leading roles due to changing audience tastes. Emilio Estevez, after breaking up with Demi Moore, was sued by his ex-girlfriend and paid $2 million in alimony. He's now on the verge of bankruptcy. Rob Lowe's already struggling acting career came to a complete standstill due to the video scandal, and he's currently raising money for the lawsuit. If convicted, he could face up to 20 years in prison. Only Tom Cruise and Patrick Swayze, who were once the least prominent stars, are now incredibly famous, all thanks to their roles in Ronnie's movies. Thinking of this, Diane clung tightly to Ronald's arm. She had to hold on to a man like him. Chapter 1064 The Loss and Opportunities of an Australian Beauty. Listen, Ronald is a hot director in Hollywood right now. He's especially good at making actresses famous. Ronald doesn't usually like parties, but this gathering is just an excuse because of his accidental injury. It's a party hosted by some of his close friends. I got tickets by contacting some of Australia's biggest stars in Hollywood. You'd better seize this opportunity, a manager in a suit and tie was giving instructions to a tall, oval-faced, blonde woman with curly blonde hair. Oh, the blonde woman didn't know how to answer. She was full of fantasies about making it in Hollywood, but as an Australian, she was unfamiliar with the place and it would be very difficult to take the first step without someone to help her. Fortunately, the manager was relatively familiar with Hollywood and took her to Paul Hogan, the king of crocodiles, and Brian Neal, Rachel Ward's husband, to get her this opportunity to attend Ronald's small gathering. Please come in. Arriving at the mansion of famous Hollywood actor Michael Douglas, the butler checked her invitation. This way, Miss Kidman. The classic-style mansion was bathed in sunlight filtering through the trees, creating a slightly dizzying effect. Nicole Kidman could only hear faint laughter coming from the main hall. She adjusted her dress, smoothed her flowing curls, and hurried through the second door. If you ask me, you should just move to the suburbs of Los Angeles. It's very quiet here, and there are LAPD patrols outside the houses. It's incredibly safe. The owner, Michael Douglas, was discussing Ronald's ordeal with a large group of people. They all wanted Ronald to move to Hollywood. I love Hollywood. I already have a house ready, it's under construction. But I still miss my hometown. Hollywood is great, but living there permanently can be a bit crazy. Nicole Kidman gracefully walked to the edge of the group. The focus of their attention was a handsome man taller than herself, the person she was there to curry favor with, Ronald Lee. Ha ha. Douglas led the laughter, and everyone else joined in. Ronald's words reflected the feelings of Hollywood stars. Living here, every day they heard who had landed what role, possibly a contender for an Oscar, or a potential blockbuster worth $150 million. Over time, everyone developed a neurotic sensitivity to competition. Sometimes, the best way to persuade a star to take a role was to tell him that his competitors were also vying for it. Nicole Kidman also tried to put on her best smile and clapped softly. Just then, Danny DeVito noticed a short, bald comedian next to Michael Douglas. "Oh, who is this beautiful lady? My last name is Kidman. My name is Nicole. Aren't you the female lead in that movie with Sam Neill?" Danny DeVito remembered that she was the female lead in the critically acclaimed new film Dead Silence, which had been mentioned in numerous film reviews. No wonder her face looked familiar. This kind of perfect beauty, with the height and hair color that Hollywood loves, immediately drew the attention of the men in the room, who began to strike up conversations with her. Kidman knew that stars like Michael Douglas were all married, and to get the biggest returns, she had to keep an eye on single, powerful figures like Ronald. But after being distracted, she lost track of Ronald, her eyes darting around for a while before she finally spotted him chatting with another beautiful woman. "Catherine, how's your new project going? I heard Jim's trying to help you." "Yes, it's called Blue Steel, a commercial action crime film. I'm not too keen on making it, but Jim says it's the most important step for Hollywood to recognize you." "Indeed, look, Jim can now make what he wants to make." Ronald and Catherine Bigelow were discussing her career developments. Jim Cameron had completely separated from Gale Hurd, with only some paperwork remaining. Cameron had finished the main filming of The Abyss and was now immersed in post-production. In his personal life, he was inseparable from the beautiful director Bigelow, helping her find new projects. The two seemed to share similar interests. "I never imagined Central Park could be this unsafe. Back when I was in Colombia, I went running there every day." Bigelow stroked his hair, exuding a mature and confident charm that made the young Nicole Kidman feel a little ashamed. "Jim," Ronald greeted Cameron, who had just brought over 2 glasses of champagne. "Ronald, is your hand better? This is really unexpected. I never thought we brothers would almost lose our lives in the past 6 months. Cameron came over and carefully examined Ronald's injury, then put his arm around Bigelow's waist and continued chatting with Ronald about the development of The Abyss. Phew, Kidman breathed a sigh of relief. So that was Cameron's partner. "I went to your office yesterday and saw some of the special effects. They are indeed very realistic. If I had some traditional special effects footage and then corrected it with computer graphics, what would the effect be? It's very difficult, mainly due to manpower. The waves in The Abyss are purely computer rendered, and then it just needs to be composited with a normally filmed footage. But what you're talking about has to be seamlessly connected frame by frame, otherwise it will be a disastrous continuity error." According to Cameron, purely traditional special effects and purely computer-generated special effects are relatively simple, but compositing the two is a very labor-intensive process. "How many special effects shots are you still working on? When can we see the finished product?" Ronald was very impressed with the clips he saw in the office. The waves were simulated by the computer into human faces, very smooth and realistic. "I'm still working on the final rendering shots, which should be finished in about a week. Come and see them for me then." Cameron had been helping Bigelow with his new project while he was busy with computer rendering, and he was a little embarrassed when Ronald brought it up. "Are Fox satisfied?" Ronald asked. "Sigh, Goldberg left, and now the new president wants to cut the total length of my film. I'm arguing with him." Cameron had originally agreed with Goldberg to let him do his best and make a blockbuster of about 3 hours. But the new president in charge of production certainly doesn't offer any real support for projects led by his predecessor. Using the recent poor box office performance as an excuse, they want Cameron to reduce the runtime to about 2 hours. Although these details are in writing, the studio is ultimately the more powerful party than Cameron. They can come up with countless reasons to make Cameron give in. In the end, this game boils down to who needs whom more. Have him come talk to me. Ronald was indignant about this suppression. To undermine the achievements of the former president. They deliberately sabotaged Cameron's blockbuster by cutting it short. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so bad, but this is one of the few directors whose achievements in making special effects films are second only to Spielberg and Lucas. The future of Hollywood depends on them to expand it. Causing them trouble is truly self-defeating. I will. As for Catherine's new film, it's still an investment from a small production company, preparing to participate in next year's small film festivals. Haha, go talk to Michelle Canold. We're also looking for projects to participate in next year's Sundance Film Festival, Ronald said to Bigelow with a smile. You should have come to me sooner. I thought you had already secured investment. Jim said it's a necessary process. He settled two major matters in a few words, leaving Nicole Kidman, who had been secretly listening to their conversation, stunned. What was a huge challenge for her was likely a piece of cake for this director and producer who was adept at promoting actresses. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Mr. Lee, please allow me to introduce myself. Seeing that Ronald seemed to be going to socialize with others, Kidman didn't care that no one was introducing her and hurriedly stepped forward to seize the opportunity. You are. Ronald frowned. He didn't recognize this beautiful woman. My name is Nicole. Nicole Kidman. I've heard Paul Hogan mention you. Welcome to Hollywood. Ronald's eyes swept over her, and he knew she was born for movies. Her proportions and figure were perfect, and her golden red hair was Hollywood's favorite type. She had a few freckles, a straight nose, a perfectly pointed chin, and cheekbones that were perfect for close-ups. Photographers would love her. She just still had a bit of baby fat, like Diane after her role in The Outcast, when she went through a long period of being disliked. Thinking of Diane, Ronald turned and started looking. Has anyone seen Diane? She seems to be chatting with Michael Douglas's wife over there. Bigelow pointed to the side. Excuse me. Ronald nodded politely, leaving Kidman there, and walked towards Douglas's wife. Deandra Luke, Douglas's wife, was talking to Diane about her husband. Deandra, the daughter of an Australian diplomat, admired the movie star and stayed in America after their marriage. Despite her ties to Australia, she held a negative view of Australian actresses. These women, relying on their connections, frequently sought favors from Michael, yet when they met him, they shamelessly tried to seduce him. What are you going to do now? Diane was eager to know how Deandra was dealing with these persistent suitors. Oh, my poor Diane, you have to get him to marry you first before you can worry about these things. Deandra Luke, being an Australian woman, spoke quite directly. Diane, Mrs. Douglas. Ronald approached, took Diane's hand, and smiled. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Deandra Luke tapped her watch, reminding Diane to seize the opportunity. What, is it time for me to go to the airport? Ronald glanced at his watch. There were still a dozen minutes left. He leaned down and kissed Diane, wanting to spend a little more time with her. I've already spoken with Paula. Disney is very happy that you're interested in the role. They'll arrange a costume fitting for you. I called Mr. Giorgio Armani, and he's delighted that you're returning to a leading role. He's agreed to sponsor the film and have some nice clothes custom made for you. Diane was overjoyed, knowing she still held some weight in Ronald's heart. She proactively gave him a kiss. The two shared a deep kiss, then separated. Their eyes were filled with love. Nicole Kidman, unwilling to give up, followed them over and witnessed the scene. The intelligence was wrong, damn it, they didn't say Ronald had a steady girlfriend. Kidman, unwilling to accept defeat, adjusted her collar, confidently finding the best angle, and approached Ronald again. Ronald, hi. Tom. Ronald saw Tom Cruise walking in and hugged him. SHHH, Nicole Kidman cursed inwardly. Why did someone have to come and ruin things again? I wrote a synopsis using the method you taught me. Can you take a look? Cruise pulled a few sheets of paper from his jacket pocket and handed them to Ronald. So fast? Ronald schemed through the story in the script. Not bad, quite good. Ronald glanced at Tom Cruise. Why did he suddenly have a breakthrough? This story was actually perfect for Tom Cruise to direct. It told the story of Cole Tricker, a NASCAR racer. He knew nothing about racing mechanics, only possessing a natural, excellent driving intuition. With the help of mechanics and his boss, Harry Hogg, Cole, after experiencing setbacks, rose again. With the help of the beautiful neurosurgeon Lyle, He finally returned to the track and won the Indy 500 Grand Prix. Ronald looked up at Cruz when he saw this part of the plot and laughed. Isn't this, well, your forte, storyline? Looks like you have quite a talent for screenwriting. Everyone knows, this is a racing version of Top Gun, so I showed it to you first. I wonder if this will work. Cruz was well aware that his debut was a complete imitation of Ronald's Top Gun. He just changed the fighter jets to NASCAR cars, the beautiful instructors to beautiful doctors, and the flight school teachers to old mechanics from a racing team. The pacing and plot twists were all the same. I'm glad, your screenwriting style. Ronald felt that Tom Cruise finally understood that stars like him were born to make movies that excited female audiences and secretly pleased male audiences. Oscars? That was something for others to pursue. Yes, Paula is helping me start with the simple logic of commercial films, which will also give me a better understanding of acting. Then I can find movies that can truly earn me a nomination. Hey, Ronald shook his head, realizing the compliment was wasted. This guy was still single-mindedly focused on the Oscars. A very good script, I think it's good. You can tell Paula what I mean. Ronald guessed that Cruise had come to him for insurance. Since there weren't any major problems, he could just find a professional screenwriter to fill in the rest of the details. I have to go, Tom, the plane is waiting for me. Ronald checked his watch again. Everything's going well. Tom Cruise and Ronald hugged again, and he saw him and Diane out. HMPH. Nicole Kidman was furious. Why did these men like to pester Ronald so much? Find more people to fill in the details. Some parts are different between airplanes and race cars. We need to arrange the dramatic conflicts according to the characteristics of the project. A few minutes later, Tom Cruise returned to the lobby, took out a recorder, and recorded Ronald's comments. He also took out his script outline, trying to better understand Ronald's meaning. The letters on the white paper suddenly seemed to crawl like ants. He could see a few letters, but after the words entered his brain, it was like a system crash. Cruise tried to open his eyes wide, but he couldn't understand the meaning of the words and sentences. Only a few lonely letters seemed to be dancing there. Are you alright? Nicole Kidman saw Cruise struggling to open his eyes, beads of sweat dripping from his hair. She couldn't help but wonder if this Hollywood star was also abusing drugs like those in Australia. Can you tell me what's written here? The lights are too bright, I can't see clearly. Cruise panicked. He hadn't had such a severe episode of dyslexia in a long time. Mimi Rogers was constantly demanding, and the two were on the verge of breaking up. Cruise's dyslexia, which had improved thanks to Mimi's older sister-like care, was starting to worsen again. This part is about the male lead being tricked, mistaking a legitimate neurologist for a stripper hired by the team to play a prank. Nicole Kidman was very patient with handsome men, smiling as she slowly explained to him. Oh, thank you, I always feel. Tom Cruise suddenly felt a little thirsty. This actress was as gentle as Mimi Rogers when they first met, and she was much prettier than Mimi. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1065. What stocks should we buy this time? Hey, Minahan? I've already left. Sorry I couldn't meet you this time. In the luxury car on the way to the airport, Ronald received a call from Minahan. He hadn't been invited and rushed to the party after receiving the news. When he finally got inside, he found that Ronald and Diane had already left. Haha, it's okay. I just wanted to meet you and chat. I recently announced my resignation from Cannonball, and now nobody in Hollywood wants to talk to me. Minahan Grant was now back to the nobody he was 5 years ago. However, his mindset had become more normal. He made small investments, made some weird B-movies, and sold them in Europe. This business not only earned him some money but also helped him rediscover his original passion for filmmaking, making him much happier. I'm going to New York to meet with the NYPD to identify someone. Oh yeah, you heard? You want to see me? Now? Oh, I'll be waiting for takeoff at the airport. If you're free, we can still meet. Okay, I'll go. Ha, Ronnie, I've noticed you're really nice to your old friends. Many people don't want to see Minahan Grant these days, they only deal with his cousin Yoram, Diane said with a smile, putting her arm around Ronald's. Minahan actually won't go bankrupt if he sticks to his exploitation film strategy. It's just that he suddenly got hundreds of millions of dollars, and I don't know what he wants to do with it. Ronald thought that separating him from Cannonball might actually be a good thing. There weren't many people at the airport. Ronald sat in the VIP lounge watching TV, waiting for Minahan to arrive. Karando sef wakwem dieso mi fajkorer karando sef wakwem dieso mi fajkorer. A girl in the lounge turned the TV to the MTV channel. His father came over and nodded an apology to Ronald. Just as he was about to switch back to CUU News, Ronald was captivated by a lively dance on the screen and gestured for him not to change the channel. The music video, titled Karando Estra ao Lembrar de Amor Dia no Subkidder, depicted a tropical island scene. A Brazilian-looking female singer in a yellow dress sang, while men and women danced a very exotic and passionate dance. "What's this song called?" Ronald murmured to himself. Although the music had a Brazilian feel, it wasn't the rumba that Brazilians are famous for. Unlike the rumba's many knee movements, this dance emphasized the hips of the men and women touching, more like a combination of indigenous dance and Latin influence. "I don't know, it sounds like Portuguese." Diane didn't understand either, but she recognized it as a good song. Following the rhythm, she slowly started dancing, even inviting Ronald to join in. Ha ha ha! Ronald also moved his hips together with her and slowly learned to dance. Both being from the entertainment industry, the two danced with impressive skill. The girl who had been changing channels was mesmerized and even clapped for them. "What's the name of this song?" Ronald asked her. "It's called Lombard, Lombard." Lombard. Ronald quickly grabbed his notebook and jotted it down. The music video was quite well made, featuring not only energetic dance but also a storyline. A black boy working at a beach bar also wanted to dance. The white bar owner's daughter watched him, and the two dance souls collided. Although the white bar owner disliked his young daughter dancing such a suggestive dance, his rigidity melted away after the female singer invited him to dance Lombard, and in the end, everyone enthusiastically joined in. "If I were still a newcomer, I would adapt this music video into a movie," Ronald said to Diane, who was in his arms, while watching TV. This 3-minute-plus music video had build-up, tension, main and supporting characters, and a very good happy ending. A movie adaptation would definitely be a box office hit. "What movie? What dance?" "Ronald, what movie are you talking about?" Minahan, who had just arrived and was panting, overheard Ronald's words and quickly came up to ask. He and Ronald had taken off with breakdance, Lombard. Ronald handed him the name. He knew exactly why Minahan was there. He wanted to collaborate with Ronald again. Now, they had stumbled upon this promising pop song. Perhaps they could replicate the success of breakdance. Gagaga. Minahan glanced at the MTV music video again. MTV often played music videos on repeat. While he had some production skills, he couldn't compare to having a good eye for talent and finding someone exceptionally capable to work with. "Go negotiate the adaptation rights." Ronald stopped Minahan, who was already excitedly wiggling his butt. "There are plenty of discerning people out there. This music video is so popular right now, if you're a step behind, you'll be in trouble." After seeing off a satisfied Minahan, Ronald and Diane boarded the private jet and flew to New York. They arrived at the New York airport the next morning, where Douglas Jr. and Donna were already waiting. "How many days are we staying here this time?" Donna whispered to her childhood friend Diane, while their bodyguard Dan checked the vehicle and exit. "I'm mainly here to accompany him. I won't be staying for more than a few days. I have to go back for an audition." "How are you?" Donna gestured to Diane with her eyes. Sigh, "Still the same." Diane thought to herself, "Your brother hasn't made any move yet. Do you remember the gift we gave him back then? Should we give it to him again this time, to remind him of what happened back then?" Donna still really wanted Diane to marry Ronald, or at least to be his public girlfriend. "What about you? How are you?" The two whispered and discussed things. Douglas Jr. was also discussing with Ronald. Thomas Stevenson Jr., the young master of the Hollywood theater chain, came to inspect our theaters on Staten Island. He asked if I wanted to take a stake. "His Hollywood theater chain is expanding. Continue acquiring theaters?" "I'd like to, but those old theaters don't make much money, and they require maintenance. It would be better to build some new ones. The new ones are all multiplexes, which require a huge investment. You don't understand. Multiplexes have a high turnover rate, so they're actually cheaper in the long run." How's it going with you and my sister? Ronald finished discussing business and looked at Douglas Jr. He didn't dare tell others about his own affairs, but he was unhappy that Douglas Jr. hadn't formally confirmed his relationship with Donna. I'd love to, but Donna has something she wants me to do recently, and I'm still hesitant. I don't want to confuse the two things. Douglas Jr. seemed a little troubled. Donna had recently been trying to sell him an investment, and he didn't want to confirm their relationship at this time. Otherwise it would seem like Donna wanted to exchange something. You little rascal. Ronald grabbed his neck and used the wrestling technique. Hey, little Doug immediately broke free and then turned around to grab Ronald's collar. Hey, what are you two doing? Donna noticed and called out loudly. Nothing. Ronald and I are just having a little wrestling match to see who's better. Right. Ronald glanced at little Doug. He still respected Donna. It was probably because he didn't want any financial issues with Donna and to avoid being criticized by his family. His sister shouldn't be taken advantage of like this, Ronald thought. I'll just pay for it myself. There are photos of the suspects in here. Please look carefully, try to recall, and if you're sure, tell me. A detective was showing Ronald a large book of photos. Ronald pointed to a black man. His bloodshot eyes left a deep impression. Okay, thank you. What's next? You can talk to me about the next step. My client is a respected and busy Hollywood director. Attorney Lindsay negotiated with him from the side. So, what kind of investment is it? Ronald pulled Donna, who had come to visit Diane, aside to talk to her privately. What investment? Donna feigned ignorance. Don't pretend, Doug told me. Ronald patted Donna's head. You idiot, Donna cursed angrily. She stopped pretending and told Ronald the whole story. It turned out that Donna's boss, Mr. Simmons, had suffered huge losses from last year to this year with his Renaissance capital. Professor James Axe, the algebraist who had helped him build the model, refused to admit that the model was faulty and continued to operate. By the end of last month, the accumulated losses had exceeded 40%. Simmons used his power as a major shareholder to end the partnership with him. Although Simmons' mathematical talent wasn't top-notch, he still had a keen eye. He saw a flaw in Axe's model, which would mistake noise for a signal under certain conditions. He then brought in another mathematician, Erwin Burkamp from Berkeley, to help him fix the flaw. This time, the new model was fixed, and Simmons had to deal with a large number of shareholder withdrawals, so he had to allocate investment quotas to his employees. Those who invested $1 million could become qualified buyers. Those who invest $5 million can become qualified investors and enjoy priority rights. Donna's previous investments, plus the money Ronald lent her, had already lost a lot of value. Combined with her own savings and her mother's money, she barely had enough for $1 million. She hoped her future husband could seize this rare opportunity and invest $5 million to become a major client. She had been following Simmons' model performance and knew that if it weren't for this loophole, last year's return would have exceeded 40%, so she was confident about the future. However, what she didn't understand was that the rest of Doug's family didn't treat her as a wealthy person. Haha, I'll cover this cost. Half is a loan, and half is my investment, Ronald said to Donna with a smile. Thank you. Donna was happy, but still harbored resentment towards her boyfriend. He's handling it correctly. If you had wealth comparable to his, all doubts would disappear, Ronald explained Doug's concerns. Actually, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Letting Donna earn money herself was better than letting Doug do it. Donna suddenly understood. Don't be like that, Doug still loves you and doesn't want your reputation to be ruined. Ronald patted her head. By the way, Diane is coming today, and we have a gift for you. Remember the gift we bought for you together? Donna quickly composed herself. Ronald was right. As long as Doug loved her, Donna could earn her own money without worry. Of course I remember, Ronald pointed to the computer in the room. The WordStar software used for writing scripts was the gift they had given her years ago. Ronnie, this is a gift from Donna and me for you. Diane arrived shortly after, handing Ronald a wrapped floppy disk. Thank you. Ronald happily hugged her, recalling the past with a pleasant feeling. Want to try it? Diane still admired people who could write scripts. Ronald took out a floppy disk, which read Microsoft Word for Windows. This shortcut isn't universal, Ronald typed, realizing something was wrong. This new software was different from the WordStar he was used to in many ways. Isn't this pretty simple? Diane understood. She reached for the mouse, selected a section of text, clicked copy, and it was copied. How did you know that? The person who bought it told me. If you can use a mouse, you can use this. Ronald looked at Diane, thinking that this software was indeed very easy to learn. Anyone could use it, right? Unlike himself, who used WordStar, where once he was proficient, he could type and format very quickly, his thoughts flowing like a spring, pouring onto the screen non-stop. But learning dozens of commonly used shortcuts would take 1 or 2 months of proper familiarization. It seemed that Word was very suitable for ordinary people. No learning was required. As long as you could type, you could use it. After chatting for a while, Ronald turned on the TV. All the major channels were continuously reporting on the Central Park jogger case. The poor woman had regained consciousness. The NYPD stated that they would meet with her when the situation allowed. Originally, the doctors thought a recovery was unlikely. But unexpectedly, the woman was very strong, and her recovery would greatly speed up the solving and conviction of the case. Ronald stared at the hospital photos on the TV, feeling increasingly uneasy. He quickly changed the channel. Berkshire Hathaway in Omaha has announced that it has acquired a significant amount of Coca-Cola stock, becoming its newest major shareholder. Chairman Buffett revealed that the total outstanding shares have reached $1.024 billion, finally announced. Ronald watched the news with a smile. Buffett's holdings had an average price-to-earnings ratio of 15. Because he bought early, his average price was even lower. Although he only had slightly more than 1/15 of Buffett's shares, it was still a considerable fortune. Moreover, the acquisition announcement was made today. Ronald watched the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. Coca-Cola's stock price had risen accordingly. His daily income was almost enough to cover Donna's investment. Ha, what are you laughing at? Diane asked, confused. I liked drinking Coca-Cola, HMPH. Diane knew Ronald wouldn't tell her, so she took off her shoes, sat on the sofa, and pressed herself tightly against Ronald. Ronald slowly stroked Diane's waist, lost in thought. Ronald's box office revenue from the end of last year and the first quarter of this year had arrived. Besides the $4 million he invested in Donna and the new movie theaters he partnered with Doug to build, what to do with the extra $50 million in cash? Several movies with confirmed investment didn't require much of his own money, others were investing, so he only needed to put in a few million. Buying Coca-Cola again was a bit late. The price had surged today, and Buffett hadn't even given him a heads up. So what should he buy? Ronald saw the packaging of the Word software Diane had given him on the table. Maybe he should buy some Microsoft products. There are definitely many users of that kind of software. Ronald had filmed working girls and knew many secretaries hadn't learned WordStar. With this software, at least secretaries would have to buy it, right? How much is this software, honey? Ronald asked. $498. Diane kissed Ronald. The little gift seemed to have worked well. So expensive? Then what are we waiting for? Ronald jumped up and called his accountant. Buy this stock. Chapter 1066 Street Fighting. Mr. Lee, Microsoft is a software company. Their revenue depends entirely on whether users use their software. Unlike Apple, where software and hardware are tied together, PC users can completely switch software. Ronald's accountant, Ed Bastian, offered a different perspective. This partner at PwC's New York office not only possessed accounting talent but also a business acumen. Earlier this year, he was almost headhunted to PepsiCo as vice president, but he stayed at PwC because Ronald's business was growing rapidly year after year, and some other Hollywood stars had entrusted their finances to him due to rumors of Ronald's wealth. Switching jobs would have been too damaging to his income. Ed Bastian's point was also valid. PC users could easily switch to WordStar and abandon Microsoft, while Apple users were mostly tied to specially optimized software. Many investment analysts were not optimistic about Microsoft's stock price. Historically, especially after the stock market crash, most analysts preferred Apple, whose growth was more certain. You don't understand, weaknesses can also be strengths. Switching PC users to Microsoft software doesn't cost much. Ronald dismissed Ed Bastian's advice. I've made a fortune buying stocks. Your company's analysts talk a good game, but they still lost a fortune in the stock market crash. Of course, I can't argue with your investment skills. But as your accountant, I have an obligation to offer you the industry's general opinion. If you ask for my opinion, I also lean towards Microsoft, but shouldn't we avoid putting all our cash in one basket? Hey, I'm not a professional investor. Buying just one stock saves me too much attention and energy. Just buy it like this. Ronald didn't want to listen to these professional investment opinions. I've discussed this with Mr. Warren Buffett. Didn't you see we both bought Coca-Cola? Ha ha ha. It's hard to argue with an investment genius. Just buy it as you say, I'll arrange it. Ronald was very proud of his investment acumen. He was sure he could succeed again, just like with Coca-Cola, right? Ding dong, the doorbell rang. What brings you here? Any breakthroughs in the case? Did you catch the suspects? Ronald, who was at home reading a script, opened the door to welcome his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole. Since having her child, the lawyer had gained a mature charm and poise. Her speech was no longer as rapid as before, displaying a composed demeanor. Yes, they've been caught. All 5 suspects who attacked that woman have been apprehended. The person who attacked you is among them. Ronald glanced at the file. The young black man who attacked him was named Corey Wise. He could hardly forget that arrogant look in his eyes. The NYPD will be holding a press conference soon to announce their guilty plea. I'm here to ask if you want to appear in this matter. Ronald shook his head. It was best for him not to get involved in this kind of thing. Okay, I'll go talk to Southern District Attorney Rudy. He'll give me face. But he wants to meet with you in person. He's running for mayor this year and hopes to get your endorsement. Donations and support are fine, but an endorsement is out of the question. Ronald had learned a lot during the presidential election. His Hollywood background made it unsuitable for him to publicly endorse any Republican candidate. Soon, that evening, the NYPD held a press conference to announce their findings. The Central Park jogger, the victim's code name, was suspected of being attacked by as many as 12 assailants, 5 of whom had confessed under intense pressure. The main suspects belonged to a small gang of over 30 teenagers who attacked strangers in the park, which police described as part of a wilderness activity. A senior New York City detective stated that the suspects used this term when describing their actions to police. Police described the attacks as random and motivated, and said they intimidate people in the park. What does this mean? What does wilderness mean? Diane, who had just finished packing and was about to go on vacation with Donna, didn't understand the term. It means they were originally human, but now they've been corrupted by gangs and become like wild beasts. Ronald couldn't forget the beast-like red eyes of the young man named Corey Wise. Oh, that's terrible. Diane kissed Ronald and went downstairs. Governor Cuomo condemned the incident and emphasized that New York's security situation has reached a point where it must be addressed. Mayoral candidate Awakens declined to comment on the case but expressed dissatisfaction with the NYPD's practice of linking suspects to race. Ronald sighed. In Manhattan, this kind of thing happens all the time, and politicians of all races say the same things. Cuomo, of Italian descent, wanted to show his tough masculinity, while Awakens, of black descent, complained about the unfair treatment of black people. Only the poor victim had no politicians to stand up for her. Ronald decided to donate some money to this poor Wall Street secretary, from his share of the working girl box office revenue. This real secretary didn't have Tessa's good luck in the movie. She was still lying in the hospital. The only consolation was that she had woken up, although she couldn't remember anything from that time and couldn't identify the suspects herself. Her brain injury was severe, and her future rehabilitation and life would definitely require a lot of money. Using the box office revenue from Working Girl to donate to her would be a good way to get on the news and give the movie one last burst of buzz before it finished its run. It is reported that of the 5 suspects identified by the NYPD, 4 live in the Schoenberg building on 5th Avenue, and another is only 2 buildings away. This 35-story public housing building, subsidized by the government in 1974, houses more than 600 families with complex backgrounds. SHHH. How can there be such a criminal den on 5th Avenue? Upon hearing the name 5th Avenue, Ronald immediately grabbed a map. This place is right next to Central Park. How could such a high-price area on the Upper East Side have such a complex residential area? Get me your boss. Which boss? The biggest one. When? Immediately, right now. Ronald was furious and picked up the phone to call the management office. Wasn't this just setting people up for trouble? Hey, did you hear that? Those damn bastards live just a mile from me, and I even bought another house here. Ronald received the developer's call and immediately launched into a tirade. Hey, don't worry, I'll handle it, okay? Nobody in New York knows more about security than me. Don't worry, even Prince Bandar of Saudi Arabia bought a house here. He stays here every time he comes to New York. Hang up, I have other calls to take. The real estate developer downed a Coca-Cola. Then ate a slice of Pizza Hut pizza, while the tenants' complaining calls kept coming in. It was all thanks to my eloquence that I was able to handle these tenants. Hey, Prince Bunder? Did I see the news? Of course you did. You don't need to worry at all. There's a rock star and a Hollywood director among the guests. Which one? Ronald Lee, you know him, right? He stays here every time he comes to New York. Nobody knows better than me how to handle security. In a cafe on Little Italy, Ronald, accompanied by lawyer Lindsay, met with Rudy, the new mayoral candidate and prosecutor for the Southern District of New York. Rudy's appearance and the meeting place revealed his Italian heritage. He was currently waging war against the Wall Street tycoons, prosecuting Bond King Milken, who financed Moynihan Grant. In addition, he was also investigating the New York Mafia. Going to Ronald's residence would be inconvenient, so he met with two influential figures on Staten Island in his own territory. I'm Italian American, I grew up here, and I have relatives who work in the NYPD and others who have been arrested for crimes. I've known since I was a child which side I should be on, Rudy spoke frankly. In fact, many New Yorkers don't have much affection for Italian Americans. Their beliefs and customs are quite different from immigrants from other places, and they also tend to stick together and isolate themselves from the outside world. Actually, I don't have a party affiliation. We hope that the next mayor of New York City will be someone who can bring safety and prosperity to the people. I also have many good Italian-American friends in Hollywood. Ronald also stated his inclination, saying that he wouldn't let racial background influence his vote. Very good, then we have a basis for discussion. Rudy introduced his own political views. Ronald listened attentively. Although the focus on Staten Island was not as high as expected, it was still better than the black candidate. Dinkins was already urging a Harlem Baptist pastor, but, to support the 5 suspects. He told the New York Times, in the United States of America, when a white woman is raped, the first thing you do is blame a bunch of young black men. I think that's what happened here. Rudy's reaction to the case at least satisfied Ronald and Doug Jr., who planned to clean up downtown New York City to protect tourism, one of the city's key pillars. If even the heart of Manhattan experienced a violent attack, it would be a major blow to property taxes and tourism revenue. Rudy also took Ronald and the Staten Island faction behind him very seriously. In the 13th District Assembly election, Italian-American Moriarty was successfully re-elected. Furthermore, due to Ronald's influence, Staten Island was the only district on the east coast of New York State where the Elephant Party received more votes than the Democratic Party. Securing a majority of votes from Staten Island would significantly increase their chances of winning the mayoral election. Both sides had vested interests and quickly reached an agreement. Rudy would provide more government subsidies to Staten Island and increase the number of ferries between Manhattan and Staten Island. Ronald and Douglas would facilitate his campaign activities throughout the island, and the town of Tottville, where they were based, would cast their votes for the candidates they endorsed. Your name won't be mentioned at the upcoming press conferences. The NYPD and the Southern District Attorney's Office are very careful to protect the privacy of their clients, so you can rest assured. Rudy and Ronald shook hands to finalize the cooperation. During the hug, Rudy whispered in Ronald's ear that it was a small favor to prevent him from getting involved in social news. The lesson of Rob Lowe was still fresh in everyone's mind. In these kinds of highly publicized and heated discussions, regardless of right or wrong, if you only consider your personal values and stance, anything you say will be used and sensationalized by those with ulterior motives. Staying out of the public eye was the best solution. There are arcades here, I'll go play. Back in the day, there was an arcade after school, with only Pac-Man and Galaga. Remember, Douglas was free these days. Donna was on vacation. He saw a few arcade machines in the corner of the Italian cafe and invited Ronald to play. Okay, let's see who's better. Ronald asked his bodyguard Dan for a few 25-cent coins, inserted them into a new machine, and started playing with Doug. The words "Final Fight" appeared on the screen. Which one do you choose? I think this one in the red shirt looks like Bruce Lee. I like him. You choose the one in the white t-shirt. Doug chose a character named Guy first. Okay, Ronald realized the game looked familiar. The character in the white shirt and jeans was named Cody. Oh, ha. A gangster who looked like a big boss, holding a woman in a red dress, started laughing maniacally. Wait, isn't this? Ronald's memory kicked in. Wasn't this the fighting game he'd dreamed about? And it was even adapted from Diane's Ghetto Justice? Wait a minute, I own the rights to that movie now. I didn't authorize the adaptation, did I? Ronald decided to stop playing. He found the phone and called Michelle Canold, who was daydreaming. Michelle, I saw an arcade game in New York that infringes on the copyright of the movie Ghetto Justice. Have someone take a look. If it's confirmed, I'll file a lawsuit. The manufacturer is called Capcom. C.A.P.com. Lindsay. Then he ran out and called back Lindsay Dole, the lawyer who was about to leave. This arcade game infringes on copyright. Your business has arrived. What evidence do you have? Change is a very vague area, and it's an international lawsuit. Lindsay looked at the game for a while. Ronald's seat was occupied by a young man who was playing with Doug. The male and female protagonist's clothes are very similar, and the female protagonist's name is the same, both called Cody. I don't know what the female protagonist's name is. Hey, do you know what the female protagonist's name is? Ronald asked the young man. No, who reads those texts? You'll find out when I get to the ending. Attorney Lindsay started making calls, doing background checks. She then called Mickey Greyeyes, the Hollywood lawyer, and Kent, the top lawyer. Ronald, meanwhile, kept an eye on Doug and the gaming pro's progress. A little over an hour later, after Doug used up the 10 coins Ronald had given him, the two reached the final level. A boss in a wheelchair firing crossbows was defeated and fell off a skyscraper. Finally, the woman in red chased after Cody, who was dressed in white. Guy, the protagonist in red, couldn't stand Cody's dawdling and beat him up. In the end, Cody was caught by the woman in red, and the two embraced. This is definitely an adaptation of Ghetto Justice. In that movie, Cody didn't end up with Alan, played by Diane, Ronald exclaimed to the lawyer, pointing at the screen. But this female lead is named Jessica. Lindsay Dole stroked her chin. This case might be more complicated now, but it also had a better starting point. Whether it was adapted from a movie or not, it might keep the game going for a long time. Chapter 1067 Prince Bunder's Investment Plan. That's all? Nothing else? No, you know I don't have many clothes. Helen Slater had just moved into her Fifth Avenue apartment when she was immediately evicted from it after the Central Park jogger suspect was located in a nearby public housing estate. To ensure Helen's safety, Ronald contacted a real estate agent and bought her a penthouse on the Upper East Side. Because of her father's and her own acting career, the Homeowners Association immediately approved her move-in. Helen was a reasonably successful actress, but her personality was still like that of a child from a divorced family, untouched by the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. All she had were 2 large suitcases. Helen was happier that Ronald personally helped her move than that he delivered the house. This was the kind of relationship she dreamed of. Are you Ronald Lee, a gentleman with a Middle Eastern and black appearance, short and stocky build, curly hair, and wearing a pinstripe bespoke suit? Stopped at the lobby entrance and asked Ronald. Bodyguard Dan and the 2 bodyguards accompanying the Middle Eastern man exchanged a glance, immediately recognizing him, nodding and stepping aside. It's me. And you are? Wait, let me guess, are you His Highness the Saudi Prince? Ronald remembered what the real estate developer had told him. Haha, I didn't expect to see you here. I've heard a lot about your abilities from Little George, and the president has also spoken highly of you. This Prince Bunder also serves as the Saudi ambassador, but he often returns to New York. New York and Washington, D.C. are the 2 places he spends the most time in. I didn't know you. We have a mutual friend, Little George. Ronald shook hands with him. This Bunder, having received an elite Western education, often looked more like a New Yorker than most New Yorkers. Ronald noticed his familiarity with the old George family, suggesting a close relationship. Bunder was, after all, a diplomat, and Ronald felt a sense of warmth chatting with him. The 2 even made a pact to go duck hunting with Little George sometime. Are you moving now? Bunder noticed the 2 suitcases next to Ronald and glanced at Helen. They're my friends. Those 5 thugs live too close. Ronald suggested that it was best for a single woman like Helen to stay away from danger. The developer also told me that since you didn't move, I didn't need to either, that it's very safe here, Bunder continued, seemingly eager to befriend Ronald. I feel the developer is telling the truth, but even though the risk is small, why should we take the risk? Ronald thought to himself that since everyone here was a guest, any risk was unnecessary. That's right. Why don't we find a place to chat? I'm also very interested in Hollywood movies, especially your directorial work, Top Gun. You know I was a fighter pilot in the Saudi Air Force when I was young? Before Ronald could speak, Bunder enthusiastically had his butler help Ronald with his luggage and then had his secretary hand him a gilded business card. Ronald, seeing Helen's wide eyes, also wanted to meet the Saudi prince and agreed. "Go and get my luggage too. We'll stay at the Peninsula Hotel," Bunder ordered his butler, turning to him. He continued smiling and chatting with Ronald as they walked out. "Oh, you're truly admirable," Helen exclaimed in surprise after hearing Bunder's personal story. This Prince Bunder was actually the illegitimate son of a prince and an Ethiopian maid. He was very ambitious, attending military school and becoming a pilot. He even served as an unofficial envoy, persuading the then president to agree to sell the most advanced F-15 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia. As a diplomatic talent within the Saudi royal family, he had also visited China and apparently made a significant deal there. However, he refused to elaborate when asked about the details. Helen treated it as a legendary tale, but Ronald understood Bunder's motives for cultivating a relationship with him. This guy must have suffered some setback in Washington, D.C., and now wanted to re-establish a personal connection with the president. Ronald knew how to handle this, so he called Douglas Jr. After some maneuvering, Douglas Jr. even called George Jr. The president's family was also interested in rekindling this close personal relationship that had flourished when George Sr. was vice president. Ronald simply acted as a go-between, arranging a meeting between them in New York. "If you have any projects in Hollywood, could I perhaps invest? I love Hollywood movies. As long as a good movie is shown on the big screen, I don't care about the return on investment. It's a shared spiritual treasure of humanity, and I'm content just seeing a good movie." After finalizing his meeting with young George, Bunder offered to invest in Ronald's film project without expecting anything in return. Of course, Ronald wouldn't let him lose out too much, still giving him the usual returns enjoyed by foreign investors. Ambassador Bunder is truly a friendly person who loves movies. Helen was overjoyed to hear that her lover, a prince of the Middle East with international prestige, was willing to fund Ronald's film project without asking for anything in return. Perhaps, Ronald knew, of course, that this was his reward for making the connection. Besides, Saudi Arabia doesn't even allow cinemas. It would be strange if you loved movies. After dropping Helen off at his newly purchased penthouse, Ronald looked for the latest newspapers and finally found the reason in the Washington Post. In 1986, Bunder had sought to purchase ballistic missiles from the American military to counterbalance the growing power of Israel in the Middle East. After being rejected, Bunder went to the other side of the Pacific and bought the large missiles he had always dreamed of. When the American military and CIA learned of this, they were furious and immediately threatened to reconsider their special relationship with Saudi Arabia. To quell their anger, Bunder acted as a middleman for underground transactions between the Siam military and Persia, providing Central American guerrillas with $30 million in funding. This was part of the later exposed Persia scandal. This affair initially strengthened Bunder's relationships with George H.W. Bush, the CIA chief in charge of the transactions, and then President Ronald Sr., as they shared a secret. During the congressional investigation, Bunder also acted as a mouthpiece for First Lady Nancy and cabinet members, exchanging information they couldn't discuss themselves. Collusion. Just when it seemed the appointment of the new President George H.W. Bush would bring Bunder and his family closer, the Saudi king had a new idea. Like a child with a baseball bat, he always wanted to swing it. Saudi Arabia had acquired 36 large, thick clubs from across the Pacific, and it was impossible to keep it a secret forever. They found a lull in the news and announced their possession of these clubs. This infuriated the American State Department, which recalled its ambassador to Saudi Arabia in protest. Relations between the two countries had now plummeted because of this, and Bunder desperately wanted to meet with the president and, like last time, offer a large sum of money to end the abnormally cold relationship. Ronald didn't participate in his discussions with George Jr. Instead, he hosted a dinner at the same upscale Japanese restaurant they had previously dined at, inviting his two friends, who enjoyed duck hunting, to discuss their next hunting trip. Seeing how happily they were chatting, Ronald felt he had made a good connection. "Ronald, you have some spare cash. You could consider investing in port facilities on the east and west coasts. Many ports and shipyards in America are good targets lately." "Oh? I thought these ports and shipyards were acquisition targets for Wall Street capital. I heard that if they were broken up and sold separately, they'd be worth more than their original value." Ronald recalled the story in the script for 3000, which must have been heavily influenced by reality. Shipyards always build large warships, and ports dock aircraft carriers, right, Little George seemed to be revealing something. "Oh, that's really beyond my knowledge. My investments are limited to the entertainment industry and products I use myself." "Ha ha ha, you're quite an interesting investor," Bunder laughed. This was a bit of insider information given out of consideration for Ronald's help, but the Hollywood director seemed oblivious. Saudi Arabia has a lot of money, and America's shipping and shipbuilding industries, especially warships, are the foundation of the president's power. Bunder came to apologize, and in the end, Old George offered them the conditions of investing in the manufacturing and shipping industries that had been declining over the past decade, opening up the acquisition of docks on the east and west coasts by Middle Eastern capital, and investing in shipbuilding. The president would also lead Congress to increase funding for the Navy. Bunder readily agreed to the conditions offered by the George family, and of course, he received a reward. Old George would soon publicly shake hands and chat with him at a reception in Washington. Revealing a little of this to Ronald would be like giving him a chance to make a fortune. However, Ronald seemed completely oblivious. It seemed he was just an artist. Ronald pretended not to understand. Such an opportunity could easily lead to being scammed in the capital market. There was no need to make money from it. However, Bunder was so wealthy, it was only right to have him invest more in his projects in the future. "Now that foreign capital is investing in our country's assets, I wonder what your attitude is, young George." Ronald turned to ask young George. Hell, your friend Doug is right. Land is an asset that can't be moved, and it's a blessing from God for us Americans." Ronald smiled knowingly. These words were meant for Bunder. Investing in our port and getting a reasonable return is fine, but if you dare to have any ulterior motives, these assets won't magically disappear. It'll just be a matter of a court judgment. Now it was Bunder's turn to look grim. The wealth he had invested was all royal property, a clean investment channeled through international credit commercial banks. He had originally intended to invest his own savings to further grow his wealth, but now, it seemed better to invest in safer assets. "Ronald, do you know of any good investments in America? We Saudis prefer tangible assets." It seems he's not too keen on investing in film projects. Ronald understood Bunder's meaning. He thought for a moment. Actually, investing in cinemas is a good business right now. Anyway, he only knows a bit more about the entertainment industry. If he doesn't invest in movies, he can invest in cinemas that show them. Ronald immediately explained that America's vast number of old cinemas are facing obsolescence. New cinemas built in shopping malls, or multiplexes converted from old cinemas, are good investment directions for the next 20 years. Is this really a good business? Now even little George was interested. Of course it is. Bunder quickly wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief. After listening to Director Ronald's insightful analysis, I think it's a very good business. However, I don't know much about the American film industry, and I urgently need someone familiar with it to help me. As he said this, Bunder stared intently at Ronald, and even raised his large ring, adjusting its direction to use the reflection as a hint. "I can only be your partner. The person you're looking for is someone familiar with the thoughts of the American people and has a broad vision. I think George is very suitable. Of course, if you're interested in helping His Highness Bunder." Ronald waved his hand to indicate he understood and stopped using the reflection of his ring to dazzle him. "Ha ha ha, we're good friends, Bunder. You're like a cousin to our family, and you, Ronald." "Ha ha ha." Little George was grinning from ear to ear. While some were happy, others were worried. Bunder's grand move out of his Fifth Avenue apartment caused a great stir among the residents, with more people wanting to move. Moreover, as the Saudi ambassador, Bunder's move attracted media attention. If the story was successfully leaked, the apartment building's residents might flee en masse. This would cause a chain reaction of rent drops in the building. The developer, of course, wasn't going to sit idly by. On one hand, to emphasize the building's security, and on the other hand, to bribe New York's 4 major media outlets to suppress reports of Bunder's relocation, he spent a fortune on full-page ads in all 4 newspapers. "Bring the death penalty back to New York, bring the NYPD back to New York." The huge headline was eye-catching, and the content was even more explosive. "Mayor Koch says hatred and resentment should be eradicated from our hearts. I don't think so. I want to hate these robbers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer. Yes, Mayor Koch, I want to hate these murderers, and I always will. How can our great society tolerate the continued brutality of insane misfits against their citizens? Criminals must be told that their civil liberties end when our security is compromised." This was a direct expression of dissatisfaction with the New York City mayor, provoking a backlash from many prominent black people. Democratic candidate Dinkins went so far as to say that the ad proves that anything is possible in America, and that even a fool can become a millionaire, actually, a billionaire. Ronald corrected Dinkins, looking at the newspaper. Following the horrific crime in Central Park, Ronald Reagan's announcement that he would donate a portion of the film's profits to the Victims' Rehabilitation Fund was met with overwhelming support from New York's working women. They returned to contribute significantly to the box office, pushing the weekend gross back past $2.5 million. Total box office revenue has now surpassed $80 million. The videotape is ready for release, and Carly Simon's record company has agreed to relinquish the rights to the film's soundtrack, releasing it alongside Ronald's soundtrack. Ronald and Doug Jr. have formed a new joint venture, attracting investment from around the world while searching for new cinema investment opportunities. Doug has finally found an industry he truly enjoys. His family's background is in land, and cinema investment is exactly his forte. Ronald, meanwhile, brings back investment intentions from Bandol & Bannon, and flies back to Hollywood, where several projects await his checks. Chapter 1068 Bring them out. They replied so quickly. Ronald had just returned to Los Angeles when he saw Lindsay Dahl, the lawyer who had met with Mickey Cantor earlier. She was waving a piece of paper, Capcom's reply to Ronald's lawyer's letter. Mickey Cantor was well versed in the entertainment industry and also had extensive experience in transnational intellectual property lawsuits. After receiving Lindsay's commission, he immediately sent a lawyer's letter via international telex. The main demand was to acknowledge that the plot and characters of Street Fighter borrowed from the film Ghetto Justice, and then pay a fee based on sales figures. The amount of the fee was negotiable. After all, the difficulty of enforcing transnational cases was well known. Even if you won, you often wouldn't get paid. A settlement was the best solution. A city gang kidnapping a beautiful young woman. This is a plot point in many Hollywood movies. Ronald read the reply, which clearly denied plagiarism. Do you still want to continue? Mickey Cantor asked Ronald, squinting his gray eyes. What are the chances of winning? That depends on your determination. Attorney Cantor was always honest with his clients. Once litigation began, the battle for jurisdiction could drag on for over a year, not to mention enforcement issues. If it weren't for the huge industry interests behind it, even Hollywood could only watch helplessly as the Japanese exploited their hard-earned profits. My determination is to keep fighting. This isn't just about money. Ronald wasn't considering the return on investment for this single case, but rather the long-term goal of representing Hollywood in fighting for legitimate interests with the Japanese. This was a significant matter for actors, directors, and other union members. He wanted to establish an image in their minds of fighting for them and advocating for their interests. After all, once a precedent was set, these people would have the opportunity to receive the remaining profit-sharing checks from the Japanese. Okay, you're the boss. Mickey Cantor was a little surprised by Ronald's decision, but these kinds of cases were exactly what law firms loved, protracted and requiring a lot of work. Before filing a lawsuit, there's the issue of jurisdiction, followed by appeals and enforcement. Darling, Ronnie, why are you so obsessed with this movie? Back at the hotel, Diane seemed very pleased with Ronald's statement. She picked up the menu, ordered a lot of Italian dishes, and then personally pushed the food cart over to set out the cutlery for Ronald. Anyway, she only knew how to fry eggs, so this was a passable fulfillment of her housewife duties. It's in the common interest of Hollywood people. I'm lucky enough to be a success, so I have to represent those less fortunate colleagues to fight for our rightful rights. Anything else? Diane smiled sweetly, her big eyes sparkling. She looked at Ronald, not believing his reason. Ronnie sometimes didn't like to express sweetness directly, but she loved hearing him say it like that. Anything else? Ronald immediately thought of something to say. Also, the copyright to this movie is a gift I gave you, and I don't want anyone to tarnish this gift. Diane happily gave him a kiss. This was what made a woman feel like the happiest person in the world. It was on the set of Ghetto Justice that Ronald first discovered Diane's sexy charm. Their kiss brought back sweet memories. Donna told me that Aunt Karen's boyfriend seems to be proposing. Diane, finally regaining her breath after the long, passionate kiss, told Ronald this little secret. Really? I'm so happy for her. Ronald was delighted. His aunt was living a happy life now. The Quaker chapel he and Doug Jr. had donated was almost finished and could be used for their wedding. Diane noticed Ronald wasn't responding again. Sigh, did he really not have that idea? Ronald didn't notice Diane's expression. He was stunned by the news on TV. In the FA Cup semi-final between Liverpool and Nottingham Forest at Hillsborough Stadium in Sheffield, many fans rushed into the stands and were pushed against the wire mesh fence erected to prevent football hooligans. More than 90 fans suffocated to death. What's most appalling is that at this time, the Fleet Street edition of London's The Sun accused fans, adding 3 headlines to the story. 1. Some fans stole the victim's wallet. 2. They urinated on a brave police officer. 3. They chased and assaulted a police officer who provided first aid. This fabricated news, created to boost sales, was even criticized by other media outlets, appearing frequently on television news in recent days. American media, in particular, who pride themselves on being the conscience of society, naturally disapproved of such tabloid behavior. The next day, Ronald accompanied Diane to see the custom-made dress for her. This was a haute couture gown worn by Vivian Ward, the female lead in the film 3000, to accompany her boss, Edward Louise, to the opera. Diane's obsession with the script was like a mother hen protecting her chicks, so Ronald had Disney contact the original screenwriter, Lawton, to revise the plot, reducing Diane's exposure and making her character less unlikable. The entire film had been altered. It was no longer a realistic film noir, but a custom-made movie centered around the female lead. Ronald didn't really like this adaptation. The focus of the plot had been artificially shifted, and he was no longer optimistic about the box office results. However, since Diane liked it, he figured he'd give her another gift, and this low-budget film wouldn't do too badly at the box office. Relatively speaking, this movie was better than the previous Steel Magnolia, where Diane was just a supporting character. This outfit is beautiful. Ronald watched Diane walk towards him in her dress, the low-cut design highlighting her figure quite clearly, paired with long white gloves and red high heels. Ronald remembered her look in Ghetto Justice, also in a red off-the-shoulder dress. Only, the black rock and roll gloves had been replaced with white, aristocratic ones. Her eyes also radiated tenderness. Really, Diane happily twirled around, pleased that Ronald liked the outfit. But it seems like something's missing. Ronald rested his chin on his hand, looking her up and down. What? I rarely wear dresses like this. Diane looked around. Here, Ronald pulled out a blue velvet jewelry box and placed it in front of Diane. Oh my God, Diane's breath hitched when she saw the box. Had her hint from last night worked? This was a major life event. What should she do? Would Ronnie kneel down? Oh no, there were no photographers. With a bang, the jewelry box popped open, revealing a very expensive Cartier necklace. The main stones were 12 sapphires, each set with smaller diamonds, sparkling under the lights. This is the dress I wore to the opera. I took the liberty of getting you a necklace. This jewelry was ordered by Ronald through his agent, costing him a full $250,000. Ronald understood Diane's thoughts, but Cameron's divorce case made him hesitant. Perhaps maintaining this relationship would make them both happier. After all, he was no longer the screenwriter he once was. The wealth he had gained from Coca-Cola, and the continuous stream of royalties from successful films, had already put Ronald's net worth around $100 million. Even if he didn't consider the various financial risks that marriage would bring, his agents began to instill various precautions in him. For example, signing a prenuptial agreement with his fiancée like Spielberg did. Recently, Spielberg seemed to be getting along very well with Kate Capshaw, the female lead in the last Indiana Jones movie, and Richard and Nissida had heard a lot of rumors. If they hadn't signed a prenuptial agreement, and if they hadn't married in a state where divorce settlements were handled fairly, the financial losses would have been much higher. It's so beautiful, thank you, Ronnie. Diane was slightly disappointed to see that it was a necklace, not the ring she had expected. However, she was quickly attracted to the necklace again. Ronnie giving her such expensive jewelry meant that her position in his heart was very secure. Diane continued to change into several more outfits, and Ronald was also very happy, as if watching a private model show. Having an actress as a girlfriend had many disadvantages, but the advantages were also very appealing. Diane wore different outfits, each exuding a different charm, sometimes innocent, sometimes sexy, sometimes like a career woman, sometimes like a southern socialite. Being with them, it seemed difficult to lose interest despite the familiarity. Diane understood her strengths. Her different outfits kept Ronald engaged, like attending an acting class. The two stayed in the hotel until noon the next day before Ronald had time to continue his business. Is your revised draft finished? Ronald greeted Ted Tully, The screenwriter of The Silence of the Lambs, at the hotel. Yes, I readjusted the focus of the drama as you requested. FBI agent Starlin will be the central character, but this means more screen time will be needed to explain her role. Ronald turned to the last page, page 135. At Hollywood's pace of 1 page per minute, this script exceeded the maximum length a typical thriller could handle. Audiences like to be scared, but if it goes too long, they become uncomfortable due to emotional overload. Therefore, excellent thrillers are all restrained, with Hitchcock's films being the best example. Keep it with me for now, I'll think it over and give you an answer. Ronald pondered for a long time, unsure whether to reduce the amount of screen time or increase it. He was somewhat indecisive. The new executive producer at 20th Century Fox was also indecisive. Cameron's The Abyss, in its final cut, was 2 hours and 50 minutes long, a length that drew strong resistance from the distribution department. Although the test screenings were successful, this length would significantly impact theater scheduling. Goldberg had just received his golden parachute and was leaving 20th Century Fox, and the new management team was using this film to enforce their power. They ordered Cameron to reshoot the ending and cut the film to the standard 120-minute length of a science fiction film. Even when Ronald called Goldberg, his calls were deliberately ignored. You fucking have to take responsibility. This is your project. I gave it to you, made so much money for 20th Century Fox, and now you're turning your back on me? You Jews. Ronald, realizing his words were ineffective, launched into a tirade against Goldberg, calling him heartless and ungrateful. In his emotional outburst, he nearly cursed the entire Jewish community. I'm sorry, Ronald. Now all I have left is to officially announce my departure. The big boss, Rupert, is focused on the television network, and the new people are deliberately suppressing my project. This is standard procedure, and I can't change anything. Goldberg shrugged, indicating that it was beyond his control. Bullshit, you bastards. You're all idiots. This film has already had a budget of $45 million. Jim put in so much effort, endured the pain of divorcing his wife, to create that tsunami scene, and you're just going to cancel it with a single sentence? This is a waste, this is murder. Ronald continued his tirade, pointing at Goldberg's nose. He pointed at Cameron sitting beside him and roared at Goldberg, do you know how groundbreaking those shots were? That's the future of Hollywood, another huge breakthrough in special effects since Star Wars. That face made of seawater was purely computer-generated. Do you understand the enormous potential here? You want to cut that and then shoot some lousy ending. These people at Fox were clearly going too far. Such painstakingly rendered, stunning visuals, and they wanted to cut them and add a boring ending? Suppressing Goldberg was one thing, but continuing like this would delay the film's release again, and reshoots would cost a fortune. Actually, it's $58 million, almost $60 million, Ronald, Goldberg said calmly, revealing the true production cost. What? Ronald turned to look at Cameron. I think if we keep filming, it might break $70 million, Cameron complained. Fox executives said the film's budget was too high, but their solution was to add another $10 million to the production cost. Getting Barry Diller on the phone is unacceptable, Ronald was furious. Cameron was an artist and a brilliant visual effects engineer. He sometimes didn't understand the power struggles at the top. This was clearly a tactic to completely destroy Goldberg. First, inflate the production budget to an unprecedentedly ridiculous figure, then cut out the parts that audiences found interesting, ultimately producing a mediocre version. Bang! If the box office failed, not only would Goldberg, who had spearheaded many successful projects, suffer a tarnished reputation, but Cameron would also face a cold shoulder from Hollywood. Ronald had seen these tactics used on some Jewish people before, with Frank Price, the former president of Columbia Pictures. Was it happening again? Fortunately, Goldberg was also Jewish. He wasn't the honest, script-reading type like Price. This time, he deliberately involved Ronald to influence the smaller boss, Barry Diller, and even the larger boss, Rupert. Even if someone leaves the studio, their legacy shouldn't be ruined by petty people. Hello? Barry. Ronald went into the back room, picked up the receiver alone, and told Barry Diller his demands. What do you want, Ronald? Barry Diller quickly grasped the situation and directly asked Ronald what his demands were. Two bottom lines. First, my friend Jim can't be scapegoated and blamed for the box office. Second, don't cut those computer-generated effects. That's the future of Hollywood. We need audience feedback and box office returns to assess those possibilities. Listen, Barry, this is very important, okay? I promise you, Cameron will have the final cut, but the runtime must be shortened. As for the special effects shots, Ronald, you're an expert. In this industry, the most effective things are beautiful women and violence. A little bit of special effects won't change anything. Did I get your guarantee, Barry? If they continue to make decisions that turn my friend's masterpiece into a pile of crap, I promise you, I personally will beat their SHXT to pulp. You have my guarantee, Ronald. They agreed to keep most of the special effects shots, and you also have the final cut, but the runtime still needs to be shortened. That's all I can do, Jim. Ronald walked out of the inner room and spoke to Cameron and Goldberg. Hey Ronald, I'm really grateful, but don't actually go and hit them. Cameron heard Ronald shout at the end that he was going to hit someone's SHXT out, and he was very moved by Ronald's dedication to his friend. Now that most of the demands had been met, all that was left was to remove some content opposing nuclear war and calling for world peace, which should be enough to satisfy both sides. Goldberg watched coldly. Cameron was incredibly lucky to have such a friend. Of course, his own luck wasn't bad either. The project he was leading had also had a good ending. I never said I would hit his SHXT out. That's all slander. A sentence suddenly came from the television, startling the three of them. Then how do you explain the court's ruling and the audio tape evidence cited by the judge in the ruling? A reporter chased after a tall, burly black man, pressing him for answers. No means no. I would never threaten my wife Nicole, okay? O.J. Simpson denied threatening his wife Nicole over the phone and declined to contest the domestic violence allegations made by Nicole. However, the judge ruled that the phone recording could be presented as evidence in court. Chapter 1069 still uses the original cast. Ronald's unwavering support for Cameron played a crucial role. No matter how tough the new executives were, they couldn't withstand the pressure from the top. They gave Cameron unprecedented leniency, extending the film's runtime to 2 hours and 30 minutes, so he no longer had to worry about the story not being told. Science fiction films differ from other genres, requiring more time to establish their world building. What kind of science is feasible in this world needs extra time to explain to the audience. For example, the crucial breathing fluid in the abyss needs at least 5 minutes of setup beforehand so that the protagonist's reliance on it at a critical moment doesn't feel abrupt. Ronald felt his influence was still significant. A large part of this was due to the unprecedented success of Die Hard, which he and Joel Silver produced. Bruce Willis successfully transitioned from television star to film star, and Rupert Hooper, the Australian head of 20th Century Fox, hoped Ronald could continue to create miracles. How's the sequel preparation going? Ronald understood the underlying reasons and approached Joel Silver, who had been working on the Die Hard sequel. I found a really good novel. Let's continue with the adaptation of the first one. Silver, still looking disheveled, wearing pajamas, a cigar dangling from his lips, and with a blonde woman in his arms, picked up a novel from the table and tossed it to Ronald. 58 minutes, Ronald flipped through it quickly. It was a story about an airport police officer who thwarted a terrorist attempt to hijack his wife's flight. The novel was published by Walter Wagner in 1987. The author of the original novel, Roderick Thorpe, wasn't the same person. But the story was compelling, and it shared a similar structure with the original, a detective facing his family at a crime scene, ultimately using his intelligence to save them and the other hostages. The movie would simply replace a few key elements from the novel with the imposing John McClane. Joel Silver was pleased that Ronald had agreed to the adaptation. He patted the woman's backside, signaling her to move aside and not interfere with his and Ronald's confidential discussion. The lead is still Bruce Willis, but we've replaced all the supporting actors, so it'll definitely be cheaper for her. Ronald gestured towards the retreating figure of the beautiful woman. How about it? Pamela Anderson, the Canadian bombshell. She's a cheerleader for the Canadian professional soccer team. She recently came to Los Angeles, and I recommended her to Playboy. She'll be a cover girl some month. Joel Silver laughed heartily. Since Die Hard, the quality and quantity of women throwing themselves at him had skyrocketed. Are you out of your mind? Ronald pointed to his head. The success of the first movie largely depended on the harmonious chemistry between Bruce and those supporting actors. This isn't a traditional action movie that relies on muscle. Without the female lead Bonnie Beatrice and the black male supporting actor Reginald Wilson, Bruce's magic would lose half its charm. Are you serious? Is that so? Joel Silver almost dropped his cigar. Whatever, Ronald must be right. What about Alan Rickman? Critics say he's one of the most charismatic villains in Hollywood history. Should we bring him back? Damn it, you shouldn't have mentioned it. I regret it now. I killed him off so badly in the first movie. Who knew he'd be so popular? Forget it, an A-list production can't play the twin brother trick. Ronald regretted completely killing off Alan Rickman's character in the first movie, leaving him no room for maneuver. Otherwise, having him continue his battle of wits with McClane in the sequel would have definitely created many great scenes, and the marketing would have been much easier. What about the director? John McTiernan. Joel Silver felt that this producer job was the easiest he'd ever had. He could listen to Ronald on the big things and do whatever made him happy on the small things. He has to go. Ronald was unhappy to hear McTiernan's name. He had deceived the producer and put the lead actor at unnecessary risk. Since he liked to act on his own, he might as well be the producer himself and take the risks. Anyway, the requirements for directors of this kind of action movie are not high. They just need to have experience in action shooting and know how to respect producers and stars. The acting team is stable, which was formed in the first movie, and Ronald is in charge of the special effects. The rest are all jobs that many people can do. After finishing preparations for the lucrative sequel to Die Hard, Ronald went to discuss his role with Bruce Willis. Sure enough, Willis was thrilled to hear he could work with the original cast again, especially the actress who played McClane's wife and his black co-star. This star's acting relied heavily on intuition. Working with familiar co-stars seemed like an easy and enjoyable experience for him. His voiceover work for Amy Heckling's Look Who's Talking was already complete. 5 days to finish, and he'd receive a bonus equivalent to his salary from his first Die Hard film. Bruce Willis considered Ronald his lucky charm. My salary, you need to talk to my agent. This A-list production reflects my worth. You can't give me too low a price. Ronald chuckled inwardly. This star, whose hairline was receding, spoke like an ordinary blue-collar worker. Of course, I'll give you A-list star treatment. Fox also wants to create a successful example of a television star transitioning into acting. They won't treat you unfairly. Is it $7 million? Ronald, can you give me a hint? Bruce Willis pretended to whisper to Ronald, but was actually showing off to his wife, Demi Moore, while winking at her. It should be more than that, but of course not more than the salary of an Oscar winner. Ronald gave a benchmark, the newly crowned Oscar winner, Dustin Hoffman, whose agent had desperately promoted his two-time Oscar credentials, offering him an $8 million salary, scaring away a whole bunch of films that wanted him. Ha. Willis laughed, scratching his head. While laughing, he pulled his wallet from his pocket, took out $200 bills, and handed them to Demi. Honey, I'm going to have a drink with Ronald. You go take care of the kids, here's the money. Slap slap. Demi was so angry at this tacky, American blue-collar worker's behavior that she slapped his arm a few times. Then she turned to Ronald and said, I'll go get something to eat. You stay here and chat with Bruce. Ronald roughly enjoyed a fancy takeout meal on the living room sofa before getting up to leave. Demi saw him out. Ronald, what about what I asked you last time? Demi Moore hadn't forgotten her previous favor to Ronald. She knew Ronald was a sentimental person. All else being equal, if she frequently asked him for favors, she'd definitely get priority. I have a thriller, The Silence of the Lambs, and I'm rewriting the script. Would you consider it? The female lead who falls for the psychopathic killer Hannibal Lecter, FBI intern Starling, Ronald asked her, half seriously, that this role was a bit troublesome, requiring a female star to dilute the theme, but female stars generally didn't want to play roles that would tarnish their image. Do you really think I'm suitable for this role? I'll listen to you if you say the word. Demi brushed her hair behind her ear, her bust size having increased since giving birth, and she didn't forget to use her greatest asset. I'm just kidding, you're not suitable for this kind of role, you're too strong, Demi. Ronald looked at her carefully. A mature charm had replaced pure innocence and sexiness. Starling was a fresh college graduate, and Demi's occasional air of someone who had been through the ups and downs of fame and fortune didn't quite match. Slap slap. Demi angrily slapped Ronald's arm several times. Don't forget about me, Ronnie. No, what do you mean by that? Don't forget I'm an actress too. Demi looked at Ronald with innocent eyes, putting on a convincing performance that Ronald felt as if his former innocence had returned. I haven't forgotten, but after that sentence, Demi gave herself away again, still the same actress who would do anything to climb the ladder of success. I'll remember, see if there are any opportunities for collaboration. Ronald said goodbye to her. "You seem to value this movie a lot." Richard handed Ronald a bunch of audition photos of actresses who were actively trying to pitch to him in the car. He had already turned down over 90% of the self-recommendations, but every week there were still dozens of photos from powerful figures or those with exceptionally striking looks. "I'm not looking at them. The sequel to Die Hard is obviously going to make money, and you can sit back and collect the cash, so of course it's worth my effort." Ronald waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't look at the photos of beautiful women. "What about The Silence of the Lambs? Have you decided yet? Are you going to direct it yourself?" Richard took the photo back and put it back in the envelope. It was one thing for Ronald not to look at it, but it was quite another for him not to show it to him according to protocol. Richard was always very proper in this regard. Sigh. "I'm a little insecure. This film requires a lot of visual design and some unconventional color tones. I haven't had time to properly design it. I've been too busy and a bit lost my sense of being a director." Ronald sighed. He expected the film to break even at the box office, but critics wouldn't give the subject matter much praise. However, directing it would definitely be very enjoyable. Historically, thrillers have always been a genre that only masters can master. This script is a subgenre of psychological thriller, which emphasizes using psychological elements to engage the audience. There were no screams, no sudden monsters, and no demons like the Chainsaw Massacre. Instead, it relied solely on building suspense to terrify the audience and deliver a satisfying experience. Those who have mastered this kind of psychological thriller are invariably figures who have made their mark on film history. For example, Hitchcock's Rear Window at his peak, and Orson Welles' Touch of the Wild after his return to Hollywood. He too longed to set aside other things and dedicate himself fully to this creative endeavor. However, with the growth of his fame and his daydreaming business came many responsibilities. Ronald felt he had dug himself a hole for money. If he had a capable general manager like Spielberg's Kathleen Kennedy, he could focus solely on art. "If you were to cast someone else, do you have any good candidates in mind?" Ronald asked Richard. This film needed someone proficient in various genres and with their own unique visual style to direct. "Why are you asking me? Don't you know the perfect person yourself?" Richard handed Ronald a recently compiled newspaper. "Who is it?" Ronald couldn't recall anyone in his daydream agency suitable for this kind of film. "Have you forgotten Shotgun Lulu?" Richard smiled. Ronald was truly overwhelmed with the work. "Oh," Ronald slapped his forehead. Roger Corman Sr. from university, Jonathan Demme, was indeed the right choice. This director was adept at using genre films, and his visual and sound design was sophisticated. Most importantly, his films were instantly recognizable as his work, a crucial quality for a psychological thriller like The Silence of the Lambs. Furthermore, Jonathan Demme possessed two remarkable abilities. First, all the supporting actors were convincing, a hallmark of a master. In a master's film, every supporting character was believable. This was different from commercial films like Die Hard, where flaws were always apparent upon repeated viewings. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, director Demetrius has a knack for blending various genres. His film, Shotgun Lulu, begins as a romantic comedy, transitions into a psychological thriller midway, and then becomes an action film at the end. This is precisely what thrillers like The Silence of the Lambs need. Psychological thrillers often require other elements to guide the audience onto a pre-designed path. Dialogue alone is insufficient. This ability is actually quite strange. Not every great director possesses it. Ronald Reagan doesn't either. When he makes a romance film, it's a romance film. When he makes a musical, it's a musical. The audience doesn't experience a strange sense of disbelief or bewilderment. "What project is he working on now? I'm worried my senior won't have time to make his film," Ronald asked Richard. "He's currently unemployed," Richard chuckled. This Jonathan Demme was also a very charismatic director. He wanted scripts that interested him and greater artistic control. However, his first two films, Shotgun Lulu and Married into the Mafia, while receiving much praise in directing circles for their innovative techniques, didn't perform well at the box office. Producers didn't have the same confidence in him as Ronald. "Then invite him over, and we'll have a good talk." Ronald thought to himself that directors who graduated from Coleman University were all eccentric, but undoubtedly very capable. Perhaps they received too much pampering from Coleman, allowing their imaginations to run wild, and Coleman didn't interfere, which fostered their confidence and personality. Francis Ford Coppola, Martin Scorsese, Peter Bogdanovich, including Jim Carrey. Mellon, like many others, possessed the ability to break through the existing Hollywood landscape and pave new frontiers for those who followed. The American media. Just like their London Fleet Street counterparts they mock, Ronald glanced through the newspapers. The New York media was in an uproar. Their stances were hardly any better than London's The Sun. The coverage of the Central Park joggers case had gradually descended into ugliness. The New York Times, dissatisfied with its main rival in New York City, the New York Post's relentless attacks on the black suspects, published a warning editorial opposing the use of labels and questioning why these well-adjusted young people would commit such a savage crime. This criticism of the upper-class neighborhood around Central Park, instead of prosecuting the suspects, angered the larger circulation New York Post, which exposed 5 black suspects. The only adult black person not protected by the laws of minors was named Carrie Wise. This incident rallied the black community, who rallied under the leadership of their black pastors to voice their anger. 2 newspapers with predominantly black readership in Brooklyn and Harlem, the City Sun and the Amsterdam News, retaliated by publishing the name of the victim, Teresa Merrill. Publishing the name of an adult black suspect is legally permissible, while protecting the names of victims of rape and assault is legally mandated. The black newspapers violated the law first, but the incident was then dragged into the upcoming mayoral election. The Democratic primary leader was black candidate Awakens, and under his and many black church pastors' incitement, no one dared to condemn the incident. Even the New York Times reporters lacked the courage to expose this blatant violation, leading many uninformed citizens to believe that the blacks were in the right. This cowardice ultimately provoked a backlash from the affluent white communities. The Newsday, a sophisticated tabloid based in Long Island and Queens, angrily retaliated, revealing the true extent of Teresa Merrill's injuries: 21 fractures to her skull, a dislodged eye, massive blood loss, and being dragged a quarter of a mile, with clear footprints visible in the grass at the scene. Unprecedented racial polarization erupted, with everyone siding based on their social status rather than right and wrong. Because the suspects included Latinos and religious figures, certain religious and Latino communities sided with the blacks. Meanwhile, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean Americans, driven by complaints about order and security, sided with the whites. New York, true to its reputation as a hub of media and law firms, saw renewed debate about the appropriate ethnic composition for a fair jury. Fox, why is this New York Daily News alluding to my situation? Ronald flipped to a small circulation tabloid, the Daily News, which hinted that a famous Hollywood director from New York had also been attacked, questioning the possibility of a common suspect in both cases and whether the director would also need to testify. Call Rudy. What's going on? Ronald's voice cracked with anger. Hadn't he been promised he wouldn't get involved? What was Rudy doing? SHXT. This is a New Jersey newspaper. How come it's reporting on Ronald's case too? Richard felt he had failed in his duty by not finding any news unfavorable to Ronald. He quickly checked and found it was this newspaper that competed with the New York Post, because it was published in New Jersey and distributed in New York. Rudy's attempts to control the media as the Southern District Attorney for New York had no effect on this newspaper, as their reporters managed to get in. Chapter 1070 Premiere of Deepest Feelings. What do I need the Daily News to do to stop reporting my name? Ronald asked Douglas Jr. on the phone. This tabloid has no integrity. They somehow found out you were one of the victims that day. As long as you pay for an ad, their editorial department will obediently comply. Douglas was coordinating for Ronald in New Jersey. Richard and his colleagues had media relations in New York, and they weren't very familiar with this New Jersey tabloid. At his wit's end, Ronald was finally reminded by his public relations consultant, Michael Gray, of Thomas Stevenson Jr., the young heir to a Hollywood theater chain with whom he had business dealings. This theater chain heir was familiar with the Daily News, headquartered in New Jersey, through advertising. Unlike more ethical newspapers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, they had smaller pages and liked to report on gossip. Although they were tabloid, their circulation in New York was considerable. At its peak, they ranked 11th in the nation. During the 1982 newspaper strike, they were sold by their parent company, the Chicago Herald-Tribune Group. After independence, the newspaper's financial situation remained poor, leading to even more unscrupulous practices. They frequently crossed the line, resorting to blackmailing readers for advertising. Why would they do this? Ronald scratched his head. How much? It seemed he was unlucky. Someone had leaked his NYPD information, allowing them to blackmail him. Paying to settle things was unavoidable. "They want $50,000, Little Douglas quoted a ridiculously low price. It seemed they genuinely lacked printing funds and were resorting to such tactics, rather than specifically targeting Ronald for extortion. "Oh, right. My new movie When Love Runs Deep is about to be released. I'll have the marketing department transfer some stuff from the New York Times." Seeing Ronald's straightforwardness, the editor-in-chief, James Wells, quickly called to apologize. "Mr. Lee, we had no intention of reporting your involvement in the Central Park jogging case, but the newspaper's finances are tight, and we have to skirt the rules to attract more advertisers. You've succeeded, haven't you? Perfect timing for my movie release. Let your film critics say some good things," Ronald replied, half criticizing and half jokingly, to this breach of journalistic ethics. "Your magnanimity makes me very ashamed." This news was brought back by a resident reporter covering the South Manhattan Police Department. "I didn't proofread it carefully." James Wells was a veteran reporter, a graduate of Columbia University's journalism department, who had worked as a reporter for the Associated Press before joining the Daily News in 1985 and quickly rising to editor-in-chief. Ronald had a decent impression of this polite reporter. If a person has a sense of shame, they can't be too bad. James Wells explained the predicament. The previous general manager, in an effort to compete with the Newsday, had lowered the newspaper's price and increased circulation, but hadn't secured many advertisers, leaving the newspaper so poor it could barely afford printing costs. "May I ask why your newspaper reported on my story? Especially since my lawyer has already obtained an injunction to prevent my name from being leaked." Ronald used this moralistic approach to question this idealistic Ivy League graduate, and it worked well. "I apologize again. But I cannot reveal our news source." "Then let me rephrase my question. What is the stance of your resident reporter on the Central Park violence?" "This is the foundation of our newspaper. We started by truthfully reporting all kinds of crimes in New York. It turned out this was a conservative newspaper, but the reporter who obtained Ronald's name was a black man with excellent connections. He had informants within the NYPD and many underground organizations in Manhattan." James Wells, in his capacity as editor-in-chief, repeatedly assured that similar behavior would not occur again. The two agreed that Ronald would visit them in person to apologize when he returned to New York. Black people? What are they doing? Ronald was confused about the details, so he hired his private lawyer, Lindsay Dole, to investigate. "You want Michelle Pfeiffer to play FBI agent Starling?" Ronald met with a senior from Coleman University, Jonathan Demme. Demme praised the script highly, commending Ronald's sharp eye. He was very interested and immediately began discussing casting with Ronald. Why not Jodie Foster? Ronald still wanted his dream actress. She just won an Oscar. She probably wouldn't take this kind of role now. Michelle Pfeiffer is currently affected by the scandal and needs a movie to help audiences forget their painful memories. Besides, I've worked with Pfeiffer before. Her acting skills and appearance are more suitable for the role. Jonathan Demme naturally had his own opinions on casting. So, who do you want for the male lead? Ronald trusted Demme's abilities. He could produce a film like Shotgun Lulu for a few $1 million, and he had taught him a lot about acting. Maybe someone else could do it too. Jack Nicholson. He's perfect for this kind of villainous character who's calm on the outside but wild on the inside. Good eye. Ronald thought for a moment. If these two had chemistry, they might be no less than the two leads he dreamed of. What, you agree? Let's get started then. My own production company can also contribute some funding. Jonathan Demme felt that this script was very much to his liking. I'll have my agent contact them for auditions. Ovitz won't be happy. Ronald picked up the phone to talk to Richard. Michelle Pfeiffer wasn't a CAA client. But I don't earn much money, so I might not be able to raise a large investment share. Demme actually had a good impression of Ronald, his junior colleague. Their artistic tastes were similar, and they also had a connection with Coleman. He was straightforward. You can use my name to attract some investment, Jonathan, Ronald said, indicating he didn't mind if he used his reputation to find some sucker investors. This practice of having the director contribute a portion of the funding was designed to protect against unscrupulous individuals, not honest ones. Daydream was a small-scale project, and they were worried about encountering directors with a hit film looking to cash in. Demme was trustworthy. The two had recommended actors to each other, and Demme had even turned down a potentially catapulting opportunity due to differing philosophies. He was also heavily influenced by Coleman, believing that all production costs should be reflected on screen. The two had agreed on the plan, and Ronald trusted Demi far more than Kevin Costner. He simply had the production manager oversee the project, and it began to move quickly forward. I'm so nervous, director Cameron Crowe, deeply moved, paced back and forth in a suit outside the premiere theater. Relax, this is your moment, enjoy it, Ronald greeted Crowe's wife, Nancy, with Helen Slater beside him. Ronald could have skipped the premiere of this project. However, Helen was very insistent, and after several phone calls, he still attended. To cater to the film's teenage audience, and given Helen's quirk of not wanting to wear formal attire, Ronald dressed like a college student, posing for photos and giving interviews with Helen, who was dressed in jeans and sneakers, at the entrance. Mr. Lee, a staff member from CinemaScore, greeted him. Daydream had hired this audience survey company for all its films, using their exit polls to adjust subsequent marketing campaigns. No one would have thought we'd end up together. The film was nearing its end, and Helen's close-up shot held up perfectly on the big screen. This is the beginning of all great things. John Cusack, who played the male lead, gave a good performance. He portrayed the unfounded courage of a high school student who stubbornly believed he could protect his girlfriend very well. The two kissed. Helen moved closer to Ronald. As the director, Ronald could see that Crowe had made adjustments. The kissing scene was filmed using camera tricks and editing. He knew, of course, that Ronald wouldn't be happy if the kiss were filmed live. Why hasn't it dinged yet? Helen, playing the female lead, was pampered and had never faced life's challenges on her own. The male lead was very considerate, saying a lot to ease her tension. Now the two were sitting in their seats, waiting for the seatbelt lights to go out after takeoff. It's coming, John Cusack said to the camera. Close up, Ronald turned to look at Cameron Crowe. This was a moment to test the director's ambition. One indicator that distinguishes ordinary romantic films from outstanding ones is whether the director, while depicting the trivialities of love, simultaneously addresses the growth and the loss of innocence. This is an eternal theme for great Hollywood directors, and also a favorite theme of American novels. For example, in the final moments of The Graduate, the two runaway young people on the bus face a transformation from ecstasy to fear regarding the future. For example, in the final scene of Where in the World Can We Find a Soulmate, Natalie Wood faces her lover's marriage to someone else, and is asked by his girlfriend if she still loves him. In short, if Cameron Crowe were a directorial genius, he should have challenged himself at this point by zooming in on the two leads' faces for a close-up, and then leaving everything to the actors. It might go off at any moment. John Cusack on screen stares at the indicator light, comforting Helen Slater. The audience's anticipation is also heightened, joining the two leads in waiting for the light to go out, for the two young people to fly to London to face new challenges in love and life. Don't be so hasty. Ronald glances again at Helen in his arms. This performance star is a step up from her previous films. Crowe's talent has been confirmed, and if he still has ambition, he will definitely keep the audience in suspense, just like his predecessors did in The Graduate. Cusack's character seems impatient too, turning to Karen. It might go off at any moment. Helen Slater's expression becomes even more tense, and after a few seconds, she also turns to look at Cusack. The audience fidgeted in their seats for over 10 seconds, uneasy over the seemingly mundane close-up shot. Would there be another plot twist? Ding. Just as the audience was anxiously wondering if the couple would run into trouble as they bravely headed towards the future, the indicator light finally sounded, and the screen went black. Then, soft music began to play, and the credits started rolling. Amazing, Cameron. Ronald was equally certain of Crowe's ambition. He was playing with this kind of technique in his debut film. Although he was very inexperienced when he started filming, barely understanding even the basics of filmmaking, he undoubtedly knew how to manipulate the audience's emotions, an essential quality of a great director. Crowe was taken aback by Ronald's assessment. It was worth spending $1 million on that theme song on the tape recorder. This movie deserves it, well done. The next morning, Ronald finished exercising and was sitting in the living room answering the phone. What's the cinema score? B+? Looks like this movie won't lose money. Romantic comedies naturally tend to have lower scores, so a B+ is equivalent to an A in other genres. This score guarantees a run in over 1,100 theaters for 8-10 weeks. Weekend's box office might reach $5 million, basically no problem making a profit, plus the VHS tapes, Michelle Canold continued reporting. Because Ronald's relationship with Fox wasn't as harmonious as when Goldberg was there, they couldn't invest more in marketing. The box office was expected to be a solid $30 million, which was enough to cover the $15 million investment. "Honey, is there a review for me?" Helen was no longer as happy as she had been the night before. Now, facing the stack of newspapers on the coffee table, she was too afraid to even read the reviews herself. Let me see what they were saying about Helen Slater's performance in her new film. Ronald, deliberately being playful, picked up the Chicago Sun-Times and flipped to the film reviews section. "One of the best films of the year, a film that truly tells a story, deeply concerned with the issues it raises, but it's also a very good film as a comedic one. A heartwarming romantic comedy, a rare high-level directorial debut. The two leads' performances are superb. After John Hughes and Molly Lindward's breakup and shift towards adult stories, I've once again seen high-level actors capable of playing teenagers. The ending scene is quite skillful, reminiscent of The Graduate of 1967. Helen Slater screamed upon hearing Roger Albert's review read by Ronald. She used to be constantly called a pretty face by critics. For such a big-name critic to praise her acting was a huge turnaround for her. Strange, why is Albert saying good things about the film I produced? Ronald was a little confused. Had he done something wrong? Helen kissed Ronald deeply, then nestled in his arms without speaking. Her acting had always been criticized, but after Bigelow's tutelage, she could now be considered excellent in suitable roles. "Richard, please connect me with Albert from the Chicago Sun-Times." After comforting Helen, Ronald was still preoccupied with the unexpectedly positive review from the film critic. He wanted to know who had helped him. Hollywood magazine reviews only offered ordinary praise. Not enough to list it as one of the best films of the year. "Roger, this is Ronald. Thank you for liking my company's film." Ronald. "I was just about to look for you. James Wells of the New York Daily News is an old friend of mine. Before our two newspapers split up, we were good friends who drank beer together. He's a rare gem of a journalist, a Pulitzer Prize winner, I understand. Anyway, thank you for your kind words. I'll do something for you next time you're in Los Angeles." Ronald hung up the phone. It turned out that James Wells of the Daily News had secretly worked on it. "It seems I absolutely have to see him during this trip to New York." Chapter 1071 Local Media Groups. Roger Ebert highly praised Deep Love, giving it 4 stars. He called it a rare film that teaches us some truths about life. It's not didactic, yet its observations on moral choices are so nuanced that they help us see ourselves more clearly. This echoes Ronald's assessment of Cameron Crowe, a talented director. When it comes to directors, talent is often evident in a single shot. However, debut films often lack polish, and this film offers many subtle observations about young people facing the unknown and persisting in love. One side effect is its limited mainstream appeal. Profoundness and popularity are often mutually exclusive. Only those who can cater to a wide audience and create films that are both sophisticated and accessible can be called masters. The film's opening weekend's box office was lower than expected, and Cameron Crowe looked embarrassed in Ronald's office. "This isn't your problem, it's a problem with audience tastes. That's always the hardest thing to figure out," Ronald said, having his assistant, Lake, make Crowe a cup of tea. "I just feel bad for your full support." Crowe's long hair flowed, but he was still a bit clueless about business matters. "Don't worry about profitability. These kinds of films often get good reviews within a small circle. We can try a long run, and then test the waters in the video market. Daydream will continue to support your next project. Don't worry." I feel much more relieved now that you say that. I haven't been able to sleep these past 2 days because of anxiety." Crowe breathed a sigh of relief when he heard there was still hope, that he could make another film. The saying that a director has no chance if he doesn't make money is widely circulated in the industry, and he was so nervous that he was about to see a doctor. He looked up at Ronald, thinking that his old friend was still reliable. "Everyone goes through this process. You might have forgotten that I was also very nervous when my first film was released. Daydream doesn't judge success or failure based on a single film." Ronald smiled. Daydream wasn't the kind of studio that would gamble on repeating the same success with just one film. Ronald had good relationships with all the major distributors. Emil Adorino's directorial debut, The Reincarnation of a Young Man, was also released, but its opening weekend's box office was even worse than The Reincarnation of a Young Man. However, while Samsung shared the costs, Major studios also prioritize awards and critical acclaim to meet executives' KPIs. The reincarnation of a young man received generally positive reviews from critics. Ronald, who saw a screening, noted that the problem lay in its highbrow appeal. Furthermore, Robert Downey's acting style clashed with the film's 1970s pacing, due to the old-school acting styles of Sybil Shepherd and Ryan O'Neal, making his seemingly detached performance jarring for the audience. However, the rest of the film was well done by Emil. Ronald, of course, should give it another chance. Ha ha ha, Ronald. Now Disney basically listens to me. It feels like I'm back in Paramount. Michael Eisner, whose influence within the company had greatly increased, knew Ronald was there to discuss the filming of 3000 with Katzenberg, so he came over specifically to chat with him for a while. The third phase of the Screen Fund had also been raised, and unlike the previous two phases, this time the entire $400 million was entirely under his control. He could make animated films if he wanted, or live-action films if he wanted. Mr. Eisner, you are a business genius, a winner wherever you go. As Confucius said, a genius's ability is like putting an awl in a pocket, it will naturally pierce and protrude. Ha ha ha. I like that metaphor. Call me Michael. Eisner was amused by this sophisticated flattery. Our next strategy is to build and expand more Disneys around the world. If you have any good projects, remember Jeffrey Katzenberger, okay? I'll give you the best terms. After seeing off the energetic Eisner, Ronald returned to talk to Katzenberger. With these revisions, the film won't have as much of a film noir feel, it'll be more of a typical romantic comedy. Katzenberg was now giving Ronald's project the green light. He just wanted to know more about the film's details, whether it incorporated typical Disney theme park scenes, to align with Boss Eisner's grand strategy. I have a request. Seeing that Katzenberg had approved the new script revisions, Ronald made his additional request. His status allowed him to emulate big stars and demand special treatment. Outrageous requests like on-set masseuses and pet allowances were no problem. Of course, please speak. Ideally, this film could be shot entirely in Los Angeles. Katzenberg knew that local filming would be more expensive, but these kinds of films didn't have much budget beyond star salaries. He quickly recalled Diane Lane's recent almost forceful insistence on getting the lead role and understood Ronald's thinking. No problem, I'll have the crew assign more professionals so Diane can go home on time every day. Thank you. Ronald thanked him happily. Filming romantic movies is a prime time for directors or leading actors to develop feelings for their female co-stars. Many actresses are lured away during this period, so he had to be careful. Are you planning to direct it yourself? Or find someone else? Katzenberg asked. If Ronald was willing to do it himself, Disney would be getting a great deal. Many directors also keep a close eye on their girlfriends or wives who are actresses. I'm planning to ask Penny Marshall, the director of Diane's last film Grown Up. She worked very well with Diane last time. It's settled then. Katzenberg had no complaints. Having a female director would provide a nuanced perspective on romantic films and also completely prevent anything from happening between the director and his girlfriend. It seemed Ronald was serious about Diane Lane and very invested. The two continued discussing casting choices. Just as Ronald got up to leave, Katzenberg seemed to remember something. By the way, do you have any suitable candidates to direct children's films? Why? Don't you have the most suitable director? Ronald was referring to Chris Columbus, who directed The Nanny for Disney. He had trained the child actors in that film very well. He's not good enough. His last film, Elvis, was a huge box office failure, and Michael didn't like him. Katzenberg pointed upwards, implying that Eisner had sidelined Columbus. You're really wasting talent. He's not suitable for making films about celebrities, but for children's films, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone more suitable than him, except for Steven Spielberg. Katzenberg shrugged, indifferent. It wasn't just one director Eisner had sentenced. He had his own set of standards. That film about Elvis being kidnapped had almost led to Eisner being attacked by the old men at a board meeting. What script are you going to shoot? Ronald considered his options, thinking about the few talented people he had in his pocket. It's a sequel to Three Dads, One Kid, the #1 box office hit of '87. The original director, Mr. Spock, doesn't want to repeat himself. Katzenberg made a love gesture from the Star Trek TV series. That blockbuster children's film was directed by Leonard Nimoy, who played Spock in Star Trek. He believed the original film had told the story completely and refused to let the director create a sequel. That would be a waste of time. Amy Heckerling was currently filming another children's movie, so let's give Emil Iterino a try. Have you seen The Reincarnation of a Handsome Man? Ronald didn't sign any contracts with these directors, showing a free-spirited attitude. In Hollywood these days, not all major studios have their own domestic distribution channels, and even if you bind a director with a contract, they'll eventually buy it out. It's better to maintain some goodwill. After all, few directors have long-term box office success, and fortunes change, so there will always be a suitable day for collaboration. Emil Iterino went to audition for the director's role in his new film. His tendency to get nervous hadn't improved, and he blushed and couldn't speak in front of Katzenberg. Fortunately, Ronald's connections were strong enough, and the action scenes in the film he recommended, The Reincarnation of a Young Man, were quite good. Katzenberg still gave him the director's position. After all, the salaries of the 3 male leads in the sequel had increased significantly, making a cheaper director like him perfect. Leaving his Hollywood job behind, Ronald flew to New York. The film Deep Love received positive reviews in New York. Audiences there were more educated and more receptive to this kind of artistic romance film. Helen Slater received a lot of praise back home. Several New York newspapers and film critics, many of whom were trendy, lauded her innocent performance in the film. These past few days, Helen had gone back to the Naked Angels acting community she co-founded with Helen Hunt and others, giving a public speech on acting theory, which unexpectedly received a lot of positive feedback. Ronald didn't return to his apartment, he stayed at the Peninsula Hotel. Helen came directly from the Naked Angels auditorium, wearing the black blazer and black skirt she wore for her speech, to meet him at the hotel. "You look incredibly sexy and beautiful today," Ronald exclaimed. Helen wasn't really suited to her preferred girlish style. Instead, her business attire today exuded the charm of a highly intelligent woman. She looked like a recent graduate from a prestigious university, working for a multinational corporation, successfully igniting Ronald's desire to conquer her. "Do you like it?" Helen smiled and kissed him. "This is for you." Ronald pulled out a bracelet, adorned with sapphires and diamonds, a vintage Cartier design, exuding royal elegance. It was a limited edition replica of a pre-World War European royal jewelry design. Diane wore the expensive jewelry he had given her to her audition, and the photo was even published in The Hollywood Reporter, normal publicity for a celebrity. To avoid favoritism, Ronald also had some high-end Cartier pieces sent over and ordered one for Helen as well. "I think it looks better on me than the necklace." Helen touched the gold bracelet on her wrist, striking poses in front of the mirror. "Sigh, women." Ronald wiped his brow. Even Helen Slater, who didn't usually like comparisons, couldn't resist this temptation. "Do you like it?" He stepped forward and put his arm around Helen's slender waist from behind, looking at the beautiful woman with big eyes in the mirror. "Ronald, I like everything you give me," Helen smiled, "but I like the role you gave me even more." This must have been because Helen saw the leaked news in The Hollywood Reporter about Diane's audition for a new Disney project. The jewelry was fairly fair, but what about the role? I'm having Richard help you find a suitable one, but he's an agent for CAA, and you're not signed with their company, so he's a bit lower in priority." Ronald wiped his brow again, quickly coming up with an excuse. Helen's voice became sweet and cloying. She enjoyed this relationship with a top Hollywood director, feeling like one of the muses who inspired those great Hollywood directors in the past, someone whose name would be etched in film history. "I actually have my eye on a script. A romantic comedy about college students falling in love. Don't you think there are too many stories about high school romances these days, and a lack of stories about college students?" Again, Ronald recalled the chaos she caused with that Sticky Finger movie last time. But Helen, dressed as an office lady, was indeed very sexy. Her black and white peep-toe heels had slipped halfway down her feet, swaying back and forth. "Anyway, it's a romantic comedy, a low-budget production." Ronald didn't care and kissed Helen from behind. "Even if it lost money, it wouldn't be much. I have a condition." Ronald kissed her for a while, then remembered a question. What condition?" Helen saw Ronald stop and kissed him back. You'd better film the whole movie in Hollywood." "No. New York." Ronald followed her advice. "Okay, it's a film about NYU anyway." After settling things with both sides, Ronald continued working the next day. He received James Wells, the editor-in-chief of the Daily News, who had come specifically to visit him at the hotel. Mr. Wells, please have a seat. Ronald, accompanied by Doug Jr., met this journalist who had graduated from a prestigious university. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lee. I've come to ask if you are interested in entering the media industry. James Wells's reporting was sharp, but he was a reserved person in real life, speaking without any aggression, and even giving off a somewhat shy feeling. He knew that dealing with a smart person like Ronald was all about mutual benefit. So he simply told Ronald about the current state of the Daily News. From its inception, this newspaper had positioned itself as a New York photojournal. The front page was printed in full color, with many photographs. It was completely different from the New York Times, which focused on text and illustrations, and aimed at the general public rather than a highly educated elite. Sure enough, Ronald and Doug Jr. exchanged a glance. James Wells proactively used his influence to lend his support for Ronald's new film review. There must be an ulterior motive. Little Doug sensed that their business might be facing some financial problems, constantly losing money, and therefore needed to bring in investors or shareholders to inject capital. How much money do you need right now? Ronald didn't beat around the bush. Discussing profits was the easiest approach. We need about $1 million in investment each year for our newspaper to operate relatively normally. Our newspaper covers a lot of entertainment and has a strong influence on the public, as you've already felt. It's a very good deal. Ronald sensed the underlying meaning. It seemed like a good deal. If I invest, how many shares of the Daily News Corporation will I get? No, you must understand, Mr. Lee. This isn't an acquisition of the Daily News, but rather a sponsorship to help us through this difficult time. In return, our editorial department will provide returns for you and your business. When the time is right, we may persuade shareholders to open up investment opportunities for you. Huh? I spend $1 million a year to fund the newspaper, and I don't get any shares? My interests can only be guaranteed by your goodwill. Ronald felt this proposal was outrageous. Wasn't he being treated like a typical Hollywood fool? I'm a New Yorker. Don't offer such foolish conditions. Ronald was displeased. You must understand me, Mr. Lee. I didn't mean to deceive you, James Wells quickly explained. He genuinely didn't think of Ronald as a foolish investor. The issue is complex. The Daily News wasn't a single newspaper. Since its inception in the 1920s, Manhattan had been its primary distribution market. Profitable for many years before the advent of television, they maintained their own newspaper building on 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, the Daily News Building. Starting in the 1950s, to compete for news, they stationed agents in the Southern District of the NYPD and the courthouse to gather the latest news and transmit it back to the newspaper via radio. This radio station later evolved into New York's Channel 11, WPIX, and subsequently acquired FM channel resources. When New York issued television licenses, the Daily News won the city's second television license, also named Channel 11, now the 5th largest radio channel in New York. It's known for its people-oriented reporting and high-quality late-night film programming. These television and radio licenses, decades after New York City stopped issuing licenses, are incredibly valuable. Add to that a building, and it's certainly an asset that can't be bought for $1 million a year. Furthermore, the entire company's shares are beyond the reach of a newspaper editor like James Wells. He was just a conscientious editor who didn't want this excellent newspaper to go bankrupt and close down because of the short-sightedness of its management. Although even if the newspaper closed down, the Daily News could still live well thanks to its television station and real estate. I'll think about it carefully. Ronald saw James Wells off. What do you think? If we try, we can still negotiate. I estimate we can lower the price by about 25%. Having a newspaper is very good for us, Doug Jr. said to Ronald. The Hanson family also had local media, but it was limited to the Staten Daily on Staten Island. Having a newspaper that spoke for them was a standard feature for these local tycoons. Now that there was an opportunity to break into Manhattan, Doug Jr.'s interest was no less than Ronald's. I think we shouldn't negotiate, but rather raise the price. We can't limit ourselves to newspapers. Television and radio are much more difficult areas to enter. Ronald was thinking much bigger than Doug Jr. Could he have a chance to acquire an entire local integrated media group? Mr. Ed Bastian, please come to the Peninsula Hotel. I have a big business deal to discuss with you. Ronald called his accountant at PwC. Team up with your private lawyer and private accountant to develop an evaluation plan. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1072 The Waiting Hunter. Ed Basti, along with his partner Ms. Zhang, spent the night reviewing the financial data for the daily news provided by James Wells. They displayed a pie chart on the computer screen to Ronald and Douglas Jr. The daily news business could be divided into three parts: newspaper sales revenue, advertising revenue from newspapers, television, and radio, and rent from the daily news building. Of these three, newspaper sales revenue was now negative because the previous owner had lowered it significantly to boost circulation. Advertising revenue had been declining noticeably over the past few years. The group's operations were primarily supported by real estate. The core of the newspaper's current problem was that while the real estate business was booming, shareholders no longer wanted to subsidize the newspaper annually, as the newspaper business hadn't contributed anything to increasing real estate revenue. Meanwhile, advertising revenue from radio and television was also shrinking rapidly. Media competition in New York was extremely fierce. The three major terrestrial television networks had been accumulating resources to acquire or sign contracts with local television stations over the past few years. National syndicate programming prices were much lower than those of local stations, attracting significantly larger advertisers. Coupled with the rapid growth of cable television, WPIX would have gone bankrupt long ago if it weren't for its backing in New York City, the most developed city in the world. The main source of revenue for the television station now relies on its broadcast contracts with the New York Yankees baseball team and the New York Giants football team. Radio advertising revenue is declining slowly, but the trend is firm. The number of listeners who maintain their radio listening time each year is inevitably shrinking year by year. Doesn't seem like a good business. Little Douglas was a little disappointed. He wanted to be on the sidelines of a Pulitzer Prize-winning newspaper, not a tabloid like the Daily News that loses $1 million a year. Whether it's worth investing in depends on an individual's valuation of the business. The same business can seem hopeless to some, but bright to others. They also have different opinions on how much the company is worth, Ed Bastian replied with a smile. What do you mean? Little Douglas didn't understand. You'll have to ask Ronald, he's the master of investment. Ed Bastian didn't want to steal the show. He means that if I can find a way to make money, then the newspapers and TV stations won't be a loss for me, they can become a profitable business, Ronald replied with a smile. This was similar to Buffett's insightful investment in the Washington Post, which led to his instant fame. While everyone else thought newspapers were losing money, only Lee saw the Post's irreplaceable position. Of course, Ronald and Buffett's vision was also aligned. Ronald smiled smugly and explained to his childhood friend, for example, the content. I've noticed that New York TV stations' late-night movie programming tends to be quite old-fashioned, mostly Hollywood black and white films. If we could acquire more Hong Kong martial arts films and Coleman-style B-movies, we'd have a lot more potential viewers. And the cost wouldn't be high. You know, those people who watch movies on TV late at night aren't there to appreciate Hollywood classics. They just want to see beautiful women and violence, right? Little Doug realized, wasn't this a coincidence? And then there's Staten Island. While its purchasing power isn't as high as Manhattan's, its population is considerable, and there aren't many TV stations on the island. If WPIX were to bring it to the island, the two friends let out a sly laugh. It seemed this deal was going to work. Besides movies, we also need to secure the broadcasting contracts with the two major professional sports leagues. I've also noticed something. Last year's strike severely damaged the TV stations. Everyone's wary of those big-budget, family-friendly dramas of the past. On one hand, the average household TV ownership has surpassed one, especially in New York, with more young people no longer sharing a TV with their parents. On the other hand, the TV stations are afraid of another strike. Several long-running dramas have seen their ratings plummet this year. Ed Bastian pressed a couple of buttons on his computer, and another bar chart appeared on the screen. Family Bonds, Growing Pains, Blue Moon Detective Agency, these long-running dramas had all fallen out of the top 10 in ratings this year. What ideas do you have? Ronald leaned closer to examine the chart. Ed Bastian had clearly come prepared. This was beyond the scope of an accountant's job. I've noticed some so-called reality shows being used by TV stations to test the waters. These shows don't have detailed scripts and rely heavily on the participants' performances, so they're low cost. There are also talk shows, no longer limited to late-night male hosts. Some stations are targeting various drama markets and launching shows featuring female hosts. Ed Bastian continued his analysis to Ronald. Go on. Ronald listened intently. Buffett had told him the secrets of investing. Investors and operators are always two different kinds of people. You can't buy a company and then run it yourself. Before acquiring one, you must first ensure that the management team is excellent and stable. As for radio, I've noticed some recent advertising in New York City. Two markets are worth noting. One is classical music, where loyal listeners tune in for a considerable amount of time each day, and the purchasing power is attractive enough to advertisers. Another similar industry is traffic radio, which many commuters tune into every day. What about newspapers? What are your thoughts? Ronald asked again. I want to do the opposite, increase the selling price of each newspaper and reduce the cost of color printing. That way, readers will have enough money to buy advertisers' products, instead of just reading the magic stories and throwing it away every day. Ronald couldn't help but chuckle. The magic stories he was referring to were the nickname given by New Yorkers to the fake news fabricated by the Daily News. A typical story was about a multimillionaire who mysteriously drowned, his entire fortune vanished, and his daughter, desperate, suddenly found herself in the lurch of a handsome young man. How much would it cost to buy all of the Daily News media business? Doug Jr. began to do the math. In this deal, Ronald would be responsible for handling the programming issues after the television station was built, and he would also be responsible for securing the broadcast towers for the television station and radio station on Staten Island, as his family were landowners. And many suitable facilities for building television stations were on their land. The two of them would pool their resources, and with the introduction of some familiar Wall Street capital, making money was secondary, increasing their media influence was something that money couldn't buy. If we divest the real estate, selling now might cost between $50 million and $100 million, Ed Bastian pressed a key, and the last page displayed an acquisition proposal with an estimated price. I see, Ronald thought for a moment. To raise that much money, they would need to sell some assets or seek loans from Wall Street figures like Bannon. Of course, a better approach is to be a patient hunter and wait for the right opportunity. Ed Bastian turned another page. Of the three media outlets, the most valuable was WPIX. Its broadcasting contracts with New York's two major professional sports teams were about to expire. If there were problems with a renewal. But then, won't there be competitors? Doug asked. No. Not every business owner has such foresight. The Daily News has been begging for this for so long. Ronald looked at Ed Bastian, a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers' New York branch and his accountant. He had previously turned down a job offer from PepsiCo, so it seemed it wasn't just because the pay wasn't high enough. Let me speak with Ed alone. Ronald gave Doug a wink. Ed Bastian also gave a wink, signaling his assistant, Ms. Zhang, to leave. After the merger, we're inviting you to be the new general manager of the Daily News. Would you accept? Ronald cut to the chase. Ed Bastian was exceptionally capable, becoming a partner at PwC at the age of 31. Moreover, he was of excellent character, uncovering a string of corrupt officials during an internal audit. Otherwise, he would have become a partner years earlier. Given how much homework Ronald had done, it was clear he was ambitious about this role. It just so happened that Ronald's clientele consisted mainly of artists, and such business acumen was in short supply. Of course, I thought I should also recommend myself, Ed laughed. One advantage of talking to smart people is that you don't need to worry about formalities. I'm curious, why aren't you interested in the vice president position that Pepsi invited you to take? Instead, you're interested in my newspaper. If you weren't my client, I probably would have accepted that offer. Ed Bastian smiled and explained his thoughts. First, Ronald had brought him a lot of income. As the eldest of 6 children, he wanted to give his younger siblings a good education. Second, Pepsi was already a large, established company. Being a vice president of an international business unit there, especially one parachuted in from an accounting firm, would be restrictive in many ways. Where could he find the comfort of being the general manager of Ronald's media company? I'll offer you the highest industry compensation, and if you manage it well, there will be company stock options. You can continue to refine your business ideas. As for the timing of the acquisition, we'll wait patiently. Ronald and Ed Bastian agreed on the terms of their cooperation. The other party happily shook hands with Ronald again. He would now begin preparing for the acquisition investigations and the subsequent business strategy. By the way, what software did you use to display the pie charts and bar charts? Ronald asked, pointing to the software on the computer as he saw him out. It felt familiar. It's Microsoft PowerPoint. Isn't it convenient? Ms. Zhang is an expert. Normally, for this presentation, we'd have to film it, and it wouldn't be ready until at least tomorrow. Microsoft. Ronald thought to himself that he should continue to increase his investment. He then invited in little Douglas and told him about his plan to hire Ed Bastian. There's one more thing. I'll agree to the Daily News's request for help first, allocating an initial $500,000 to help them get through the rest of the year. Acquiring media outlets requires government approval. Can our friends provide support? Regarding the acquisition review, we can ask George Jr. to handle things with the National Communications Commission. As for local government, I plan to have the Staten Island representative handle it. The mayoral election is very intense right now. We don't know who will be elected next. Making a bet now might cause problems. Little Douglas had also planned his strategy. Very good, we'll quietly prepare and wait for the right time. The acquisition team was being quietly assembled, with Ronald's personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, and Mitch Cantor also involved. Bannon was also interested, not only wanting to take a small stake personally, but also using his Wall Street connections to secure bank credit. Television is the future, Ronald, the future. Bannon was excited. After successfully directing a film, his old friends on Wall Street considered him a rare banker who understood Hollywood. Many used him as a broker to find investment targets for their funds. Wall Street funds sought stable returns. Compared to the box office gamble of movies, they preferred the stable returns of television dramas. So Bannon himself had also secured some television drama projects, hoping to sell them to the 3 major wireless networks. But so far, there had been no success. He was extremely happy to hear that Ronald wanted to buy a television station. Having an acquaintance in the television industry made things much simpler. You have no idea how booming TV drama production is right now. I invested in a comedy series that I think is great. The TV station has already asked us to film a pilot episode to test the waters. Those old TV dramas are slowly dying out, which shows that change is coming. I don't know as much about TV dramas as you do now. If our acquisition is successful, you'll have to provide our TV station with a lot of dramas to broadcast. Ronald felt very comfortable seeing the other party's overconfident demeanor. Wall Street con artists need to be this confident. Ronald, do you want us to focus on the case with that Japanese game manufacturer Capcom, or on your future acquisition? Lindsay Doer's lawyer came over to ask Ronald about his plans. After all, they were still a small law firm, and Mitch Cantor's business resources were limited. If Ronald wanted to pursue both simultaneously, they would need to bring in more manpower. The acquisition hasn't even started yet. Should we get the Capcom deal sorted out first? Ronald didn't understand and consulted his private lawyer. Transnational lawsuits are very manpower intensive. Sending someone to Tokyo on a business trip would take a long time. If we don't increase manpower, I think we should concentrate our efforts on resolving one key case first. What's your priority? Lindsay Dole's interests were on Ronald's side. And she didn't want Mitch Cantor's manpower to increase indefinitely. Lindsay, in your assessment, how long will it take for the case with Capcom to make substantial progress? What are the chances of a settlement? Jurisdiction alone could take a year. Their company isn't very big, this is their second biggest selling game, so naturally they want to drag it out as long as possible. A settlement is unlikely because for Capcom right now, a settlement means taking on potential risks during their rapid growth. They've copied more than one Hollywood game. Besides, the Japanese government is actually quite hostile towards American companies. Their Ministry of International Trade and Industry always wants to close off the domestic market. We've suffered losses there since after World War II. So, I don't have much hope for a quick resolution to this case. Then I'll listen to you. Focus on the acquisition, just have someone handle the formalities on the other side. Ronald trusted Lindsay's professional abilities. Having a lawyer who rose from humble beginnings to help him ensured he wouldn't be misled by other lawyers. Okay, then I'll call Gray Eyes Mickey and let him know your stance. I have to go, my child is being looked after by the nanny. Lindsay got up to leave. Wait a minute, you just mentioned Capcom is in a period of rapid growth, so their current strength isn't that great, is it? Ronald suddenly remembered something. Yes, they just merged with 2 other game developers, and their American branch hasn't been established for long. I estimate that at their current growth rate, if they can develop another successful game like this, they'll be eligible to list on the startup board of the Japanese stock exchange. So, compared to going to court, isn't it simpler for us to acquire them? This, Lindsay hadn't expected Ronald's line of thinking. There are many restrictions on acquisitions of American companies in Japan, but that applies to listed companies. For startups like this, there's definitely a chance. Chapter 1073 Acquisition Master. Kenzo Tsujimoto, the CEO of Capcom, was fretting over a lawsuit when Ronald's offer to buy his shares arrived on his desk via telegram. A truly difficult choice, Tsujimoto pondered. In Japan, Nintendo was a gaming behemoth. Any game that could be released on their Famicom platform and become a bestseller could achieve enormous financial success. However, the exorbitant platform fees and distribution constraints trapped game developers who specialized in working for Nintendo. Capcom was famous for developing arcade games and had created best-selling series like Mega Man for Nintendo's Famicom. But Tsujimoto had never been sure if he should dedicate himself entirely to working for Nintendo. Capcom focused on high-quality products. Copying trends and producing shoddy work was not their style. However, this also meant extremely high development costs and long development cycles. A single failure could cripple the company. This was also Kenzo Tsujimoto's initial motivation for developing the Street Fighter game. He deliberately had a development team reference Hollywood action movies, almost explicitly naming it Street Fighter. This film, which had sparked a viewing frenzy in Japan a few years prior, profoundly influenced the creation of manga, film, and games. His competitor, Technos, developed Double Dragon, which was also based on this story, making him extremely envious. Sure enough, the development team lived up to expectations, plagiarizing even more thoroughly than Double Dragon, even borrowing the protagonist's costume, story setting, and the villain's skills from the movie. However, their excessive enthusiasm led to tragedy. These developers loved the movie too much, plagiarizing so thoroughly that they even copied the protagonist's name, Cody, verbatim. This resulted in a lawsuit from Ronald Sang, the copyright holder of the film. Capcom, currently developing 3 major games and having just acquired another game company, Sanmei Company, Limited, is facing a cash crunch and is being sued. While its business in Japan is manageable, its North American branch is under American legal jurisdiction. Although he spoke lightly to his employees, Kenzo Tsujimoto was deeply worried. The American arcade market accounts for a significant portion of Capcom's revenue. If sales there are halted due to the case, Capcom will face a huge crisis. This news quickly spread throughout the Japanese industry. Nintendo seized the opportunity to extend an offer, fully integrating Capcom into its system and entrusting Nintendo with publishing in America. They had achieved a rare and resounding victory over the Americans in America. They're offering to buy shares without any introductions. The Americans are really too direct. How should we gauge their sincerity? Kenzo Tsujimoto decided to rely on himself, but was this investment from the American director a sweet treat or poison? Perhaps we should ask our friends in the Ministry of Finance. The political secretary to Minister Tamura of the Ministry of Finance suggested to Tsujimoto. Why not ask Sony, who's currently organizing the acquisition in America? They know the US best. They're the Japanese company with the most knowledge. Oh, and remember not to let those bastards in the International Economics Division of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry know. He was being advised to inquire about the Americans' true intentions. Although Japan and the US have very developed economic ties, their cultures are quite different. In Japan, investing in a company requires introductions from important figures known to both sides, going through several rounds before discussing substantive matters. The American straightforward style, however, made Tsujimoto both want a strong ally in America to protect the North American market and fear they might have ulterior motives towards his company. Through Minister Tamura's nephew, he contacted Sony's president, Norio Oga, and asked him to inquire while in America. Tsujimoto-san, please rest assured, Ronald-san is a good friend of mine. I don't think he has any malicious intent, it's just a normal investment. However, you've gone a bit too far. If this deal goes through, you and the development team will have to come to Ronald-san's place and bow in apology. Yes, please. Tsujimoto Kenzo was busy bowing in front of the phone. Japanese companies are basically divided into 2 factions. One faction consists of powerful families that rose to prominence during the pre-war era of traditional industrial development, closely connected to the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. They adopt a closed attitude towards the domestic market and vertically control many industries through banks. The politicians they support are mostly disciples of Kishinabo Usuke. The other faction comprises emerging manufacturing companies that arose after the war, represented by Panasonic and Sony. Their two main markets are America and Europe. They advocate free trade and oppose trade barriers. The politicians they support are mostly from the Ministry of Finance, with Yoshida Shigeru as their spiritual leader. Capcom is a small company, but it's a rare one that focuses primarily on the international market. Not wanting to be completely controlled by a commercial entity like Nintendo, they finally took an important step. Ronald Sen, it's been a long time, Sony's president, Norio Oga, found Ronald in New York and invited him to meet at Avery Fisher Hall to listen to the Vienna Philharmonic's performance of Strauss waltzes. Oga-san, it's truly a pleasure to have a friend come from afar today. I'm very happy. Ronald shook hands with him, and after exchanging bows, they sat down. They first chatted about the conductors for the evening, the Berlin Philharmonic and the legendary Herbert von Karajan of the Vienna Philharmonic. Oga was a good friend of his, and had even invited Karajan to visit Japan last month. The 80-year-old conductor was still like a lion, only he had become more amiable, and no longer conducted symphonies with his eyes closed. Oga was very excited. After chatting with Karajan after the concert, he invited Ronald to a French restaurant. Such classics are truly a wonderful enjoyment for humanity. Oga still praised the Blue Danube performance. It would be a crime if such a masterpiece weren't seen by more people, Ronald said, shaking his head. He only appreciated these simple pieces of classical music. Next time, I'll get the radio station to broadcast this kind of concert live. Ronald was still thinking about how to use this kind of news event to generate buzz after acquiring the radio station. DG Records is releasing a Karajan compilation. I'll send you a set next time, Norio Oga said, taking a sip of red wine. Ronald-san. What did Kenzo Tsujimoto of Capcom do to you? Has this reached Oga-san's ears? Ronald smiled and explained the situation. His main reason for taking action was the infringement of his good friend Diane Lane's film copyright. Furthermore, the other party was resolutely resisting, relying on the differences in laws between the two countries, which angered him and made him determined to pursue the matter to the end. I've already conceded a step. I only want a small percentage of their shares. That way, their games will sell like hotcakes, and Diane's rights will be protected. It's fair, right? Instead of paying exorbitant lawyer fees, it's better to spend that money on buying shares. I just want my friend's interests to be protected. That game character's image is too obvious, so you don't want to acquire Capcom entirely? Tsujimoto begged me on the phone, Dega asked with a laugh. Why would I acquire them? I don't know how to run a game company. If they don't pay royalties, I'll buy shares and use the dividends to pay the royalties. Ronald laughed as well. Ha ha ha, that's a real bargain for that kid Tsujimoto Kenzo, Dega laughed loudly. Although I'm not a professional investor, I understand that the most important thing for an investment company is to keep the professional management team stable. In front of Dega, the president of a large company, Ronald couldn't help but show off a little. To tell you something others don't know, Mr. Buffett made a major investment in Coca-Cola, and I bought shares around the same time as him. It even caught the attention of the Coca-Cola president, who thought I was one of Buffett's accomplices. I never imagined Ronald-san was so adept at corporate mergers and acquisitions. Truly, the capable are capable of anything. No wonder he could make a film like Office Girls, reflecting business operations so realistically. I really admire him. Dega was taken aback by Ronald's boast. To be on the same page as Buffett was a stroke of luck that no amateur could achieve. Get me that bastard Tsujimoto on the phone. Dega immediately had his secretary dial an international number. Tsujimoto, Ronald-san is here with me. Apologize quickly. Yes, Ronald-san, I'm so sorry. Upon hearing Dega's secretary's introduction on the other end of the phone, Tsujimoto Kenzo jumped excitedly out of bed. No wonder Sony has such extensive connections in America. Haha, Mr. Kenzo Tsujimoto, we've become friends through a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'm just investing to support you. I'll help you secure the rights to any Hollywood movies you need to adapt. Distribution in America won't be a problem. Actually, you can think of it the other way around. If your game becomes famous, we can remake it into a movie. Tsujimoto, you brat, hurry up and thank Ronald-san for his generosity. Dega scolded him again on the phone. With Ronald, who was familiar with the North American market, helping them solidify their international position. Yes, Yes, thank you, Ronald San. I'll immediately take the Street Fighter project team to New York to apologize to you and Diane San in person. The two briefly discussed the terms of Ronald's investment, essentially exchanging a minority shareholder status for a stable market in America and legal adaptation rights. Both felt that rather than giving lawyers the opportunity to make money off them, it was better for them to cooperate and expand their business. Speaking of which, Hollywood movies are still the source of creativity in the world's cultural industry, Norio Oga sighed as he watched the scene. Japan's manufacturing industry is now unparalleled, but in terms of marketing and cultural soft power, it still lags behind America. Otherwise, Sony wouldn't have spent a huge sum to acquire Columbia and solidify its manufacturing foundation. Speaking of which, how is the acquisition going, Mr. Oga? I haven't had a chance to thank you in person for the help I received from Columbia and Samsung. Ronald was still grateful to Oga for getting rid of such a big problem. Japan's business culture is very different from America's. The size of the company and the status of the entrepreneur can also play a role in business operations. In America, where the spirit of freedom is deeply rooted, entrepreneurs are all highly individualistic, and there is no such thing as respect for seniors. Or rather, the ultimate goal is to defeat your idol in the competition. It's no trouble to talk to Ronald San. We have contacted enough small shareholders in Columbia. We just need to wait for the transaction to be completed before we can propose to convene a board meeting and a shareholders meeting. Huh? Did you propose the acquisition in the open market? Ronald found it strange when he heard about the methods they used. We consulted a very senior figure in Hollywood, and in his proposed solution, this was the least costly option. He has extensive connections in Hollywood, and through his connections, we experienced the professionalism of your country's experts. Norio Oga was somewhat smug. He had a deep understanding of Western business culture, and as long as money was used wisely, there were plenty of Jewish people who could guide Japanese companies. I'm afraid this senior figure is only looking at this acquisition from a commercial perspective, and not from a higher level, Ronald said, pleased and slightly carried away by his drink, offering a somewhat boastful assessment of Oga's acquisition. How so? Oga humbly inquired, as these Americans particularly appreciated being respected for their opinions. As I said before, Hollywood is the American dream for many Americans, their hope, the holy grail in many people's lives. It just so happens that your country has imposed many restrictions on the openness of its domestic market due to the trade conflict. That shouldn't matter. We are representatives of Japanese companies that are friendly to America. Besides, that senior figure repeatedly assured us that public opinion won't be a problem. This is just a business maneuver. Oga hesitated upon hearing this differing opinion. Ha, is this someone Jewish? Their grasp of public opinion has always been terrible. Ronald, upon hearing this, couldn't help but suspect that the Jews were deliberately trying to sabotage Sony. Oga's suspicions increased. No way, we've always valued the American market and done a lot of work in advertising and public relations, but in the eyes of ordinary American people, you'll always be Japanese. Have you seen Die Hard recently? The CEO of the Japanese company in it was a very good person, friendly to his subordinates, and respectful of women, but even such an innocent and good person was beaten to death by kidnappers, and when the character died, many viewers cheered. Ronald, seeing Oga's furrowed brow, sobered up considerably and wondered if he'd said too much. Of course, I was just saying. Oga-san is a great entrepreneur leading a multinational corporation. No, you're absolutely right. Oga Norio was convinced by the audience's comment about the Japanese entrepreneur being beaten to death in the movie theater. Ronald-san is not only a master of film supervision, but also an expert in corporate investment and acquisitions. I should listen to your advice more. Today has been a very enlightening day for me, eh? Ronald felt a little embarrassed by the respect shown to him by such a powerful entrepreneur as Oga. I was just saying it casually. If you need more confirmation, you can contact CinemaScore. They're very good at conducting random surveys, and their box office predictions are always very accurate. You can have them do a survey on the public's perception of Japanese companies. CinemaScore. Daigo asked his secretary to bring him some paper and notes. What kind of issues did Ronald mention? I think it's nothing more than some politicians trying to use this to gain votes from certain groups. You can keep an eye on the Communications Commission. Also, a friend of mine happens to be one of the best lawyers in Hollywood. Ronald introduced Mickey Cantor to Daigo as well. His own case against Capcom was over, so introducing him to another big client would even things out. Thank you. I won't say anything now, Ronald-san. I'll remember your kindness. Oga tore off the paper and put it in his pocket. Ronald-san, I have another request. Do you have any connections that could help us get in touch with high-ranking officials in the political arena? Sony was, after all, an outsider. If he could have channels of communication with ministers in the Ministry of Finance like he did in Japan, things would be much easier. He had also heard rumors in America that Ronald and the president seemed to have a personal relationship. Our legal system in America is fair to everyone, Ronald thought to himself. We don't play those games. Wait a minute, Ronald suddenly remembered Prince Bandar of Saudi Arabia. We play those games too, it's just that I don't know much about the hierarchy. A friend of mine who grew up with me happens to be in the political circles on the East Coast. He has some influence. You can consult him if you need anything, Ronald said, bringing up Douglas Jr. He can eat barbecue and drink beer with the president's eldest son. Chapter 1074 Ronald is a true friend. Norio Oga was very anxious. He had already begun negotiations to acquire the shares held by the minority shareholders. Ronald's point was not without merit. In any country, when a foreigner acquires a great company that represents the collective memory of the nation, it must pass the test of the public. Legally speaking, Sony's original plan was not flawed. However, if the public's animosity towards the Japanese was so severe, even if the acquisition were successful, it would provoke serious opposition. When Toyota entered Detroit, it sparked worker opposition and resulted in the tragic death of Vincent Chin, a Chinese American, who was mistaken for Japanese. The audience in Columbia was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the Chevrolet workers. If anything went wrong, the acquisition could easily be seized upon by a government agency, leading to a protracted and unsustainable process. Oga quickly contacted Douglas Jr., who immediately contacted George Jr., arranging box seats for the two at a symphony concert in Washington, D.C. The Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra's trip to America would conclude here. George Jr. wasn't particularly interested in symphonies. He chatted idly with Norio Oga about Texas barbecue and beer, and the tap-in can dancing there. His wife, Laura, kept reminding him not to be impolite. Strangely enough, Oga praised George Jr. as a man of character, saying he enjoyed dealing with people like that. You know, Ronald, you have such a good connection. You should have come to me sooner. There are many people in the White House, Congress, and the Senate who are eager to make moves. After all, taking a tough stance against Japan is a very good way to win over voters. George Jr. seemed pleased by Oga's praise and mentioned a few key points of the deal. Sony's acquisition of Columbia involved Columbia's television network and movie theaters, so the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, which oversees the deal, would inevitably have a say. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, which oversees foreign acquisitions of domestic companies, is legally responsible for reviewing every major acquisition. In particular, CFIUS, an oversight committee established in 1975, was originally tasked with monitoring and investigating the impact of foreign direct investment in U.S. companies on national security, and had no power to review ordinary acquisitions. However, in 1988, the House and Senate passed the Ex and Florio Amendment, significantly expanding CFIUS's power. This allowed them to investigate and block foreign investments that might pose a threat to U.S. national security based on their own suspicions. In other words, if the committee wanted, it could scrutinize every foreign acquisition, regardless of size or industry. Newly established or expanded agencies naturally seek out victims. The motion by Australia's Kintex Group to acquire MGM escaped CFIUS's grasp after its power was expanded, and Sony is now the perfect target. They are secretly waiting for Sony to complete negotiations with its minority shareholders before launching a national security review. The Democratic Senator Exon from Nebraska and Representative Florio from New Jersey, who proposed this amendment, are the real hunters lurking in the shadows. Of course, little George was unaware of these crucial details. He only remembered his mother Barbara's instructions to fight for his family's interests. I've heard Ronald's son say that Mr. George is an exceptionally talented director of a Hollywood investment fund, and Sony very much hopes to have such talents help, said Norio Oga, understanding the sacrifices required to obtain this crucial guidance. Little George truly has an extraordinary eye for investing in films. Mr. Oga has a keen eye for talent, chimed in young Douglas. Little George's previous screen fund had yielded good returns with Disney. Now, with a giant like Sony personally promising that any new fund established on Wall Street investing in Hollywood films would receive priority investment rights from Sony and priority in profit sharing from good projects. This exchange wouldn't violate any laws. The excess returns could be attributed to Little George's leadership and connections. In America, such a thing would only garner praise and envy. It was perfectly legal. Ha ha ha, Little George was overjoyed. He had put his mother Barbara's instructions into practice, and they were proving quite effective. He was also grateful for a true friend like Ronald. Even after his father entered the White House, Ronald was still so attentive to him, and the only one offering reliable benefits was Ronald. Do you know who the central figure in the White House is? The one who controls the interaction between the White House and Congress? Who is it? It's White House Chief of Staff, Mr. John H. Sununu. Having gotten what he wanted, Little George revealed the person Barbara had mentioned. This unusually named Chief of Staff had an Arab father, a Latino mother, and was born in Cuba. He was also the first White House Chief of Staff in American history with Arab ancestry. The position wasn't particularly high, but the power was immense. CFIUS needed the president's cooperation to comment on Sony's acquisition of Columbia Pictures. After all, the standard for defining a threat to national security was too subjective, and without White House backing, it could easily lead to endless delays in Congress. George Jr. accompanied Norio Oga to visit one of Mr. Sununu's secretaries. A choice recommended by the president's son was bound to be reliable, thus saving them the trouble of mutual probing. As a gift, Oga first presented a private jet from Sony's American branch for the director's vacation use. Upon learning that Mr. Sununu was a stamp collector, he thoughtfully reminded him that a mysterious collector would be bidding on several rare stamps overlooked by ordinary collectors at Christie's in New York, offering a chance to snag a bargain. Please, Ronald-san. After returning to New York, Oga met with Ronald separately. George Jr. had revealed the secret. He knew perfectly well that the so-called Little Douglas was Ronald's agent. He was the one who lent Sony his valuable network of connections for crucial moments, the very friend who, as George Jr. explained, could get Sununu's secretary to quickly reveal the anti-Sony takeover camp's plans. Ronald's introduction also allowed George Jr. to lower his guard and cooperate with them with confidence. How much precious time and repeated probing had been saved? Thinking of this, Oga's voice trembled slightly. We will never forget Ronald's kindness to us. I feel incredibly honored to have such a good friend as Ronald. Oga bowed deeply to Ronald. You're welcome, you're welcome. Please feel free to ask if there's anything I can do to help. Ronald bowed back. It seemed Oga's trip to Washington had been quite fruitful. This has taught us a profound lesson. The cultural differences between Japan and the US are significant. Although we've tried our best to integrate, there are still many areas where we need guidance from true experts. I was momentarily confused, misled by the hype of some Hollywood experts, thinking that the head of an agency was the closest person to the Hollywood order. But I didn't see the real key. This time, I've truly learned a lesson. If we need Ronald's help again, please continue to assist us and guide us. We will not forget this kindness, of course. Ronald, not quite understanding what important help he had given Oga, could only laugh it off. Afterwards, Norio Oga flew to Los Angeles to direct the acquisition team, quietly changing course and proactively contacting two key members of the Congressional CFIUS Committee, Exxon and Florio, indicating that he had no ambitions and would acquire the stock on the open market at a premium. These two key figures on the committee, eager to achieve results, had originally planned to launch an attack on Sony at this crucial juncture in completing the acquisition. However, this time, with the White House Chief of Staff arranging a meeting with Sony, which had proactively offered cooperation, they were somewhat disappointed to have missed their opportunity. On one hand, they submitted a review report to the president to gauge his attitude. On the other hand, they also increased their holdings in Columbia Pictures and TriStar Pictures through their wives and mothers. Again, this behavior was entirely due to their family members' unique perspective as amateur investment experts. Senators and representatives enjoy many exemptions from investigations, including those by the SEC, as long as it's not done too blatantly, everyone tacitly agrees. The two houses on Fifth Avenue are currently undergoing security renovations under the direction of bodyguard Daniel. The public housing complex at the border of the Bronx and the Upper East Side had already been raided several times by the NYPD under public pressure. In this area with the highest housing prices in New York, the presence of such a scourge had caused homeowners, burdened by property taxes, to express their dissatisfaction to city councilors and city hall officials. Rudy seized this opportunity, launching a joint operation to clear out the rioters' enclave, dismantling several major black and Latino criminal gangs and arresting hundreds of rioters. With the threat eliminated, Ronald and Helen planned to move back after the renovations were completed. Today, the two happened to visit Helen's apartment to see how the designer planned the interior decoration. "This is the script I was talking about." Helen Slater brought the script and gave it to Ronald to read. She wasn't particularly interested in expensive decorations and renovations, but rather in her own style. Ronald had paid for all the renovations and furniture upgrades. The living room featured understated furniture, actually crafted by renowned designers and using expensive wood, perfectly matching Helen's personality. Only the Yamaha piano Ronald had given her was an inexpensive entry-level piece. However, this was a token of their affection, and it fit perfectly here. Helen played the piano and sang while Ronald read the script. This script, titled Happy Together, made Ronald frown deeply. The script told the story of a conservative white boy from the Chicago suburbs and a party girl from Manhattan, New York, who were mistakenly assigned to the same dorm room by the computer system in college. One was an arts major, the other a science major, one a nerd, the other a social butterfly, two extreme personalities, yet they were attracted to each other. Finally, at graduation, they had a falling out because of their fears about the future, but on the rooftop, they reconciled and continued to struggle together in the magical city of New York. At first glance, the story seemed good, taking the high school romantic comedy that John Hughes and Ronald made a couple of years ago, moving it to college, and then constructing some more mature romantic relationships. But here's the problem: the number of college students is far less than that of high school students. The potential box office market for the two is worlds apart. After all, college students can watch high school comedies because they have experienced them, and many college students have never had romantic experience, like the nerdy type. High school students watching College Life will find it difficult to connect with the experiences they haven't had. Besides, the script portrays college exams as terrifying, with failing grades happening all the time. Few high school students would be willing to watch it. "What, you don't like it?" Helen asked Ronald. No, I'm just worried." "Worried about what?" Helen was very opinionated when it came to acting. Worried, Ronald wondered how to address this. "Are you worried about me filming a love scene with a male lead?" Helen came over and hugged Ronald, a familiar scent of perfume filling his nostrils. "Not really. I'm worried." "Don't worry, the screenwriter, Craig J. Navis, is a rising star in Chicago theater. He made a name for himself there, and many critics consider him a genius." Ronald shook his head inwardly. This script might be suitable for a stage play because it's confined to a dormitory setting, making performances easier. But for a film, it lacks impact. However, Helen likes this film so much that if someone is willing to distribute it, even if it loses money, it won't be much. "How about you do what you did last time and ask Kathryn Bigelow to direct? I think the script will shine even brighter in the hands of a female director." Helen Slater's idea is quite interesting. That would be great, Ronald thought. It was always a good thing for a female director to direct his girlfriend's film. But Bigelow has Cameron helping him with a new project. "I'll ask a very promising female director, Nora Ephron, the screenwriter of my last film." Darling, you're so good to me." Helen didn't realize that Ronald wanted to reduce the time she spent with male directors. She had seen Nora Ephron's When Harry Met Sally at the test screening and was very moved. With someone like that directing her, wouldn't her acting skills explode? Ring 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 ring, the phone rang, interrupting the two who were tightly embracing and kissing. "Hello." Ronald was furious and picked up the receiver, wanting to yell at her and hang up to tell her not to call again. "Ronald, the President of the United States wants to speak with you." Richard's voice on the phone sounded slightly off, as if he was suppressing his excitement. "Oh." Ronald quickly put Helen down from his arms and let her sit halfway on his desk. "President," Ronald said, his posture ramrod straight. Helen, still clinging to Ronald, became nervous upon hearing his address, unsure whether to continue circling him or find somewhere else to sit. "Ronald, I have something to ask you." Old George's tone was different now, more direct. "Please give your instructions, President." "What do the Japanese mean? Will they come to seize our voice and our proud cultural traditions? Our freedom?" XX. Old George knew about his son's involvement. Ronald had handled everything else perfectly, but he wasn't sure about the identity of this Japanese company. Would this action provoke a public reaction and affect his approval rating? If you ask for my opinion, I think Sony is just doing this for the sake of selling their VCRs. I don't see any plan for them to promote Japanese culture or compete with us for cultural influence. Ronald seemed relieved upon hearing this. Can you guarantee that, Ronald? I need concrete assurances, not just analysis. There are already enough mediocre analysts in the White House. Old George did have an idea. It would be great if Ronald could become the president of the merged Sony Columbia, and the company would then remain under traditional American management. There were just too many Jewish people in Hollywood and the media industry these days. I can't guarantee that, Mr. President. You can't guarantee that you'll involve young George. The president's authority was growing daily. President, if I may share my thoughts, why Sony would never promote its Japanese values and culture? Go ahead. Well, I recently met with several Japanese business leaders. They actually fall into two categories. One is the conservative, stubborn faction from the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, clinging to outdated ideas of closed markets and monopolizing the Japanese economy. The other is the faction from the United States, actively embracing the international market and the values of allies led by the United States. Go on. Sony's domestic business only accounts for a small portion of their total revenue. Their largest markets are America and free Europe. So, they won't turn down money. Such companies have no hope of growth if they don't cater to American values. And we can take this opportunity to use their money to promote American values globally. Very insightful, Ronald, you've impressed me. Old George recalled the Japanese prime ministers he had dealt with. Those from MITI were all unattractive, making him uncomfortable. On the contrary, those from the Ministry of Finance were all very humble, even their English accents were softer. Barbara also told me about you. It's been so long since I visited her. I'll visit her in Washington, that's all. The president slammed down the phone. Is it really the president of America? Helen's eyes lit up, looking at her lover with tenderness and affection. What a good man. It's nothing, he just asked me for advice on something. Oh, Helen felt weak all over from his way of speaking. Her face suddenly turned red, and she hugged Ronald tightly. I like you so much, Ronnie. Chapter 1075 Apologizing in Person. Nora Ephron had just developed a strong desire to become a director. After When Harry Met Sally, another film she wrote, Biscuits, was also in production. Watching director Susan Seidelman guide the actors on set, compared to Ronald, she felt like a film school student who hadn't even graduated. This sparked the idea in her, I can be a director too. After meeting with Ronald and Helen Slater, she expressed strong interest in directing Happy Together, one condition being that she revise the script. The original was terrible. Helen initially felt the script was okay, but after hearing Ephron's professional critique, she immediately became supportive. I'm actually a little worried about my directing abilities. Could you come to the set and mentor me for a few days? While Helen was in the restroom, Nora Ephron immediately confided in Ronald. You've actually done a very good job. The most important thing about being a director is that even when you don't know what to do, you have to appear to the actors and crew that you have everything under control. The fact that you asked this question when Helen wasn't around shows you have the makings of a director. Ephron breathed a sigh of relief when Ronald agreed to cover for her for a day when filming started. This was a hurdle she had to overcome eventually, and with someone like Ronald helping her, she could say in future interviews that she was personally trained by Ronald Lee. Why? Nora, you seem very happy, Helen, seeing Ephron's cheerful smile, asked curiously. Because Ronald promised me something big, Nora Ephron said excitedly. Ahem. I promised her that she would be mainly responsible for casting. Ronald quickly coughed, realizing he had forgotten after praising her, he couldn't show weakness in front of the actors. Really? What do you think of me? Helen was also happy, striking a pose and half-jokingly asking Ephron. Helen was the pre-selected lead actress, but the director's approval meant fewer problems during filming. Of course, I've always felt that you're another version of Sally from When Harry Met Sally, even prettier and more considerate. Aphrodite understood Ronald's meaning and praised the actor, which is one of the basic skills of a director. Hey, Helen was very pleased with the praise. If the character of Sally hadn't been so different from her personality, Ronald would definitely have chosen her too. Thinking about it, she looked at Ronald with a happy face and her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Wow, he's much more handsome than Harry, an upgraded version. Then it's settled. I'll start looking for the male lead. You'll have to cooperate with the audition and see the chemistry. Don't find it troublesome. This unusual behavior of deciding on the female lead first and then finding the male lead for auditions to see the chemistry is usually something that the director-producer insists the female lead must be, unless they encounter a rare script centered around the female lead. Besides Helen's audition, Ronald's other girlfriend, Diane, also started discussing the male lead's audition with the director. The male lead in this script, Edward Lewis, is a gecko-esque character, charming, unashamed of hiding his extreme selfishness, even proud of it. Ronald, who had just flown to Los Angeles, went to Diane's place to discuss the project with Penny Marshall, the director of 3000. This was a project Ronald was leading. He had handpicked the female lead and even the director, so any important decisions required his approval to proceed. I don't think Michael will agree to repeat a gecko-esque character, but I'll give him a call. Ronald knew Penny Marshall meant for him to invite Michael Douglas, who best fit the role. Actually, you could tell him that the audience has mixed feelings about his performance in Wall Street. On one hand, they're satisfied with his portrayal, but on the other hand, they're dissatisfied that he didn't receive real punishment. This film can give him an ending that the audience truly wants. Penny Marshall indeed liked Douglas and was trying every means to work with him. I'll pass it on, Ronald thought to himself. You really don't understand the minds of stars. What star would want their character to go bankrupt and lose everything in the end? Then I'll wait for good news. The script revisions are showing some progress. I'll go discuss it with Lawton again, Penny Marshall said, getting up to leave. Diane, Ronald saw the director off, and as soon as he closed the door, he hugged Diane. HMPH, Diane, unusually, ignored him, dodging his hand and grabbing a can of Coke from the refrigerator to drink, giving Ronald a disdainful look. What's wrong? Do I smell? Ronald pulled up his shirt and sniffed. No, he didn't. His jeans were good, he didn't have that unpleasant body odor when he sweated. HMPH, Diane tossed the latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter onto the table and went into the room. What's wrong? Ronald picked it up and saw his photo in a small section at the bottom of page 7, next to large headshots of Helen and Nora Ephron. This was a small news item that every production team had when they were first launched, used to lay the groundwork for future marketing. It's reported that Helen Slater has been confirmed as the lead actress in A Happy Together. She gave an outstanding performance in the recently released Love at First Sight. That film was also produced by Ronald Lee's company and was director Cameron Crowe's debut. This new film repeats all the success formulas of that film, Ronald Lee as producer, Helen Slater as lead actress, and a directorial debut by a screenwriter. Reporters have learned that Ronald has consistently invested in Helen Slater's films, including the then sensational comedy The House That Never Dies, The Secret to Success, and Sticky Fingers, another film by a female director, Daydream Investment. It seems Ronald Lee greatly admires Helen Slater, making their collaboration as director and lead actress highly anticipated, and what surprises they will bring to the audience. SHXT, Ronald cursed. What was Daydream's marketing department doing? Was they hyping up the boss's scandal? What's going on? Who's paying their salaries? Looks like they need a serious overhaul. Diane was indeed jealous. Ronald had also invested in several of her films and found her memorable roles in big-budget productions. However, Helen was always the lead in every film, though most were merely decorative roles. But a lead actress is still a lead actress. Diane, Ronald walked in and turned Diane's back to him. I really don't know what's wrong with me, I can't control myself. Diane hugged Ronald. Over the years, Ronald had always been good to her. They hadn't officially announced they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but this emotion was hard to control. Even for someone who had acted since childhood. I'm sorry, Diane, Ronald hugged her, gently kissing her cheek, wiping away the tears that silently streamed down her face. Although Diane wasn't the most beautiful woman he'd ever been with, she was the easiest to be around. Ronald was also reflecting on whether he owed Diane something. He needed to find good scripts and promote her in the future. Diane's body trembled, the beautiful memories of their relationship still prevailed. She hugged Ronald's waist, tighter and tighter. Honey, please, Diane pleaded. Ugh, Ronald kissed Diane while reaching for the drawer of the bedside table. Huh, where's this? This isn't the Four Seasons Hotel Hollywood, why isn't there even that? Ronald slowly climbed over Diane and reached for another drawer. Wait, I'm going to make a call, Ronald apologized, reaching for the phone on the bedside table. What are you doing? Diane held him tightly, not letting him leave. What kind of interruption was this? I'm going to call room service, Ronald whispered in Diane's ear. "Fucksk, what do you take me for? A streetwalker from 3000? Do I have to pull out a whole row for you to pick your favorite color?" Diane snapped, shoving Ronald away and hitting him hard several times. "I'm doing this for you," Ronald stammered. You bastard, you bastard." Diane increased the force, punching Ronald wildly in the chest. "Are you serious?" Ronald, hurt from the blow, used wrestling and judo techniques to lock Diane's wrist, preventing her from hitting him again. "Let's talk this out, HMPH, let go." Diane tried to break free, but failed several times. The struggle left her sweating and her face flushed. "What do you want?" Diane glared at Ronald, but sweet memories flooded back. "What do you take me for? Do you think I have STDs? I'm not Madonna." Earlier this year, Madonna couldn't resist and filed for divorce again, ending her marriage with Sean Penn by Hollywood standards. This was a declaration that both were now single. In the following months, Madonna constantly changed partners, dating celebrities like John F. Kennedy Jr. and Warren Beatty, as well as choreographers, hairstylists, fitness instructors, and various ordinary people. Gossip magazines even photographed her visiting a famous STD doctor in Hollywood several times, and everyone admired her boldness. "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that at all," Ronald said, startled. Although the thing could prevent STDs, he meant another major function. HMPH, Diane chuckled, wrapping her arms around Ronald's neck and pulling him down. "Don't worry, I've calculated the days." Half an hour later, the two lay together contentedly, chatting. "I don't care, you're mine, Ronnie, you can't leave me," Diane said, rubbing her toes against Ronald's. "I won't." Ronald felt ticklish. After Diane's outburst, their subsequent experience seemed exceptionally sweet, leaving him in a warm, blissful state. "I don't care what you and she are like, you can't let me see you and her in front of me, ahem." "I won't." Ronald thought that this request wasn't actually that demanding. "Don't let the gossip magazine spread these kinds of rumors again." "I won't. There must have been a slip-up this time. I'll explain it to them when I get back, HMPH, just don't let me see any more of this." Diane buried her head next to Ronald, snuggling closer to him. "Isn't this just like Jane Morgan and Weintraub? Could this kind of good thing happen to me?" Ronald began to daydream. That evening, Ronald returned from Daydream's place. He threw a tantrum. But his colleagues all innocently denied leaking the information. Moreover, they hadn't submitted Happy Together to the Producers Guild and MPAA for filing. The Hollywood Reporter's project approval news wasn't something Daydream had proactively contacted to report. Still angry, Ronald immediately called private investigator Frank Mickett to investigate who had leaked the information. He was still angry, and he also had to appease Diane. So, the Street Fighter production team, led by Kenzo Tsujimoto, who had flown in, was picked up as soon as they got off the plane and taken to the Hilton Hotel, a new hotel Ronald changed overnight. "Miss Diane Lane, please accept our apology in person." Several game designers, men and women, including Kenzo Tsujimoto, knelt on the ground, bowing their heads earnestly to Diane in apology. "Well, you don't need to do this. We're all in this together now." Diane was startled. She had filmed commercials in Japan and had never seen the usually polite Japanese apologize like this. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Miss Diane." Kenzo Tsujimoto got up and introduced his team to Diane and Ronald. "This is the game's producer, Yoshiki Akamoto. This is the programmer, Ryo Nishitani. This is the music designer, Yoko Shimomura." Ronald quickly had them all sit down and asked the hotel to bring some coffee and snacks. This apology was far too elaborate. However, Diane seemed to be in a better mood. "Well, the Japanese etiquette did have its merits. We all admire Ms. Diane. All the scenes and plots in this game were designed based on Ms. Diane's street rage." Ryo Nishitani was a big mouth and revealed the details of the game design. At the time, Kenzo Tsujimoto was truly lacking in creativity. Seeing the huge success of Double Dragon, he could only imitate it to develop his own game. Because the concept design time was very tight, he found several films directed by Walter Hill with urban youth themes for the production team to watch and reference. With insufficient time, several core members of the production team, especially fans of Diane's Ghetto Justice, set up 3 video cameras in their office and used Polaroid cameras to film their favorite scenes, then used those scenes to draw level and character designs. This hastily made game, however, became a huge hit for Capcom due to the charm of the film itself. Now, with the copyright issues resolved, It's also selling very well in America." Diane laughed heartily at the exaggerated tone of the Japanese. It seemed as if the game masterpiece was truly created because of her film role. Ronald felt their apology was timely, as long as it made Diane happy. Ronald, satisfied, immediately announced that he would treat the production team to a few more days in Los Angeles, covering all expenses. Richard then came over and acted as a guide, leading the group to visit the Hollywood film crew and shooting locations. They specifically requested to visit the Top Gun Air Force Base. They didn't understand English well and thought it was the Air Force, and the beach where Ronald's other film, Breakdance, was filmed to watch the handman performance. They said it was to gather material for their upcoming game development. "What are Nisida and Richard doing in the largest office of the new CAA building?" Ovitz was asking his secretary about the movements of Ronald's agents. Mr. Nisida is preparing casting calls for Ronald's new project, and Richard seems to be handling some personal matters for Ronald. He might as well become Ronald's lackey. "Humph," Ovitz muttered, knowing they needed to avoid Ronald's notice. "Book me a table at Chasen's." Ovitz chose a restaurant frequented by Hollywood stars, knowing that the VIP from Australia liked to dine at such luxurious establishments that displayed his status. "Okay," the secretary replied without hesitation. Although it was a last-minute decision, which famous Hollywood restaurant couldn't immediately spare a table with his boss's name on it? Mr. Scars's private plane has arrived. "We've picked him up and his wife, and they're heading to the Beverly Hilton Hotel," another secretary announced. Ovitz straightened his tie, preparing to leave. A few days ago, Sony's chairman informed him that he would abandon the plan to acquire shares through an agreement with minority shareholders, opting instead to buy shares from the major shareholder, Coca-Cola, on the open market. This greatly displeased Ovitz, who had already finalized most of the terms of the deal. After all, besides the acquiring party's consulting fees, he also had to collect consulting fees from the minority shareholders, who were fed up with Columbia Pictures' weak stock price and were willing to pay no less than Sony for the sale. He decided to secretly bring in a new bidder, Christopher Scars, the Australian media mogul, president of the Kintex Group, who had just turned 40, and who had just reached an agreement with MGM's shareholders. Still dissatisfied with MGM, one of the 7 major studios that had already declined, he wanted to try Columbia Pictures, which had been making various classic films for the past decade. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.